Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy becomes Fruitless Pirate? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Makino loved Luffy from the very first moment she held her. Makino did not mind when Luffy's mother asked her to watch the newborn. She did not mind when the babe's mother was late picking her up or would just leave the babe with her for days. It was a joy to have Luffy around. At some point, Luffy's mother stopped showing up altogether. The mayor told her that the woman was fine and just needed some time. Makino knew nearly nothing about medicine and even she knew that was not true. She suspected something else was bothering the woman but Makino had no clue what it could be. She figured it must be something rather large if it caused her to essentially abandon Luffy. He offered to take Luffy off her hands for a bit. Makino had laughed and told him she was alright and didn't mind watching Luffy. He looked at her strangely and told her that if she ever needed help he was here. Out of the blue, after 3 years the woman showed up asking for Luffy. The woman's face was stretched like plastic, a large smile that looked like it was meant for the face of a poorly made doll and not the face of a human. It made Makino clutch tighter to Luffy. The smile only stretched more, adding to Makino's unease as the woman reached into Makino's arms and took her daughter Luffy from her. It made Makino want to scream, but she held her tongue. She had no right to deprive Luffy of the woman who bore her. Makino had no choice but to let her daughter Luffy be taken from her. Makino did not see Luffy again. That did not mean she didn't try. Makino would go to the house furthest from the village to bring food and toys every chance she got. She was never allowed through the front door. The woman would crack the door, using her body to shield sight into the house. She would smile tightly, that horrid smile that filled Makino with such unease, and thank Makino for being oh so very kind, just before slamming the door in her face. Makino knew something was wrong, she just didn't know what and had no way to prove her suspicions. She had tried to talk to Garp about her concerns. The man was Luffy's grandfather, surely he would agree that it was strange that he was not allowed to see hide nor hair of his grandchild. He did not though. Whenever Makino tried to bring up how strange it was that Luffy was never seen, that her mother did not ever leave her home, he would laugh. He would smile largely and look at her like she was being silly. He thanked her for worrying and would laugh while he explained that Luffy was a sickly child, which kept her indoors. That her mother spent most of her time caring for the child. Makino did not know if he was the most oblivious man on the planet or just willfully ignorant. She had taken care of Luffy for 3 years. She was her child would know if Luffy had been sickly. Makino wishes that she could say she was surprised when after a little over a year her daughter Luffy had walked into her bar. Wearing only a t-shirt that was far too large for her and hung off her more like a dress. Her hair looked as though the last time it was brushed was when Makino had done it. Luffy had walked over to her with slow careful movements and hesitantly tugged on her skirt. She had lifted a small arm and pointed toward the door. Makino had bent down and picked her up, when had she gotten so light, and carried her to the house furthest from the village. Makino wishes she could say she was surprised when she was greeted by the sight of the woman hanging from the rafters. She hates the part of her that felt relief. She just wishes that Luffy never had to have seen it. Luffy lived with her again and she could not have been happier. She was putting weight back and wolfed down everything placed in front of her. Makino would gently tie her hair into a loose braid every morning and made sure all the bruises she had littering her small body were healing properly. Garp had offered to take Luffy to stay with a friend so she would not have to be bothered. Makino assured him that it was no bother and that she enjoyed having Luffy around. He had tried to dissuade her, saying that a young woman such as herself should not be forced to take care of a child that was not even hers. He had stepped forward to take Luffy from her arms. Not again, never again. She twisted her body so that Luffy was further from him. Nonsense, she had hissed with far more fire than she knew she had. Enough to make Garp pause in his steps and stare at her. Alright, he caved after a moment. Throwing up his hands in a clear sign of defeat. She was not going to let anything take Luffy from her again. While Makino may not have birthed her, Luffy was her child in all the ways that mattered. Things had not gone back to how they were before. Makino hadn't been expecting them to, but the stark contrast was disconcerting. Luffy had always been a noisy baby. Whether she was laughing, crying, or just babbling nonsense, she was always making some form of noise. But now she was so quiet. She would not speak nor cry when she fell. She would walk on her toes as though the sound her footsteps made were louder than thunder. The worst was when she broke something. Luffy washed the dishes with her after meals. Makino had tried to tell her that she didn't need to and that she should relax, but watching her sit and fidget, her eyes wide and looking as though she was on the verge of a panic attack was a mournful sight that Makino could not bear. So she let her help. Luffy was young and her hands were so small that it was expected that she would not always be able to hold on to the glass that Makino would hand her to dry. When the glass shattered and Luffy's form begins to shake, her gaze slowly moved up to look at Makino. Her small brown eyes filled with terror. The implications of what this meant were not lost on Makino, and it filled her with rage. Makino would push her anger down, because it was not what Luffy needed at the moment. Makino would kneel to be eye level with Luffy and gently take her hands in hers. Makino would inspect Luffy's hands, making sure to keep her muscles loose and movement slow. She would softly ask if Luffy was hurt. Luffy would stare at her with bewilderment and nod her head. Makino would smile and say that was good. Luffy's eyes would flicker to the broken glass back to Makino. Makino would pick her up and set her on the counter while she cleaned up. Makino would tell her that she was not upset about the glass. She would speak as gently as possible and tell her that as long as she was alright, that was all that mattered. That she could get more glasses, but Luffy was irreplaceable. Luffy would stare at her with nothing short than awe. It filled Makino with such grief that her child had been forced to suffer. Over time, Luffy had begun to stop panicking when she dropped a glass and instead check herself for injuries before giving Makino a thumbs up. It made Makino's heart swell with pride each time. While Luffy was able to overcome the sound of glass breaking if she dropped it, the same could not be said if it was in a violent manner. There were some rowdy customers in the bar. Luffy was behind the counter trying her best to help Makino when one of the more drunk patrons threw a glass. Luffy had frozen in her movements and dropped to the floor, placing her head into her knees and covering her ears with her hands. Makino bent down and rubbed her back only to find her shaking. She maneuvered to see Luffy's face in an attempt to cheer her up, only to find her eyes closed tightly and fat tears running down her cheeks. Makino took her upstairs to the house attached to the bar and closed the bar early. She held Luffy while she silently cried and dug her fingers into her ears. Worried that she would hurt herself, Makino carefully slipped her hand under Luffy's, only to be shocked when she found it wet. Her ears were bleeding. Makino moved quickly, sweeping Luffy into her arms and running to the town doctor. She had learned a new kind of fear that day. The doctor had no explanation for what the cause could have been. He told her she was lucky. There was minimal damage and with treatment, it should not permanently affect her hearing. However, if it continued to happen, the same could not be said. Makino did not know what happened, but she swore it would never happen again. 3 years had passed like a breeze. Things had started to return to some semblance of normalcy. There had not been another incident and Luffy was learning how to depend on Makino for things. Makino could not be happier about that. Her little girl was 7 and doing so much better. What more could a mother ask for? She had to admit she was a little worried over the fact that Luffy hadn't managed to make any friends her age yet or any. She still had not spoken a word and would often stop in the middle of a task and turn her head, and stare off into space. With the way Luffy would look out into the distance, Makino would swear it was as though she was listening to someone speak. It often caused her to be perceived as an airhead, while the other children tended to avoid her because of it. It made Makino sad that in some sense her daughter was still alone, but it did not impact Luffy's smile, so she did not let it bother her too greatly. Her daughter rarely interacted with anyone other than herself. So you can imagine her surprise when one afternoon Luffy walked into the bar holding the hand of a red-haired man, bouncing with every step she took. Makino could tell in a glance that this man was a pirate. He was obviously not a marine and seldom did merchants stop at their port. And none ever dressed like these men. She raised an eyebrow at Luffy, while Luffy only smiled brightly in response. Makino did not trust them, but she was willing to let them have a drink since they managed to get Luffy to like them. However, she would be watching them and if they did anything to harm her daughter she would throw them out. She told the man as such and he laughed and thanked her for letting them stay while promising they meant no harm and were only looking for a place to drink. His crew filed in after him, taking up seats around the bar while he moved to the counter. Luffy followed after him, staring up at him with such elation. He sat down on one of the stools and waited for Luffy to climb up next to him. She struggled slightly, the stool still far too tall for her. He subtly helped her, allowing her to have the achievement to herself. Luffy gave him a thumbs up when she was seated and he returned the gesture with a bright smile. He was quickly gaining points in his favor, Makino had thought while placing a large thing of rum in front of the man. The crew merrily ordered a variety of alcohol and began chatting. The bar was lively. Makino kept a watchful eye to see if these men were going to get rowdy. Luffy carefully stood up on her stool and grabbed hold of the man's face, forcing him to look at him, causing many of the men around the bar who saw the gesture to laugh. She stared at him for a single moment and then opened her mouth and spoke. "Tell me of the sea." Shanks loved the sea. Every time he thinks that he has seen all that she has, she finds something new to throw at him. A curveball out of nowhere, that not even the strongest hockey masters would sense coming toward them. It was rarely a solid baseball that knocked his teeth out, more often is a stuffed toy filled with adventure and excitement. So when a storm far too large for the blue seas forced them to change course, he knew something interesting was ahead of them. The small village he could see in the distance appeared unassuming, but he was not about to let his guard down based on appearances. The sea brought them here and that meant something. He had sailed far too long to not believe that she had her own will. He was not surprised by the child waiting at the dock. It was a common sight in small villages. Children would often run to see what the abnormality invading their everyday life was, not yet having the experience of their elders that made them wary of pirates. He knew his crew would not harm the village, but not all pirates were like them. Blanket trust is a horrible thing. The Marines proved as such constantly. The kid was a short girl, her hair styled in a loose braid. She wore a t-shirt and a pair of denim shorts. If her hair wasn't so long he would have thought the kid a boy. He might be wrong though. With kids, it was always hard to tell. Since they had gotten close to the dock her eyes had not left the Jolly Roger. Recognition brewing in her gaze. He hoped that no one in the Blues would recognize them on sight, but they were notorious enough that it was not uncommon. "Hey kid, do you know of any bars around here?" He enthusiastically questioned as he approached her. He did not want to scare her and have her running through the village crying. He wanted to see why the sea brought them here, and the thought of a good drink never failed to add some cheer to his voice. She snapped her eyes to him and he felt the air leave his lungs. He felt like he was being crushed. It was intense and overwhelming. It was like having his body ripped apart until only the very core of his being remained. As quickly as it started it was gone. He leaned forward and coughed as air returned to him. "Shanks?" He could hear Ben asked from behind him. "Devil fruit?" He asked, his voice low as he approached. Taking a defensive stance, ready to jump between the child and his captain. One could never be too careful when it came to devil fruits. Shanks hoped that was not the case. This kid was too young to lose the sea. "What the F dash," he forced out between hacks. That was new. He could feel his crew's wariness growing behind him as they tried to gauge the situation. "Seriously kid, the hell?" She smiled and ran up to him, latching herself onto his arm. She opened her mouth as though to speak, but quickly snapped it closed. She lifted her hand and pointed inland. He raised an eyebrow at her. She smiled and pointed again. Her eyes blazing with some familiar force. He knew, somewhere in him he knew what she had done, he just couldn't place it. It felt so familiar and yet so foreign. She pointed again, willing him to understand, and on some level he did. "Bar?" he asked, tilting his head, speaking aloud the word that suddenly echoed in his head. She began to vigorously nod and point toward the town. He could feel the crew's wary gazes. Whatever she did, while they may not have been the brunt of it, they had felt it. He was not sure what it was that this kid did, but the sea did bring them here. "Sure, might as well," he said, taking hold of her hand. "Any idea what just happened?" he heard Yassip ask. "No clue. But at the very least, it will be interesting." He laughed as she pulled him forward. He really hoped that this would not be a baseball. The bar looked like what one would expect from one in such a small village. Nothing over the top, and was doubling as a restaurant that the townsfolk no doubt frequented. The woman behind the bar was beautiful. She barely glanced at them when they entered, her gaze zeroing in on the girl tightly gripping his hand. She raised an eyebrow at the kid and was returned with an ear-to-ear smile. The barmaid sighed in defeat and the kid started to try and pull him forward again. "I know you are pirates, it is rather obvious. Normally I would be warier. However, since Lou seems to have taken a liking to you, I will allow you to stay." Her gaze hardened with fire. He wondered if this woman was a retired Marine. "If you hurt my daughter I will throw you out." He could hear the threat that she did not speak. He guessed she was trying not to say anything that would not be appropriate in front of her kid. "I promise we are not here to do any harm. We are just looking for a place with good booze." He laughed a bit with his words, trying to ease some of the tension. "Then you may stay. What type of drinks do you all want?" Her gaze lost its sharp edge and she spoke more cheerily. "Rum." A chorus sounded behind him. He allowed himself to be pulled forward and led to the counter. His crew took places around the bar, a few taking vantage points, so they could see if the kid used whatever devil fruit she had again. He knew that the kid was not a threat, but he would not put it past the Marines to use a child. With a woman at the bar who had the glare of an admiral, the thought did not seem far-fetched. He took a seat on one of the stools. He watched the kid struggle from a moment before he turned and stuck out his leg, so she could use it for leverage. She maneuvered herself up and plopped onto the seat. She looked herself over and gave him a thumbs up. He returned the gesture. He had to admit the kid was cute. If this was a trap he was going to tear everyone who had a hand in this apart. His crew quickly fell into festivities, the previous tension was quickly forgotten with the appearance of booze. The barmaid placed a rather large thing of rum in front of him. It was larger than normal. He was not complaining. He figured he must have done something that improved her opinion of him. Before he could take a drink, he felt small hands placed upon his cheeks, squishing them together and turning his head toward the kid. He could hear someone of his men, particularly Yassop, laughing. He would admit it must have been a funny sight. He was a Yonko and his face was being squished by a child. If he saw the same thing happen to Whitebeard, he would be hysteric. Tell me of the sea. Everything went silent. Holy sheet. That was Conker's hockey. A literal child that barely reached his knees just used Conker's hockey, and not a small amount either. He could tell without looking that some of his crew was unconscious. He hoped the barmaid was alright. What the F-da? He heard chorused around the bar with varying amounts of colorful long thrown in. Shanks stared at the kid before him. The familiar force from earlier making sense. It was hockey, but not in a way he had ever felt it used before. It was no wonder it felt so familiar and yet different. Kid, he started slowly, keeping his voice even, not wanting to startle her. Do you know what you just did? She pursed her lips together, something he could not place flickering in her eyes. She stayed silent and did not move. She seemed to be contemplating something. She removed one of her hands from his face. She turned her palm toward the floor, tilting it back and forth but never turning it over. Sorta. She nodded her head in confirmation. Do you know what hockey is? He needed to find out what this kid knew. If she was using hockey on purpose and whoever was teaching her was horribly inept with explaining when it should be used, or if she had awaked it on her own and did not know how to control it. The former could easily be fixed with a short explanation and a solid punch to whoever was teaching her. While the latter, if left unchecked, would certainly kill her. She scrunched up her face even further as though the question was hard. She repeated her movement from earlier. Sorta again, huh? She nodded, still making a strange face. Did someone teach it to you? Her face somehow scrunched further and she repeated the movement again. Someone sorta taught you hockey? He echoed for confirmation. She nodded her head and he could hear the still awake members of his crew swear. This left her in the middle of the two. A basic understanding of how hockey worked but not enough control to stop it from causing herself harm. If he were to make a bet, he would say that was why she was not speaking. If she did not hold the reins on her. Conker's it probably went wild every time she spoke. He was going to thoroughly beat the sheet out of whoever was responsible for this. It was possible to awaken it for a short blast in moments of hysterical panic, when you had a lot of adrenaline running through you. It was not uncommon for people to go beyond their limits in such moments. He had heard many stories of civilian women lifting small boats to help their children. The principle was the same. However, it was not permanent. Just as those women do not suddenly have a super strength they can call upon at will, hockey would also return to a dormant state. Whoever taught this kid about hockey fully unleashed it without teaching her how to turn it off. Her body was a balloon being filled with water and no one showed her how to turn off the tap. Eventually she would pop. Can I meet who taught you about hockey? He spoke in false cheer, trying to keeping his murderous intent from leaking into his voice. He did not want to cause the kid to panic. If she did, she would speed up the process. She relaxed her face and looked at him as though he had said something bizarre. Like he had told her with complete seriousness that lizard people controlled the world from the moon. He did not break eye contact with her, holding his ground. She slowly nodded her head and jumped off the stool, all the while looking at him like he grew another head. Doc, help the barmaid. Ben, with me. He was struggling to keep his voice even. They silently followed his orders, the same fury burning in their eyes. They followed her out of the bar and back to the port. She stopped and pointed at the sea and he swore. Did they leave? He asked, running a hand down his face. Sheet. He really hoped that they were still here. He wanted to have words with them. But if they had left, God, he did not like the thought of there being someone out there who was half teaching kids hockey. She shook her head and pointed with more force at the sea. He stared at her blankly. The sea? Ben mused. She quickly turned and pointed at Ben, nodding her head. The sea taught you hockey? He spoke, disbelief coloring his words. Shanks stared at this kid before him. Everything around him suddenly shifting into place. He had sailed with Roger, and he knew the man could hear a thing that no one else could and yet always seemed correct. He had asked Rayleigh about it once, worried that his captain might be a bit crazy. Though who wouldn't? No one else could hear the voices that Roger claimed to, and Rayleigh told him that Roger could hear the voice of all things. That everything, animals, plants, storms, and especially the sea had a voice and Roger could hear them all. That the voice of all things was the voice of the universe itself. Shanks had at the time been disbelieving, thinking the man was playing a prank on him. Trying to see how gullible the cabin boy was. He had thought that until the Ed War. He saw things then that even to this day he could not explain unless Rayleigh had been telling the truth. If she could hear the voice of all things, then she could have picked up bits and pieces of what hockey was without fully understanding. He doubts that the forces of nature would know how to explain such complex things in a way that a child would understand. If he were to guess, the only reason they even would try was that she had already fully awakened her hockey. Considering it was not constantly running rampant meant she did have some form of a hold on it. Small but enough that it did not seem to be affecting her health. It was probably her ability to hear them that stopped her from already being dead. "You can hear the voice of the sea?" he asked in a desperate hope to be wrong. Ben raised an eyebrow at him, clearly wondering why he would believe something like that. She nodded her head. "Well, sheet." He ran his hand through his hair and stared at the kid. He defiantly just had a baseball thrown at him. Shanks had no idea what he going to do. He was playing with fire, and if he was not careful someone would get burned. That someone wouldn't be him. It was easy for him to risk his own life, but risking the life of a child was not something he wanted to do. He did not want to make things worse and aggravate her condition on accident. Her control over her hockey was delicate and messing with it could be the final straw that broke it. But he had to teach her about it. If things were allowed to continue the way that they were, she would die. He had no clue where to begin. Her hockey was completely new territory and there was no way to navigate it. The way she used it was different than anything he had ever seen. How does one teach something they themselves have never seen? And then there was the voice of all things. He had no idea how to even approach that. Nor did he know if hearing it caused any form of side effects. He would admit to being out of his depth. He would have to call Rayleigh. The man had taught him hockey, so he had some experience with teaching kids. And if he was lucky, Roger may have mentioned something that could be helpful here. For now, all he could do is see how much she understands the basics. It wouldn't do much with how much hockey she had, but it was a start. The kid jolted him out of his thoughts when she made a slight shriek, her hockey spilling forth, and bolted towards the town. When Makino awoke in her bar, she was needlessly to say confused. She could not remember what had caused her to faint nor had an idea as to why she did. As she regained she senses she became aware of two things. The pirates were still here and Luffy was gone. She calmly arose from the chair she had been placed on and walked toward the counter. "You shouldn't be moving round yet, miss." A large man with sunglasses spoke. She paid him no mind, continued forward. He moved forward to help her. She quickly reached under the counter and pulled out a rifle. "Where is my daughter?" she hissed, venom counting each word. The man paused and slowly moved his hands up. The remaining pirates froze in their movements and watched her closely. "She is with the captain. They went to go have words with whoever was harming your kid." He let the words leave his mouth slowly, making sure they were clear. Her glare hardened further. "Explain," she demanded. She was not going to be fooled easily. If they were trying to stall or make her drop her guard so they could take the gun, she would see through it. If he was telling the truth and someone in the village was hurting her daughter, then she heard of a place on the other side of the forest where no one would bat an eye if a body showed up. The man opened his mouth, but before he could say anything the door to bar slammed open. Makino did not flinch, she flickered her eyes to see what it was. She lowered the rifle slightly when she saw Luffy. Luffy ran over to her, grasping onto the bottom of her skirt and giving her a thumbs up. Makino maneuvered a hand so she could do the same without lowering the gun. Luffy smiled and ran back to the red-haired man as he walked through the door. "Kid, why did you run off like, oh?" He paused, taking in the scene before him. "The F is today," he murmured. Makino turned her gun toward him and he did not blink or even seemed bothered by it. "I want a full explanation on where you took my daughter and why." She seethed. He ran ahead, throw his hair and mulled over her question. "Do you know what hockey is?" She slowly shook her head, keeping her movements to a minimum to not move the gun nor take her eyes from the man. "Figured as much. It is not well known in this part of the sea. Has she ever gotten any strange wounds after a moment of panic? Like large gashes appearing, bleeding from her eyes, ears, or nose?" Makino's eyes widened. "How do you know about that?" she asked, her voice softer than before. "Your kid has a large amount of hockey and very little control over it. If she panics, she is just shaking a hornet's nest." He looked down at Luffy, something mournful in his eyes before he returned his gaze to Makino. "If she doesn't learn how to control it soon, it will kill her." Makino was quiet. This was too much. She had finally gotten Luffy back, she could not lose her again. She took a deep breath and lowered the gun. "What do I need to do?" "There is not much you can," Makino visibly winced. "But I am going to teach her the basics. I know a few people that might be of more help, so I plan to give them a call." Makino swallowed the bile in the back of her throat, as she took in what she had been told. "Why would you help her? What do you get out of this?" she questioned. This man may seem kind, but she could not let herself forget he was a pirate. There was far too much on the line for her to walk into this blind. Honestly, nothing. I may be many things, but I am not a big enough a-hole to leave a kid to die from hockey overdose. He shrugged as he spoke. She was silent for a moment. All right, but I want to be as much a part of all this as I can. She is my daughter and I will be dead if I let anything happen to her. Resolve covered her words as she straightened her back and looked the man in the eye, daring him to tell her otherwise. He laughed. This woman was filled with fire. I got no complaints about that. She smiled and her eyes glanced at the man with the sunglasses. One more thing, she started to get his attention. He raised an eyebrow at her and waited for her to continue. One of your men mentioned someone had been hurting her. What did he mean by that? A sharp undertone filled her voice. The red-haired man let out a long-suffering groan. That is where things get complicated. Luffy did not understand a lot of what was happening. She did not understand why the lady would throw things at her and force her to clean up the bits of broken glass. She did not understand why she could not go outside or why the lady screamed at her whenever she spoke. She had asked the sky if she did something wrong, and he wept when he told her that she had not. That none of this was her fault and that she could never allow herself to think that, not even for a moment. Luffy had thought that he might be wrong. Why else would the lady always be mad at her? She wanted to correct him, but with how hard he was crying she decided against it. She did not like making her friends cry. She had spent nearly all of her days just talking to the voices. The sea told her of a way they could speak without her uttering a single word aloud. Luffy liked taking this way. The lady wouldn't get mad at her and she could still talk with her friends. The sea told her many things. She told her of great storms and embarrassing moments that people had upon her waters, things people thought no one had seen, but she did. She told her of great adventures and freedom. Luffy did not understand some of the things she spoke of. She did not know why it was bad that some guy named Edward drank too much and lost his pants. She did not understand what adventure was, but the way the sea described it did sound fun. She did not know what the other word meant, freedom, meant, and when she asked the sea she did not respond. Instead, she raged. Calling forth storms and creating waves, the sky eagerly joined in her fury. Luffy did not understand why they got so angry when she asked them such questions. She wondered if she was not supposed to. She knew the lady hated it when she did. Maybe it was the same. You are wrong, the past had told her. One day you will look back and you will understand. Everything is clear in hindsight. It was always dark where Luffy was. The lady had kept her in a small place, a cupboard, the sky had hissed when he explained, in the kitchen. The only light she had would stream in from under the door. The lady ignored her most of the time, but occasionally she would open the door and scream at her to give something back. The first couple times it happened Luffy thought the lady had found out that at night, when her island told her the lady was asleep, she went and took food from the big box. She had apologized and told her that she ate it. It only made the lady angrier. Luffy learned not to say anything when the lady demanded she return whatever she had stolen. She learned that whatever the lady wanted back was not food. Though she could not figure out what she had wanted. She had asked the past, they always knew about things that had already happened. The past told her that the woman had a frail body and birth has taken a toll on it. That due to the woman refusing all forms of help from doctors she had lost her ability to hear the voice. That she was foolish and reacting due to misplaced blame. At night, when her island told her it was safe to move, she silently left her cupboard. She had learned quickly how to move when she could not see and keep her footsteps light so that she would not be heard. After grabbing everything she needed and placing it in her cupboard, she started to search the house. Her island asked what she was looking for. The voice, she responded. If she could find it for the lady maybe she would be nicer. It is not something that can be found, the sky had told her. Many spend their blink of existence searching to never find it. But the lady used to have it, she argued. She did, but she shall never again. The sea had promised. Why? She whimpered, tears filling her eyes. We are old, child. Far older than anything you can comprehend. We do not forget and rarely do we forgive. We are aware that she suffered from the loss of us, but what she has done is unforgivable. You are ours now, and we do not take kindly to those who try to harm what is ours. This voice was new. It did not sound like any she had heard before. It sounded like more than one voice, as though multiple were speaking all at once. Who you? Luffy had asked. We are the voice of all things. Luffy had tried to ask that voice more questions, but it never responded again. Luffy wondered if she did something wrong. That one does not respond to want, only need. A passing storm had told her. The lady screamed at her more frequently now and began to hit her. The sea and sky raged for days. The past remained silent and bore witness, burning the events into themselves. Luffy was scared and she hurt so much. The sea had told her of a way to make the hits hurt less. Armament hockey, she had called it. She had explained much of the depths of how it worked, but it was all so complex. Luffy felt like her head was going to explode. She did have an idea of what willing your body to be stronger meant. When the lady opened the small place again, she willed her body to be stronger. It was not much different than when she willed the voices to hear her. The lady had hit her and recoiled. "Haki?" she shrieked. "I knew it. You thieving brat. You stole it from me," she hollered, her fist turning black as she advanced. She pinned Luffy to the floor with her blows. "No," the sea had screamed. "She will die at this rate," the sky yelled. "Do not spill this child's blood upon me," her island begged. "Stop," they shouted in unison. "Stop," they pleaded. "Stop," they demanded. "Stop," the words left Luffy's mouth chorusing with the strange voice she had heard only once before. And the lady did. She froze in her movements and looked at Luffy as if seeing her for the first time. "What have I done?" the lady spoke in a horrified whisper. Tears began to fall from her eyes and she quickly rushed from the kitchen. Luffy lay there in a daze. Why had the lady listened to her? She normally only got angrier when she spoke. With the force of the command, the fog covering her Ming dissipated and she could clearly see what was before her. Do not pity her, child, it was her choice to let these affairs reach this conclusion. The voice spoke. "You helped, didn't you?" "Thank you." Luffy willed the voice to hear before falling into the black. When she awoke it was bright out. It had been so long since she had seen the sun she had forgotten how bright it truly was. She sat up and moved to crawl back into her cupboard. "You don't need to do that," her island told her. "But the sun is out. The lady will be mad if I am not in there. The woman is gone. She can no longer cause you any harm." Luffy was confused by those words. Gone? Did she go somewhere? She never left, why would she now? Sensing her confusion, her island spoken again. "You no longer need to worry about her. Listen to me carefully and I shall tell you what you must do. Leave this house and I shall lead you to your mother." "Mother?" Luffy questioned, the word foreign to her. "Yes, child. You are safe now." Luffy had followed the instructions of her island to a woman in a strange place. Luffy did not know who she was, but her island promised that this woman, her mother, would keep her safe. Luffy was scared. So much had happened, but she trusted her island, so she was trying to be brave. She would not cry. The lady always got mad when she did, and she did not want this new lady to yell at her too. Every expectation Luffy had of what living with this new lady, her mother, she reminded herself, washed thoroughly destroyed. Nothing was the same. Her mother did not yell at her for small things, nor did she ever cause her pain when she held her. Her touches were gentle and she would pull her hands away if she saw her tense. Her mother told her to hold up her hand up and face her palm toward her if she ever felt uncomfortable with something, it did not matter what, and she would stop. She had told Luffy that not everyone liked being touched, even if it was just a pat on the back, everyone had different boundaries and she would always respect Luffy's. That was the first time she had cried in front of the woman. Luffy had remained silent while the tears fell from her eyes and hugged her mother. "She is acceptable," the sea and sky spoke at the same time. "I told you," her island mocked. She liked having her mother carry her around. She liked to be held, especially now that she knew there was something other than pain that came from another person's hands. It was during one of the days that she was being held that a large man had come into what she had learned was called a bar. "Makino, I heard what happened." He started off, despair covering his words. "I can't believe she killed herself." Her mother's mouth twitched as though she wanted to say something but held herself back. "I should have listened, I am sorry. You tried to tell me something was wrong and I just brushed you off." He bent forward in an odd way that Luffy had not seen before. "I am sure." Sarcasm laced the words softly spoken under her breath. The man showed no signs of having heard her. "You don't need to bow your head, Garp-san." He stood back to his full height and his eyes paused at Luffy. She stared back at him blankly. Her grip in her mother's shirt tightening. He looked sad and far too old. "I know some people who can take care of her. You have done more than enough for me." Makino pursed her lips, looking like she had bitten into a lemon. She opened her mouth, before closing it and taking a deep breath. "I have no problem taking care of her, Garp." "Makino, you shouldn't have to. You are a young woman with a full life ahead of you. You shouldn't be saddled with a child that is not even yours." He sighed while he walked forward, reaching his hands out toward Luffy. Luffy stared wide eyes at the man. She did not want to leave. Her chest started to tighten while a loud ringing filled her ear. She could not hear much as the sound grew. She could make out her island yelling something about not dumping another child there. "Nonsense." Her mother spoke and her voice sounding like fires did. She had twisted her body so that Luffy was out of the man's reach. Luffy looked at her and understood why her island thought she would be safe, protected here. Luffy felt her tension leave her. Distantly she could hear the sea laughing as the man backed down and loudly declaring that she liked this woman. Luffy could not agree more. Luffy liked helping her mother. She was so kind, she wanted to do something for her. She did everything she could to be of help, and her mother would thank her and tell her that she did not need to worry herself and she could relax if she wanted. Luffy understood, but she did not want to relax. She could not speak and let her mother know how much she appreciated what she did for her. Actions are far greater than words, the sky told her. When she messed up and broke something, she has never been more shocked by what the woman had told her. That Luffy was irreplaceable. The sky told her what the words meant, and Luffy's heart had never felt so warm. It was mid-afternoon and she was in the bar helping her mother. Luffy was running to tables giving people napkins or helping put chips into a bowl behind the counter. Her mother was never far from her. A loud crash echoed across the bar and she ducked underneath the counter. The lady was back. She knew she would come back, that she would force her back into the small place. She did not want to go back. She had finally seen what the sky meant when he said he could be blue, and she had finally met the sea, and she had made gentle waves for her in greeting. She didn't want to go back. She wanted to stay with her mother. Please don't make her go. The loud ringing was back. She couldn't breathe. She was so scared. Please don't take her. Please let her stay. She was so happy now. Please. 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 Be calm, child, the voice filled her head. No one will take you from your mother. You are ours. You are safe. You are protected. Luffy felt her panic leave her. The voice forcing it from her being. Her eyes felt heavy and she let sleep take her. The sea had told Luffy that someone important was coming today. She had run to the dock and waited to see who it could be. After a while, she saw a ship appear in the distance. She bounced upward onto her feet and rocked back and forth on her heels. She did not know who the sea was bringing, but she had always spoken of things called adventure and freedom. Luffy understood now what those words meant, so she knew it was going to be fun. A ship came into view in the distance, and as it approached she noticed it had a flag she had never seen on it. It looked like something out of one of the books her mother read to her. A skull, she thinks that is what they are called, with lines covering one of its sides. She wondered what it meant. Freedom, the sea sang. Luffy's excitement grew. She wondered what type of adventures one could have on the sea while free. She stared at the flag and did not remove her eyes. Hey kid, do you know of any bars around here? She heard a man yell out, his voice slowly growing closer. Look into the core of his being, the sea told her. She removed her gaze from the symbol of freedom and looked at the man. She willed her eyes to let her see the man before her in his truest form. To strip away false bravados and let her understand what made him who he was. She gazed upon him, and while he was not void of pain, he was filled with so much kindness. She liked that. She let the energy fade from her eyes. The man leaned forward and coughed. She felt a bit bad. She did not know that it would physically affect him. The other men approached him. Shanks? The one with long black hair spoke. He moved closer to the man. Devil fruit? He had kept his voice low, but she still heard him. The sea scoffed at the notion. The sky laughed at her. What the F dash, the man spoke between coughs. Seriously kid, the hell? This man will tell you of freedom and adventure, the sea sang. Luffy smiled brightly at her words and ran forward, grabbing onto his arm. She opened her mouth in to ask him of all the thing he had seen. Wait, the sea stopped her. Take him to the bar. He will tell you far more there. She snapped her mouth closed and pointed in the direction of the bar. He raised an eyebrow at her and she pointed again. He does not understand, the sky told her. Will him too. So she did. Bar? She willed the word into his mind. Bar? He asked, sounding unsure. He tilted his head as he spoke. She nodded her head vigorously and tugged his arms. She wanted to hurry. She wanted to hear what this man knew of adventure and freedom. Sure, might as well. He reached and grabbed one of her hands from his sleeve. Any idea what just happened? She heard someone ask. No clue. But at the very least, it will be interesting. He laughed and finally started to move. This would be so fun. The distance to the bar had never felt so far before, but they had finally made it. Her mother stared at her when she entered and raised an eyebrow. Luffy beamed at her. This man knew of freedom and adventure and had stories to tell. She could not wait to hear them. Her mother sighed and moved her gaze to the man while Luffy excitedly tried to pull him forward. I know you are pirates, it is rather obvious. Normally I would be warier. However, since Lu seems to have taken a liking to you, I will allow you to stay. Her mother's voice did the thing that Luffy had come to associate with protection. If you hurt my daughter I will throw you out. The sea always fondly laughed when her mother did that voice. I promise we are not here to do any harm. We are just looking for a place with good booze. He laughed with his words, but Luffy could not care for the reason behind them at the moment. She pulled his hand again and he still wouldn't move. Patience, the sky chastised. Never, the sea and Luffy responded in unison. Then you may stay. What type of drinks do you all want? Her mother voice returned to normal. Rum. The group shouted and the man finally moved. Luffy pulled him to the counter and he took a seat. She struggled to get up and was grateful when the man stuck his leg out. She looked herself over to like she had promised her mother she would whenever she did something that was strenuous. Finding no issues, she turned toward the man and gave him a thumbs up. She smiled when he returned the gesture to her. Wait until he has a drink, then ask him of me. The sea told her. Luffy waited in fitfulness, her excitement making it impossible for her to stay still, until her mother placed a drink in front of him. Luffy stood on the stool and grabbed hold of his face, and smile stretching across her face. She opened her mouth and spoke. Tell me of the sea. Shaki knew something was going to happen today. She could feel it in the air like a prelude to a storm. When the Den Mushi rang early in the morning and Ray's old cabin boy was asking for him, she was not too surprised. You are in luck, he got back yesterday. She took a drag from her cigarette. Let me go grab him. She placed the speaker down on the counter. As she turned to walk away, she swears she heard the boy mutter something about it not being luck. She walked into a small back room where Rayleigh was passed out. Ray, the red boy is on the Denver. She leaned over him and nudged his shoulder. He groaned and tried to move further under the blankets. It sounded important. She pinched his ear and pulled his head up. Ow. Fine. Okay, I am up. He raised from the bed, swatting her hand away from his ear. He cracked his back and groggily stumbled into the bar. He flopped down on a stool and slouched over the counter, while Shaki returned to her task behind it. This better be really important, brat. I was Nap-Pin, he yawned as he spoke. What can you tell me about the voice of all things? The brat asked, sounding drained. Shaki paused in her movement and turned to stare at the Den. Rayleigh was awake now. He sat up straight and gripped the speaker tightly. It depends on what you are looking for. Why? Shaki leaned forward to join him. They heard the brat sigh. I found a kid that can hear it. She has fully awakened her haki but has very limited control over it, so I am going to teach her how. I need to know as much as I can about it before I start. Shaki's cigarette fell from her mouth. Rayleigh stared at the Den. You sure? That's really rare. I don't mean to insult you, but it took Roger years to reach the point where he could hear it fully. Rayleigh really hoped that somehow the brat was wrong. He knew he wasn't though. Shanks wouldn't have called if he wasn't certain. Though he could live in denial for a little while longer. Yeah, I am. She used haki in a way I have never seen before. It wasn't one of the 3 types, and when I asked her who taught her to use it, she told us the sea did. Rayleigh and Shaki cursed. Shanks laughed. It took a minute and several existential crises later. Roger, did you have a hand in this? Are laughing right now to get back any semblance of a conversation. I don't know too much about it, to be honest. Roger only began to awaken it when we went to Fishman Island, took him a few months to use it at will. He only explained it as hearing what everything had to say, and not much beyond that. The brat cursed. Do you know if it had any effects on him? The kid seems fine right now, but I need to know if there are any warning signs I need to keep an eye out for. Shank let out an exasperated sigh. To be honest, with how much haki she has, I am shocked she can contain it. Rayleigh's eyes widened. No. Damn it, now he knew for sure Roger was laughing at him. Shaki had the same suffering expression covering her face. They shared a look of mutual understanding. I am going to go get the good stuff, Shaki said as she walked away from the counter. Rayleigh sighed. Is she physically struggling to contain it, or does it seem like someone had managed to jam the ocean into a cup? He ran a hand through his hair. He hoped Shaki got back soon. If he was right about this, he was going to need to be so drunk. Shanks was quiet while he pondered the question. Ocean in a cup. Rayleigh groaned. He must have snapped. He swears he can hear Rouge laughing. She had always been far scarier than Roger or any of the Marines could have dreamed of being, and she would have found this hysterical. What is the kid's full name? He could hear shuffling as Shanks moved away from the Den to speak to someone. It took a few minutes before he returned. Monkey D. Luffy. Shanks hammered the final nail into his coffin. Today. He yelled. Shanks has no idea why Rayleigh had been so weird over the Den, nor why the man offered to come to the East Blue to help him train. The older man knew something he wasn't going to tell him, and his response when he asked left nothing but foreboding. I do actually like you, brat, so I am not going to give you a mental breakdown. That had left a bit of a sour taste in his mouth. He wasn't going to lie and say that the fact that Rayleigh did not think he could handle whatever was going didn't hurt. But he heard Shaki swear, and he had only heard that once before. So whatever this was, it must be rather big. He had a few days to kill before the old man got here, so he figured he might as well take the time to get to know the kid. It was easy enough to find the kid. She had taken to going up into the crow's nest on the Red Force and staring at the Jolly Roger. He didn't really get why she wanted to stare at it for hours, but she was free to do what she wants. He climbs into the nest and sat beside her. "Why do you like staring at the Jolly Roger?" he asked, genuinely curious about her answer. She opened her mouth and closed it again. She scrunched her brow, trying to figure out a way to convey her thoughts. "You can talk here, most the crew is in the bar and the village is out of your range." She pointed towards him and he laughed. "I can handle a little bit of hockey, pipsqueak." She shot him a glare and puffed her cheeks in a pout. "Freedom," she hesitantly spoke just above a whisper, watching him closely for any signs that it caused him pain. "It means freedom. I want to be freest person in world." Shanks smiled at that. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He knows now that this is the reason the sea brought him here. He leaned forward and pulled his straw hat from his head, holding it in his hands. "Kid, do you know what the Pirate King is?" he questioned as he twirled the hat. She shook her head. "That flag is the symbol of pirates. Some sail the seas looking for freedom and adventure. But the Pirate King is different." He paused for dynamic effect. She was staring at him intently. "The Pirate King is the person with the most freedom in the whole world." The kid broke into a huge smile. "How become?" she demanded. He smiled at her. "Set out to sea, build a crew, and find the One Piece." "One Piece?" she asked. "The former Pirate King, Gold Roger, gained everything the world had to offer and left it all in one place," he said right before he was executed, "that anyone who could find it could have it and would gain his title as King of the Pirates." Shanks watched with glee as the kid stared at him, mouth agape, but smiling nonetheless. She suddenly stood and pointed at her chest. "I'm gonna be king of the pirates and be freest," she declared, and he knew that she would. "Luffy, do you see this hat?" She nodded and plopped back down, the excitement still in her eyes at finding her goal. "This hat is my treasure, someone very important gave it to me." He pushed it down onto her head. "I am going to entrust it to you. When you become a great pirate, come give it back." He grinned at her. She smiled and extended her arm, her fist clenched all but her pinky. Shanks laughed and wrapped his own pinky around hers. It was a promise. For days later, Rayleigh docked at the island, took one look at the small girl wearing the old straw hat, pulled out his flask and chugged it. Teaching the kid how to control her hockey had been an uphill battle, even with Rayleigh's help. She seemed to pick up how to control her observation and armament while applying the same principles to the fourth form she knew. But nothing they did stopped her conquers from leaking from her words whenever she spoke. While the progress on that front was going slow, Makino's was going surprisingly fast. She had managed to pick up all the basics and could apply an extremely thin layer of armament. Shanks was shocked at how fast she did it. Rayleigh had laughed and told him that this was why you never picked a fight with a mother bear. They were far more vicious than anything else in the world. Shanks could only nod his head and agree. Luffy was frustrated. Nothing she did stopped. What she now knew was her conqueror's hockey, from spilling forth every time she spoke. She did not know what she was doing wrong. She had tried to ask the sky and sea, but they told her that there were some things she had to figure out for herself. That she could not be dependent on them for everything. That frustrated her even more. How was she supposed to figure it out herself when she didn't even know what she was doing wrong? Makino was holding her now, carrying her around, while Shanks teased her for pouting. She wasn't pouting. She wanted to yell but stopped herself. Her mother could not handle the brunt of conquers yet. She settled for sticking her tongue out at him. It caused the man to laugh harder. She was broken out of her thoughts when a loud crash filled the bar. Makino's grip on her tightened and Luffy tilted her head to see the source of the noise. A group of men stood at the entrance to the bar, one of the doors on the floor. The man at the front still had a foot in the air. She guessed he kicked it off. "Rude. Sorry for the interruption." Luffy did not like the sound of this man. His voice sounded off, as though it was a broken bell not making a proper sound. Something about it made the hair on the back of her neck stand. The bar was silent as they walked in. "So these are so-called pirates. They look like idiots," he muttered, but made sure it was loud enough to be heard. The man walked up the counter and stood near where Shanks was sitting. Makino set Luffy down behind the counter and walked over to them. "Welcome," she greeted. "We are bandits," the man bragged, looking down his nose at Makino. "We are not here to destroy your bar. We need 10 barrels of sake. I am sorry, but we're out of sake at the moment." She spoke calmly, not reacting to the man's rudeness. That's strange. The pirates are drinking something. Is it water? All the sake that we have is out there." "That's not good," Shanks spoke, pausing from eating his food. "We drank everything." "Sorry," he lightly chuckled. Shanks turned and grabbed an unopened bottle next to him. "If you want, you can have this. I haven't opened it yet." He extended to the man. The man clenched his fist and broke the bottle, spilling its contents all over Shanks. Makino's eyes widened. I'm a wanted man. I'm worth 8 million belly. One bottle won't nearly be enough. He opened his mouth to continue talking but stopped when he heard the sound of a gun ping. Get out of my bar. Makino hissed at the man. Shanks laughed and waved his hand at Makino. That really isn't necessary. She paid him no mind and glared at the bandit. Now listen her little dash, the gun went off her. The man fell to the ground and clutched his leg. Blood poured from the fresh hole in his thigh. I won't repeat myself again. Get out of my bar or the next time I shoot you it will be between the eyes. Her voice was eerily calm as she spoke. The bandit leader cursed as several of his men helped him up. I will remember this, you beach. He yelled as they dragged him from the bar. Makino, that was really not needed, Shanks said as they left. It was just sake. It wasn't about that. She moved quickly to Luffy. She kneeled down beside her and slipped her hands to cover Luffy's ears. The sound of glass breaking causes her to have a panic attack. Makino's voice wavered as the emotions finally began to hit her. Sheet, Shanks cursed jumping over the counter. Doc! He yelled. Said man stood and rushed over. This was bad. He could already feel the hockey starting to boil under her skin. Luffy was breathing heavily, her eyes tightly closed. Kid, I need you to take deep breaths, Doc ordered. Makino moved one of her hands slightly so Luffy would be able to hear. I don't think she can hear me. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a needle. What is that? Makino asked in alarm. A tranquilizer. I have been carrying them around in case something like this happened. He stuck it into her arm. With how much hockey she has, we don't have the luxury of dealing with this delicately. He caught her when it took effect. Luffy's breathing began to even out. I need to take her to the med bay. I don't know if there was anything damaged. He picked her up and looked at Makino while he spoke. Is she going to be okay? Makino asked just above a whisper. I will do everything I can, the doc promised as he rushed out the bar. When Luffy finally awoke, Makino felt such relief fill her she thought she would faint. Luffy tried to move to sit up but was stopped. Don't be trying to move yet, kid. Doc, she recalled him being called, moved said. He placed a hand on her shoulder and helped her back down. You need more time to rest, Makino spoke softly, brushing the hair from Luffy's face. Luffy turned her head to look at her. Makino looked exhausted. She had bags under her eyes and her usually neat hair was atri. Mama okay? Her voice was hoarse and came out just above a whisper. Makino's eyes widened and her mouth fell out. She pushed back her feelings and smiled down at Luffy, large and genuine. I am all right. Her voice cracked as she held back tears. She was so happy. Rest now, child, the voice commanded. Luffy fell into slumber. When Shanks walked into the med bay and saw Makino crying over Luffy, he assumed the worst. What happened? He asked, dreading the answer. Makino took a deep breath in a futile attempt to hold back her sobs. She called me mama. Shanks blinked and let out a sigh of relief. That is great. He said, taking a seat next to her. How's she doing, Doc? She put her body under a lot of stress, but we managed to avoid any real damage. She will be out for a while and I want to keep her here until she is conscious. So if she has another panic attack we can deal with it quickly. Shanks nodded and turned back to the kid. He really did not like seeing her like this. He never wanted to see this again. The next time Luffy opened her eyes it was dark. She knew her mother was beside her, she could feel her presence. Luffy stayed still as not to wake her. Luffy was mad. She was mad at herself and the bandits. She hated feeling so helpless. When she was finally free from the small place, she wasn't going to be sent back. There was no way her mother would let that happen. So why did the sound of glass shattering make her think she was back there? Why did the sound steal the air from her lungs and fill her with fear? It was just glass. She should be able to deal with the noise, and yet every time she heard it nothing in her head would work anymore. That is normal with all that happened. The sea hummed a soft tune with her words. No one expects you to be able to move on overnight, especially since you have been deprived of the ability to speak of your traumas. We may have been too harsh in the decision to have to find the solution, the complication with your words. The sky hummed the same tune as the sea. There are more important things that must be dealt with before your dependency on us. So you will tell me? Luffy asked. Yes, they replied. But not at this moment. You must rest, the sky soothed. I am not tired, Luffy complained. The sea gently laughed. Shall I tell you a story then? Yes. This is a story of a woman so fierce she made the very laws governing this world bend to her will. A woman who faced the whole world to protect the most important thing to her and won the fight. This is the story of the rampaging tyrant, Port Gastide Rouge. It took 2 days for the doc to let Luffy leave the med bay. He told her that she was not allowed to do any strenuous activity, and Luffy had done nothing but grin at him while he spoke. The moment she set foot outside the med bay doors she bolted away at her top speed. Doc had let out a long-suffering sigh at the sight. "Slow down there, kiddo," Yassip yelled as she ran and slid through his legs. Not wasting a moment to go around him. She was finally out of that room, and the sea and sky promised to tell her what she was doing wrong with her words. "We will wait longer if you harm yourself with these antics," the sky reprimanded. "Let her have her fun. Just the thought of being cooped up that long makes me ill," the sea sneered at her own mental image. She kept running until Rayleigh picked her up. "What's the rush, brat?" He chuckled. "Perfect," the sea yelled. "The problem you have with speaking is that you are far too used to only communicating with us. For us to hear you without you saying anything aloud, you must will the words into existence. You are in the most simple sense coding your thoughts with hockey. You do not need to put large amounts of will behind your words when you speak aloud. Just let them fly free as though they are birds on the wind. I shall help restrain it just this once, so you may have a frame of reference for the sensation of words without will. Now look at that man and tell him you are the storm." "Brat?" Rayleigh questioned at the sudden salience. Luffy shoot her head up to look at him. "I am the storm," she spoke softly, staring Rayleigh in the eyes as she did. "Nope," he yelled, dropping her on the ground. "I'm out." He turned on his heel and walked away as fast as possible. Once was enough. The sea roared with laughter. Things had finally settled to be less turbulent. Now that Luffy had figured out how to speak without her hockey running rampant, and was able to control it so it was not a raging storm within her, Shanks felt it was safe to leave. He and his crew would set sail a few times and return several weeks later to check up and make sure that there were no problems before they returned to the New World. The voyages had been rather uneventful. They stayed in the blue seas, not much in the blues could surprise him, and no, that was not an offer for the sea to prove him wrong. They had avoided the Marines as much as possible. The amount of trouble the Marines would cause if they found out he was going out of his way to visit a single mother and her child would be horrendous. There was little doubt in his mind that they would assume things, and he remembers well what happened on Batarilla when they had heard a rumor for God's sake, that Captain Roger had sired a child. Shanks would like to keep the world government as far away from the village as possible. When they returned and no one was at the docks, an unusual sight, Luffy had always been at the dock when they arrived. Regardless of the time. Even when they had once arrived in the middle of the night. She had nearly given Yassip a heart attack when she grabbed him. It was a glaring sign that something was wrong. The crew kept themselves at the ready as they walked into the town. Braced for the need for quick action. They tensed when they found a crowd in front of Makino's bar. Shanks moved quickly to get past the people so he could see what was happening. Makino beating a large group of men while Luffy watched eating a handful of crackers was not what he expected to see, but not an unwelcome one. "Oh, hello." Makino stopped beating the man currently in her grasp as she noticed the arrival of the pirates. "I should only be a minute more and then I will open the bar." She spoke cheerily, an odd contrast to the blood covering her fist and splattered on her shirt. "Take your time," Shanks laughed. He really liked her. "Don't move," one of the bandits yelled. In the moment that Makino had been distracted, one of the men had gotten up and moved behind Luffy. The bandit pressed his gun to Luffy's head and grabbed a hold of her arm. "If you move I will shoot her." A hush fell over all the people present. The only sound that could be heard was the continued crunch of Luffy eating her crackers, paying no attention to the man holding her hostage. Makino kept her eyes on the man as she opened her mouth to speak. "Luffy, lunchtime," she spoke calmly, not letting any of the rage she felt into her voice. Luffy's eyes light up and in less than a breath, the man was on the ground, foam spilling from his mouth. Luffy quickly stood and ran into the bar. Makino smiled as she watched her daughter run off. Shanks let out a laugh. He turned back to Makino. "Do you want us to finish cleaning up the trash?" he asked, making a sweeping motion toward the men crumpled on the ground. Makino smiled brightly and clapped her hands together. "That would be lovely. I will give you a few bottles of rum on the house as thanks." Shanks laughed. He might be in love. When Shanks left the island he had known that he had made the right choice. He had teased Luffy with her refusals to say goodbye. He thought she was pouting over the fact that they weren't coming back. He was shocked by the confusion she showed. "Why say bye? We'll see again," she had spoken with such certainty Shanks could not find a single part of him that could doubt her words. Now all that was left was to wait and see just what type of storm she would bring with her when she finally made it out to sea. When Garp arrived on the island he had been looking forward to spending time with his granddaughter. His job left a narrow time frame for any personal matters. He greatly cherished the few moments he was able to spend with her. "Gramps," he heard a voice call to him. He turned to see Luffy running towards him. He felt joy fill his entire being. She had just called him Gramps. He brightly smiled and reached out to catch her when she jumped at him. He was so happy to hear her speak again. He had been worried when she stopped talking when her mother passed, scared that the grief may have taken her voice for good. News! News! News. She chanted as she flung her arms around. His words were sloppy and she had a slight lisp, but he could not care. You got some news? He asked brightly, lifting her higher and spinning her around. She nodded her head and threw up her arms. Gonna be Pirate King, she declared. He froze in his movements, his smile slipping from his face. What? He stared at her blankly. There was no way he had heard her right. He had to have been mistaken. Gonna be Pirate King. She grabbed hold of the straw hat hanging loosely off her back and pulled it to her onto her head. Promise Shanks. He stared at her, his eyes comically wide while he did nothing but blink at her. He knew that hat. It did not take a genius to understand the meaning behind her broken sentences and slurred words. He set her on the ground and loomed over her. No grandchild of mine will be a no-good pirate, he yelled, raising his fist. Fist of love, he shouted, and he brought it down upon her head. Luffy fell to the ground and clutched her head. Fat tears rolled from her eyes as she stared up at Garp as terror poured into her bones. She clumsily with shaking hands clutched the edge of the straw hat and held it so tight her knuckles turned white. She stared at him, her whole body shaking like a leaf in the wind. She held his gaze, her eyes filled with determination. A stark contrast to her tiny shaking form. Will, she declared softly, her voice breaking as sobs threatened to spill forth. Garp sighed heavily and picked her up by the back of her shirt. Leaving you here was a mistake. We will start training to turn you into a proper Marnie. He yelled and marched toward the mountain. Garp loudly banged his fist on the door of the lone cottage at the top of the mountain. Hey! Shut the hell up, a large woman yelled as he flung the door open. Whatever it is you're selling, I don't want none. Dayton, Garp yelled. The woman's face lost all color as she saw just who she had been screaming at. She stepped back in fear and threw her hands up in mock surrender. Garp! She screamed. What are you doing here? She screeched, drawing the attention of the other inside the house. Charming as ever, he sighed. Sorry for the cold welcome. She stepped out of the doorway to make room for two men to exit the house. The first was a large man, only taller than her by a few inches. His hair was red and styled to look like a chicken. The other was short, only up to her waist. He wore a light gray turban on his head. But I hope you don't have another ridiculous favor to ask us. You realize Ace is already 10, right? She shouted at him. Oh, is he now? And how is the little scamp doing? He asked nonchalantly. Good. He laughed. Well, he is a handful, of course, the short man with turban stated. Dayton's eyes fell from Garp to the sound of light sobbing coming from the ground. She blinked a few times to make sure her eyes were not fooling her. A child was at his feet. A small girl with head buried in her knees, sobs shaking her whole body as she clutched an oversized straw hat like a lifeline. While a part of her wanted to comfort the crying child, she did not like the sight of kids crying. But she found it understandable. What sane person wouldn't want to cry at the sight of Garp? She couldn't offer any sentiment though. Not when Garp was present, and not when she just knew that this child involved some ridiculous thing that Madman would ask her to do. And we've been watching over the brat for long enough. So just take him away. The short man pleaded. Never mind, Garp waved his hand, brushing him off. Yeah, that's the problem, we do mind. The short man complained. Speaking of brats, with you shut that one up, Dayton yelled, drawing everyone's attention to the kid. Garp reached down and picked her by her shirt. Her sobs grew louder as she was lifted. She's yours now, he stated simply, as though he was talking about unimportant as the weather. Huh? Dayton drawled as she stared at the man. She was convinced he had gone senile. Wait a sec. Who is she? The tall man questioned worriedly. His hands hovering near the child but never touching. He looked at the small girl with pity as she continued to sob. Dayton only continued to stare at the crying child. Her mouth slowly forming a frown as her eyes flickered back and forth between Garp and the child. Hey Luffy, tell them hello. Garp shook her. And held her up to the three adults. He sighed when she did not answer and continued to cry. She is my granddaughter. The words forced all attention back onto Garp. What? The three bandits yelled in unison. I never heard about this, the short one yelled. And you want us to take care of the little monster, little darling I mean, Dayton shrieked in panic. No way, they all yelled in unison. Garp set Luffy down and loomed over the bandits. Fine, then I will give you two choices. You can either raise my granddaughter or spend your life in prison. He threatened. They blanched at the thought. Neither one seemed favorable. Pretty generous considering all the crimes you've committed. He laughed. No fair, the bandits. While Garp was busy threatening the bandits, he did not notice Luffy sneak away. She crawled to the base of a large tree, hoping to hide in its roots. She looked up when she heard a noise and found a boy in the branches. He glared down at her, a sneer forming on his lips. She stared back, her eyes widening while her tears slowed to a halt. Luffy did not take her eyes off him as she moved her hand to point to her cheeks. She forced herself to speak, her voice cracking and rough from all her crying. The boy narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips together. He looked ready to jump down and attack her. Like Rogue. All animosity was lost as those words left her mouth. The boy's jaw went slack and he stared at her wide-eyed like a deer frozen in headlights. What? He asked, disbelieving that he had heard her correctly. Like Rogue, Luffy spoke more clearly this time. Rogue from stories. Stories? He repeated slowly. Stories, she nodded her head. Wanna hear? The boy stared at her. A myriad of emotions dancing across his face. It all left his face quickly as the fire returned to his gaze and the sneer formed anew as he noticed Garp approaching. Luffy looked over her shoulder to see what had caused the boy's ire, only for her eyes widened in terror at the sight. The tears began anew and she quickly curled into herself again. I see you two have met. Garp spoke cheerily, paying no mind to either of the unwelcoming reactions from the two children. Luffy, this is Ace. Ace, this is Luffy. He pointed to the individual as he said their name. He is 3 years older than you. Anyway, you're going to be living with him and Dayton from now on. Her sobs increased. What? Not so fast, Dayton yelled as she rushed over. Stop crying already, he sighed as knocked her over the head with his fist. Marines don't cry. She curled in on herself further as her sobs increasing. A strong gust of wind blew through the forest. The trees bellowing with it. It made the forest sound as though it was wailing. Dayton glanced at the sky. It seemed clear now, but she knew a storm was coming. A big one, judging from how the wind was picking up. She quickly snapped her attention to Garp, wanting to get the madman to leave even faster now. We said no, Dayton yelled at the man. He turned and glared at the bandits. You'll do it. His voice lost all pretense and was cold. The blood rushed from the bandits' faces and they took a step back. Sir, as you wish, sir, they surrendered. Ace continued to glare at the man, his eyes occasionally flickering to the brat at his feet. Time to hit the road, I will stop by when I have some time. He said as he walked away from Luffy and toward the path down the mountain. What about some child support? The short bandit called after him. Put it on my tab. This isn't a bar, Dayton muttered. Huh? Nothing. Come back soon, she yelled, her voice filling with false cheer. Garp left without another word. The boy jumped down from the tree and walked past Luffy, his gaze lingering for only a moment. Boss, we're bandits. We can't take in another kid, the tall man complained. Shut up and fix dinner. She let out a tired groan as she ran her hand down her face. We will figure something out. Makino ran through the village streets. Her breathing erratic as she wildly moved her head back and forth, clearly looking for something. She only stopped her movements when she found a bin or table that needed to either be opened, or she would have to bend down to check under. She searched every nook and cranny she could. Garp, she yelled as she saw the man. Makino, what's wrong? He asked worriedly as he took in her disheveled appearance. I can't, she leaned forward and placed her hand onto her knees. He heaved and forced herself to catch her breath. Her sides burning from the exertion of running around the village. I can't find Luffy. Garp blinked at her and then laughed. No need to worry about that. I took her to live with a friend of mine so I could train her to be a strong marine. Everything was silent and it seemed as though Makino had stopped breathing. She took a deep breath and stood up straight. She stepped forward and grabbed the front of his shirt, pulling him down to her eye level. There was not a trace of the usual kindness that filled her eyes. Instead, they were cold. She peered down her nose at the face she had forced to her eye line. Her lips curled in disgust as she looked at the man as though he was something stuck to the bottom of her shoe. You did what? Luffy stayed outside and did not join the bandits for their meal. She was far too scared to enter the house. She knew that many of the people inside were dangerous and not like the pirates. She knew that Shanks and his crew could be dangerous if they wanted to, far more than the bandits could even dream of being, but when she had looked into the core of Shanks's being she knew that he wouldn't hurt her. He was kind and helped her. Even the funny old Ray Ray had asked to help teach her was the same. Dangerous but not a threat. She could tell with a single glance at the lone cottage that the same could not be said about all the people behind those walls. Luffy moved to the tree roots and climbed underneath them as she had planned to earlier. She clutched onto her straw hat and went through the breathing exercise that Shanks and Ray Ray had taught her. She needed to make sure she was ground to reality. Luffy knew that if she lost control now, it would mean nothing good. There was no one who could help her here. She felt tears start to fall again. She was so scared and didn't know what to do. Between trying to regulate her breathing and the sound of the sea and sky yelling, they were not summoning storms like the times that they had raged together before. They may have been furious, but they had enough state of mind to know that Luffy would be caught in it. Her thoughts were a mess and she could not think of a plan of action. Hey crybaby, a voice called, snapping her attention to them. Luffy wearily peeked out from her hiding spot, Not sensing anything bad from the voice, she saw the boy, Ace, he had been called, glaring at her. "The old BSTRD told you about my mom," he accused. Luffy stared at him and shook her head. The boy hissed at her. "You said you had stories," he yelled. It took her a minute to understand what he was talking about. When it hit her, she immediately jumped to her feet and gaped at the boy. "Rogue Mama?" she shouted in excitement. "What's with all the noise?" one of the bandits yelled. Ace shot a glare at them before turning back to Luffy. "Follow me," he hissed lowly as he stomped into the forest. Luffy did as he told her and trailed behind him. After a bit of walking, they reached a small clearing. The boy quickly turned around and glared at her again. "Tell me what the old BSTRD said," he demanded. She tilted her head in confusion. The words not making any sense to her. "Gee Gramps," she stuttered on the word, forcing it out as bile rose to her throat at the thought of the man. "Not tell anything." His glared sharped. "What?" he yelled in an accusatory voice, believing he was being denied the information. "See told about Rogue." Ace stared at her and blankly. This time it was her words that made no sense to him. "You don't make any sense," he yelled. "Just tell me what you know." Luffy smiled and sat down and waited for him to do the same. She called Ran Ramba Rampag.ing, she forces the words from her mouth. The length and unfamiliarity of the words making them hard for her to say. Tyrant. She FIGHTGov.gover.men T. She founding member of Revolut.ion, Ares. They sat like this for hours. Ace hanging off every broken word as Luffy retold the story of Portgas D. Rogue, the rampaging tyrant, a founding member of the revolutionaries, and how she forced even the laws of that governed the world to bend to her will. Ace had been said. When a brat had shown up with the old BSTRD and would not stop crying. It was annoying. When he found out that the old BSTRD had told the brat more about his mother than he had told him, he was livid. Why did this crybaby brat get to know more about his mother than he did? What right did she have to those stories, to the history of his blood? Why did she get to know so much when he knew nothing? He was angry, he could feel his blood boil. However, when she told him that the old BSTRD was not the one who told her, his anger dissipated slightly. He was not sure what she meant when she said the sea told her, but she could barely talk. Her words were broken and she had problems pronouncing them. She would pause often while talking to try out words as though it was her first time saying them. He figured quickly that it probably was. Ace found it safe to assume that she just did not have the words to tell him who had been the one to tell her the stories of his mother. He felt his anger lessen with each new piece of information she freely gave him. He felt fear run through his veins when she mentioned Roger. She had apologized to and confessed to not knowing much about him. The sea would tell him anything, it did not want to spoil anything for her, she had said like it made any sense. He wasn't about to argue though. He did not want her to stop telling him what she knew. This girl was weird, but she had given him more information about his mother than anyone ever had. He had sat and listened to her until the sky had gone dark. He sighed and stood up. "We should find a place to camp. Trying to get back in the dark would be suicide." She stood up and nodded her head and trailed after him. He kept an eye on her while they moved. She had more to tell him. He couldn't let her get eaten yet. "Why'd the old BSTRD drop you with the hag? You're his grandkid, right?" he asked as he gathered sticks that looked usable for a fire as he led her toward a small cave he knew was around here. He heard her whimper, and he rolled his eyes thinking she would start crying. "No, want me to pirate," she spoke softly. His eyes widened and he turned and looked at her. "You want to be a pirate?" An undertone of excitement in his voice. She beamed at him. "Gonna be Pirate King," she yelled. He laughed at that. "A crybaby like you if gonna be the Pirate King? Don't make he laugh." He moved forward and led her into the cave. "Will," she spoke firmly. With far more determination than he knew she had. She followed him into the cave and he dropped the sticks down on the ground and started to build a fire. "So the old BSTRD is trying to make you into a marine then?" He started speaking again once the fire was blazing. She nodded and looked downcast. He did not understand why she got so sad whenever he mentioned the old BSTRD. "You don't like the old BSTRD much, do ya?" She scrunched up her face and stared into the fire. "He like lady." He stared at her and laughed hysterically. "You think the old man is like a girl?" She shook her head. "The lady." She whispered like a secret. "The lady?" he questioned. She started to shake. He knew she wasn't cold with how close she was to the fire. "Lady mean. Yelled and hit me. Kept me in small dark place." Ace stared at her. He was not naive enough to not understand what that meant. Some lady had hurt this brat. She was scared of the old BSTRD because his behavior reminded her of the person that hurt her. He had seen many people in the gray terminal that had the same issue. When someone did something that reminded them of something in the past, they would start freaking out. "Lady, not like I was born." All thought left him at that. Ace felt his lungs tighten as he snapped to gaze to her. He stared at her for a while before he managed to find his voice. She didn't like that you were born? He repeated vacantly. She nodded her head and pulled the straw hat down. Neither of them uttered a word as continued to stare at her. It was silent for a brief moment before Ace once again broke it. What was your name again? Luffy. I'm Ace. He said softly as he stared at the fire. I know a cool place at the base of the forest. I can take you tomorrow if you want. Wanna go? She smiled at him and Ace could not help but smile back. Don't you think you overreacting? Garp asked as he led Makino up the mountain. Breaking my nose was a bit much. Makino scoffed at him. No, it was not. If I did not need you to take me to Luffy, I would have done far worse. He sighed. I understand that you worry about her, but this will be for the best. Enough. She yelled and stopped moving. You do not get to decide what is best for her. She is my child, you don't have the right. He turned and glared at her. I don't have the right? I have more of a right than you do. I am her grandfather and you are just a woman I let watch her. That couldn't even do that and let her get coerced by pirates. I am her mother, she screamed. I changed her diapers. I took care of her when that woman abandoned her with me. I helped her take her first steps. I taught her, her first words. I cared for her when she caught her first cold. I feared for her when that woman came back after 3 years and took her. I went up to and tried to see her nearly every day and was denied. I held her through her nightmares and I treated the wounds she had from her time with that woman. I have been helping her deal with what happened to her. And those pirates that you spit upon saved her life. Makino moved forward and bared her teeth at Garp. While you weren't here. While you ignored all the times I told you something was wrong and left her to be beaten by that woman. So no, you don't have the right to make any decisions regarding Luffy. You lost that right when you decided to be a blithering fool and hide in willful ignorance. So you will take me to my daughter right now so that I can do what is actually in her best interest. Garp stared at the woman glaring at him murderously and swallowed. Ow. All right, he croaked. He turned around and continued up the mountain. When the sun lit up the sky, Ace and Luffy left the cave and made their way down the mountain. Ace matched Luffy's pace as they walked as he tried his best to make sure that she had no problems with the path. The two walked in silence until they reached the bottom of the mountain. Luffy let out an excited gasp, her eyes lighting up at the new sight. This is the Grey Turmoil. You can find almost anything here. He smiled and led her toward the garbage pile. Sabo was bored. Ace hadn't shown up yesterday and there was not much else he could do without the other boy except for looking through the garbage piles for anything that could increase their pirate fund. Doing that alone quickly lost appeal and grew tedious. He had managed to rob a few people, but that was also not the same when he did it alone. Sabo, he heard Ace call his name. Sabo turned toward the noise and smiled at the other boy. Ace called to him. His face froze in shock at the sight of a girl trailing just behind Ace. Who's that? Sabo asked, pointing at her. This is Luffy. The old man dumped her with the bandits, he spoke nonchalantly. I'm surprised you brought her with you. Sabo's brow scrunched in confusion at his friend's behavior. Shut up! Ace yelled at the other boy. Luffy ran over to the blonde and stuck out her hand. Sabo blinked at it for a moment before taking it. NCEMETU, she forced out, her voice sounding rough. He tilted his head in confusion at the sound but nonetheless returned the greeting. Did something happen to your voice? He asked. She looked confused for a moment before realization crossed her features. TALK los TS Noah said to TALK. Sabo raised an eyebrow trying to piece together her broken sentence. It was made far more difficult with the scratchiness of her voice. She was talking to me a lot yesterday. Apparently, the old BSTRD had some secrets that he thought no one knew but she did. And she just told you? That sounded suspicious. Why would she give up information for free? Ian. Sabo turned to Ace and waited for a translation. She doesn't like the old BSTRD. She thinks he is mean, so she had no problem telling me. Ace grinned. Sabo raised his eyebrow, but did not question further. So what do you want to do? Ace pursed his lips and thought. We could go rob some people or see if there is anything cool laying around. Sabo hummed and turned his gaze toward Luffy. How about we rob some people? If this is her first time in Grey Terminal, it should at least be interesting. Luffy nodded her head enthusiastically. Well, then it's settled, let's go find some suckers. The conversation was cut short when Luffy reached out once more and grabbed his hand and Ace's with the other. She pulled them forward and ran back toward the forest. What are you doing? Ace yelled as he was pushed into a bush. She removed her hand from his and slapped it over his mouth. Sabo turned to ask the same but noticed she was not looking at either of them. She stared ahead. Her gaze was sharp but not deadly. She looked panicked. Like a wild animal that had been backed into a corner and was trying to flee. The two boys followed her gaze to a large ugly man holding a mace and two very beat-up smaller men with him. Sheet, Ace heard Sabo's muffled curse. Sabo removed her hat from his mouth and kept his voice low while he talked. Makino had finally managed to reach the small mountain hut early in the morning. They had spent their night hiking up the path in the dark while trying to shield themselves from the light rain. While it was not enough of a storm that they would be forced to find shelter, it had drastically slowed them down. When she finally made it to where Garp had taken her daughter, she felt her anger grow even further. That man had left her child with people that were not fit to be near children, let alone care for one. They were wanted criminals who expressed that they wanted nothing to do with the children. Children. She was beyond livid when she found out there had been another child forced to live here. When she inquired about the other child, Ace, she learned, it took all over her willpower not tear these people apart. The way they talked about the boy burden, monster, demon spawn, it sickened her. No child should be forced to live with such cruel people. She knew what she was going to do when she found the kids. Luffy would surely enjoy having an older brother, and with what she just saw, she can safely say that Ace would not object to leaving. And if Garp tried to stop, well, she would deal with what remained of his body when that time came. She was already planning to at least put the man in a full body cast for leaving any child in these conditions. Not to mention that the people that Garp had trusted enough to look after two children were not even capable of such. The kids were missing. They had wandered off into the forest the day before and no one was looking for them. Makino cursed as she trudged her way through the forest. Luffy, she yelled. Ace. For now, while she searched for them, all she could do was pray that they were safe. Sheet, Sabo cursed when he saw the people they had robbed early enter the forest with a large man. I didn't know they were Blue Jam pirates. Ace clicked his tongue as they slowly got closer to their pirate fund. They are going to find the stash at this rate. Sabo cursed again as he watches them. Important? Luffy asked, tilting her head at the scene, a look of confusion covering her features. Very, Ace hissed. We need that fund to start our pirating carriers, Sabo elaborated. Luffy's eyes widened and her gaze sharpened. We need to find a way. Where did she go? She is over there. Sabo pointed to where Luffy now stood in front of the large man. The man peered down at her. That kid might know the other one. One of the men covered in bandages spoke. Oh? The large man scoffed. Luave. The man blinked and then broke out laughing. Kid, you seem confused about something. We are Blue Jam pirates, we aren't going anywhere. Now if you give us the money, we might at least let you live. Leave. If you want to do this the hard way, then leave. The man fell to his knees as the breath was forced from his lungs. He gasped as she tried to force them to work again. He shot a glare at the girl and reached out to grab her. She easily maneuvered away from him. You little beach, what did you just do? He hissed as he struggled to stand again. He lunged at her, his shaking legs failing at the movement, forcing him to fall on his face. He struggled to look up at her again. Luffy stepped forward, opened her hand, swiftly moved it towards the man's face. Slap. The sound echoed through the area. The large man fell toward the ground unmoving. Luffy turned towards the men wearing bandages. She pointed to the large man. Leave. The two men scrambled to comply, quickly dragging the large man away. Holy shit. What the actual F-da? How did you do that? Ace asks, glancing back and forth between Luffy and where the Blue Jam pirates once stood. Hockey, Luffy deadpanned. What is hockey? Is it some kind of superpower? Is it some type of devil fruit? But I thought those were only myths. What was Luffy held up her hand, stopping Sabo's onslaught of questions. She turned to look deeper into the forest. A wide smile suddenly appeared on her face. Mama, she yelled, grabbing hold of the two boys' hands and running into the forest. Mama? They questioned in unison. Luffy pulled the two boys forward to a woman in the distance. Lu! The woman exclaimed as she rushed forward. Luffy stopped in front of the woman and smiled. Ace, Luffy smiled, lifting said boy's hand above her head. Sabo, she repeated the motion. The woman smiled and started checking the three over. Are any of you hurt? She fussed. Ace and Sabo were baffled but managed to croak out a no. I told you they would be fine, Garp said, exiting a brush behind Makino. Luffy paled when she saw him, her grip tightening on the hands she held as her arms dropped. The reaction did not go unnoticed. Old BSTRD, Ace hissed at the man moving forward slightly. That is no way to talk to your grandpa, Garp yelled as he quickly rounded on the boy. Fist of love, he shouted as he brought his fist towards Ace's head. His hand never made contact. Luffy pulled on the hand she was holding and pulled Ace away, while Makino grabbed Garp's wrist. Makino looked at Garp with ice in her gaze. You dare to try and lay your hands on a child? Her voice was low as threats unspokenly laced her words. He needs to learn how to behave if he is going to be a proper Marnie, Garp defended. Ace scoffed. I told you I ain't gonna be no shitty marine. Yes, you will, you brat. The grip Makino had on him tightened while she poured hockey into her hand, causing Garp to wince. I don't care what excuses you make, you will not lay your hands on these children. Nor will you attempt to force them to fit whatever mold you have planned out for them. Garp sighed like he had been the one wronged. Makino, you don't understand, he started. I understand plenty, she hissed. I know far more than you think I do. Unless you truly believe that woman managed to keep her mouth shut. Garp's eyes widened at the implications. She told you, he whispered fear-stricken. How many others knew then? No, Makino denied. But she told Lu, and if you think my daughter wouldn't tell me, then you are a fool. Then you must understand why she must become a marine. Makino laughed coldly at his words. You are a bigger fool than I thought. It is that reason why she can't. It will make her safe, he insisted. It will get her killed, she spat. It would not matter how high in the ranks she climbed nor the achievements she earned. They would find out and use her as leverage. Then when they had no more they could gain from her, they would dispose of her. That is not true. Stop deluding yourself. You have been a dog of the world government long enough to know it is. Makino sighed and looked at him with pity. And I understand that it is hard for you to admit that they are wrong. Because if you do that, you have to admit that the actions you did in their name were not always justified, and it scares you. She took a deep breath and let the ice return to her gaze. But I will not let you put my child in harm's way, so you may run from your guilt. Garp stayed silent as his expression crumples. Makino let go of him and turned the kids. Ace stared at her in awe. While he did not understand much of what they were talking about, he had never seen someone silence the old man or stop him in any way. Makino let the ice leave her eyes and smiled warmly at the kids. Why don't you come with me and we can get something to eat? The kids nodded and followed after Makino, leaving Garp behind in the forest. Luffy grabbed the edge of her shirt. Her breathing was erratic. This could not be happening. There was no way that Sabo could. No. She would not even think that. This was not happening. It happened. No. No. No, 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 it couldn't be. His fate was sealed the moment he crossed paths with those vile worms. What? Sealed? That would mean. No, it couldn't. Did you know what was going to happen? Yes. Luffy froze at the response before rage washed over her. You knew he was going to die and didn't tell me? How could you? I could have saved him. Do you need us to wipe your butt for you too? The response shocked her. Luffy had never heard the voice swear. We are not your caretakers, nor are we obligated to carry you on our backs. You are being capable of thought, use it. If you want to change the course of fate, then use your own hands. Make your own choices. You do not need us to coddle you. If you don't like the path that is in front of you, then defy it. Luffy bit her lower lip. She knew they were right. That she needed to do things herself. That she needed to stop being so dependent on them, but they couldn't have done it differently. Why did her lesson have to be learned at the cost of Sabo? It wasn't fair. If she had been stronger, none of this would have happened. If she had understood what they meant when they told her she was dependent, she could have made up her own mind and gone after Sabo. Instead, she waited for someone to tell her what to do. If she had been stronger, Blue Jam would have never been able to take him in the first place. She was weak. Weak. She was weak. She needed to be stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. Strong enough that she would never have to lose someone important to her again. The salt air tasted sweet to Luffy. It held no bitterness, only the promise of freedom, adventure, and so much more. It had been mere moments after her island had faded from her sight, the point of no return behind her, that a storm swept in and threatened to sink her boat. A welcoming, the sea laughed as she raised her waves. Luffy laughed along with her as she crawled into a barrel to avoid the storm. She did not know where she would end up, but she knew it would be fun. It took several hours for anything to change. The ebb and flow of the water had long since rocked her to sleep. Luffy awoke to the sound of voices outside her barrel. She made no movements and stretched out her haki around her to feel her surroundings. From what she could, she was on a large boat with another next to it. While most of the people were centered in one area, she could feel many moving around both ships. She shrunk her focus to those just outside her barrel. 3 men and 1 child. It did not feel as though anyone was a threat her, none of them had the aura that haki wielders do, so she would not have worry if things came down to a fight. Though she decided she would watch them, for now. She was mildly curious about what these people were doing, and if it turned out to be something boring, she could still use a bit more sleep. Luffy quickly came to the conclusion that she did not like these 3 men. The way they loomed over the child, causing him to shake in fear, was not something she liked the implications of. As the larger man reared up to punch her barrel, Luffy figured this was as good as any moment to make her entrance. She shifted her body so she could jump up. Luffy angelied her hand so it hit the man in the chin. I slept so great, she yelled as she moved. She smiled at the shocked faces of the other two men. "Who the hell are you?" they screeched. "Your friend will catch a cold sleeping there," she spoke nonchalantly. "You're the one who knocked him out." She stepped out of the barrel, ignoring the two. Luffy turned to the kid. He had large glasses covering most of his face. "Impractical," she thought offhandedly. "I'm starving, got any food?" The boy did not answer and stared in terror behind her. Luffy knew what he was looking at. The other two had not taken kindly to their friend being knocked out and had decided that violence was the best way to handle the situation. She did not want to deal with fools like these. Fools who could not even take a moment to look beyond themselves and wonder why there was a girl in a barrel, to begin with. Luffy sighed internally and turned around. She flung her fist out, using far more movement than it would take, slowing herself so the men would be able to see them, and broke their swords. "That was rude," Luffy said as she looked down at them disapprovingly. The men paled and scrambled to grab their fallen friend and rush out of the room. "What, quick! You gotta run!" The kid jumped to yell at her. "If those guys come back with their buddies, then they will kill you on the spot." Luffy laughed. "I don't care about that, I'm starving." The kid continued to yell at her about many more of those men that were on the ship and she needed to flee. Luffy paid him no mind and tuned his voice out as she focused on her quest for food. She attempted to move forward towards where she could smell something good, but the kid clung to her arm in an attempt to stop her. Luffy continued to ignore him as she moved forward, the extra weight not bothering her. She entered a storage area and laughed loudly. "Food! Food!" she chanted as she started to dig through everything before her. She was disappointed that there was not any meat, but she would make do. The apples she found weren't bad, while not her favorite fruit she would still eat them happily. Food was food after all. She could hear the kid start talking to her again, no longer hearing a whine in his voice. She listened to him. "My name is Kobe." "What's yours?" he asked. His voice calmer now, though there was a slight tone in his voice Luffy did not like. He spoke gently, choosing each of his words carefully as though he was testing her reactions, trying to see what would set her off. Luffy did not like when people were forced to learn to do that. "I'm Luffy," she spoke sloppily and cheerfully between bites of the apples. She hoped that the ridiculous sight she made would take some of the pressure off the kid. "Is this a pirate ship?" The kid shook his head, keeping a slight distance from her. "No, this is a passenger ship that is being raided by pirates." He spoke mournfully. "Pirates under the command of Lady Alevda." Luffy caught the change in tone when he spoke the name of the pirate captain. She could make a decent guess at what that meant. "Who cares? I want to know if there are any boats on board." She quickly changed the topic. She could sense some of the tension leave the kid when the pirates were no longer the topic. "I think there are a few," he said softly. "That's good. 'Cause mine got stuck into some big whirlpool." She spoke with exaggerated movements as she delicately let her haki fill the room in a calming aura. "That huge one from earlier." He exclaimed, "No way. No one could have survived that." Luffy laughed and smiled at the kid. It was a huge surprise. The kid weakly smiled back at her. "So, are you one of the pirates or one of the passengers?" Luffy asked calmly. The kid's face fell and Luffy listened as the kid recalled his story to her. Of how he was being forced to work for the pirates. "Why don't you just leave?" she asked gently. She already knew the answer though, she understood far better than most, but it wouldn't hurt to give the kid a push. "No way. I can't do that. Just the thought of Alvida finding me makes me want to throw up." Luffy hummed at his answer. This Lady Alvida would have to go. Luffy knew that as long as the kid thought that that woman would come for him, the fear that no one could stop her, he would allow himself to be pushed around for fear of making it worse. Plus, beating up a woman who had no qualms with kidnapping kids and forcing them to work for her would be fun for Luffy. Though before Luffy did that she would have to get this kid to stand up for himself. There would be no point in interfering if the kid went and let himself get pushed around by the next person who tried to use him. "Do you want to work for her forever?" she questioned, pushing a bit more haki at him to ensure he would speak honestly. "No. I have my own dream of what I want to do," he sighed mournfully. "Though I probably won't be able to do it now." Probably. That was a good sign, he hadn't fully given up yet. Even if it was small, there was a bit of fight left in him. She could work with this. "What about you? Do you have a dream?" Luffy smiled largely at him, showing a bit more teeth and looking a bit more like a wild beast than she intended. Luckily she had enough haki calming the kid so he did not react. "I'm gonna be king of the pirates." The boy stared blankly at her until the words sunk in. "No way. It's impossible. Pirates from all over the world are looking for the One Piece. There is no way. Impossible. Impossible." He yelled in panic, frantic, shanking his head back and forth in disagreement. The kid was working himself into a panic. Luffy knew that other people did not have the same problem she had, but Luffy had read lots and lots of books. Sabo couldn't read anymore, so she would read for him, about many things. Luffy knew that the kid could still have problems if he had a panic attack. She quickly reached out and placed her index finger right between his eyebrows, directly sending a burst of calming haki into him. He froze in his movements and stared at her. "It is not about if I can do it." She spoke slowly, making sure he was listening to her. "I am doing this because I want to. I have chosen this, and if I have to die fighting for it, then I die." The kid's eyes widened at her words and Luffy saw a spark flash in them. Good. She was making progress. "I never thought of it like that," he whispered. "If I put my mind to it, if I am prepared to die for it, could I do something like that?" "Like what? Do you think I could ever join the Marines?" "Marines?" "Yes," Kobe shouted. The spark burning brighter. "Catching bad guys is the only thing I have ever wanted to do. Do you think I could do it?" "How should I know?" Luffy could see his face start to fall, so she quickly continued. "That is entirely up to you." "Then I will do it. I will break out of here and catch Alvida myself." Luffy smiled at his words, but she did not reveal in it for long. She grabbed the back of Kobe's shirt and pulled him back towards the wall. Right as she did, the ceiling came crashing down. A large overweight woman standing in the wreckage. "Who is it that you plan on catching, Kobe?" The large woman spat. Kobe stepped back in fear at the sight of her. "Well? Answer me." This must be the pirate captain that Kobe was afraid of. While it was sooner than Luffy would have liked, she had just lit the fire in Kobe. If it was snuffed out so soon, getting it started again would be far harder. She could work with this. Luffy pulled her haki back from the room and centered her calming haki on Kobe. If she managed to subdue his fear enough, then she just might be able to get Kobe to stand up for himself. The whale, Luffy had decided to name this Alvida woman, turned to Luffy and looked down her nose at her. "My guess is you are not Zoro the pirate hunter." Luffy did not acknowledge her and kept her focus on Kobe. She had stepped back enough that Kobe would not be able to cling to her and would have to face the whale himself. Luffy kept her calming haki on him, not throwing him to the wolves, just yet. "Kobe," the whale bellowed. Luffy inwardly cringed at the noise. "What is the most beautiful of all on these seas?" Kobe stuttered out nonsense as he tried to form an answer. He would need more help, Luffy realized. "Hey, Kobe, who is the fat lady?" she asked blandly, pointing at the whale. The crewman and Kobe stared at her in horror. "You runt," the whale screeched, swinging a massive spiked iron club at her. Luffy was able to move away easily enough, even while slowing her movements. Luffy jumped in front of Kobe and picked him up by the collar. "Let's go." Luffy jumped again with more force and landed on the deck. She maneuvered, fighting the crewman while dragging Kobe along with the other hand. Once he was close to the rail and further away from where the whale was, she let him go and started to fight with more flourish. Luffy exaggerated her dodges and attacks. While anyone who knew anything about fighting would probably feel embarrassed by the silly movements, Luffy knew that to a kid with no training it would look cool. Luffy could see Kobe staring at her in awe as she took down the people who had been making his life hell. It was short-lived as the whale climbed back onto the deck, her face beet red at the sight of her crewmen sprawled out on the deck. The whale calmed herself and approached with more caution, obviously on guard. "You are more skilled than the average deck swapper. Are you a bounty hunter?" "No, I'm a pirate." The whale laughed. "A pirate? All on your own? Well, since we aren't friends, I suppose you won't have any problems with me killing you." Kobe came up to her again and tried to get her to leave once more. "You gotta run. Out of all the villainous cheats on the seas, Alvida is dash." Luffy turned her gaze to him and steeled it slightly to show her resolve. "One more push should do it." Kobe stared at her before turning to the whale. "You're the ugliest thing on the sea," he yelled. Luffy threw her head back and laughed. Kobe had done it. He could be free now. "What did you say?" the whale sputtered. "I am leaving," Kobe stated firmly, not backing down. "I am going to join the Marines. Then I am going to spend the rest of my life beating up dirty pirates like you." "Do you have any idea what you are saying?" the whale hissed. "I do. I'm going to join the Marines and there is nothing anyone can do to stop me. And when I do, I am going to catch your lousy butt first." "You're dead, brat," the whale hollered as she raised her club. Luffy stopped laughing and took a deep breath. She placed one of her hands on Kobe's head and ruffled his hair while the other caught the club before it could land. "Well said, Kobe." Luffy turned toward the whale and smiled, showing all of her teeth. She swiftly stepped forward and slammed her open palm into the whale's stomach, sending the whale flying backward and off the ship. Luffy laughed and brushed her hands on her pants. She really needed to wash them. She had been touching far too many dirty things today. Luffy lazily tilted her head to the remaining crewmen. "Hey, you," she shouted at them. "Yes," the sputtered out. "Go find a boat and give it to Kobe. He is leaving you ship to join the Marines. You are not going to stop him." Luffy spoke firmly, leaving no room for arguments. She threw in a bit of conkers to make sure no one got any funny ideas. The crewmen sputtered out agreements and ran off to follow her orders. "Thank you, Luffy," Kobe said, overjoyed. Luffy turned around to look at him, but before she could say anything the boat was rocked by cannon fire. Sheet. She got to focused on what was right in front of her and the Marine snuck up on her. "Perfect timing, head over there and tell them you want to join," Luffy said as she jumped over the railing into a lifeboat. "I'm a pirate, so I'm out of here." Kobe started to ramble at her again. She was starting to think it was funny. He jumped into the boat with her as she unhooked it and set sail. She could not wait to see what was waiting for her next chapter text. As Luffy walked through the town, Kobe trailing behind her trying to stop her in her attempts to meet the pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, she let her haki spread around her. While the town looked normal by all appearances, filled with the hustle and bustle of civilian life, it felt strange. It felt like walking on eggshells. It reminded Luffy of how Kobe first acted when she first met him. Fearful and waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the blow to land. This was not a good sign. Especially, since this town was centered around a Marine base. Luffy could make a pretty good guess at what was happening here, and she did not want to get involved. While she felt pity for the people of this island, she was a pirate, not a revolutionary. She would check out the island, keeping as low of a profile as possible, see if there was anything worth her time and then leave. When Kobe yelled out the name of the Marine captain stationed on this island and the people around them jumped like they had been hit, any doubt of what was happening was gone. She would need to hurry then. It did not take long for her to find her target. Considering he was tied up and on display. There were two things that this could mean, and she needed to know which it was before she made any drastic moves. First, he was a bloodthirsty monster that hunted pirates so he would be able to kill legally. That he had crossed a line that even the Marines would not turn a blind eye to, and they were making an example out of him. Second, he was a person with a strong moral code, and he defied the Marines because something they did went against that code. The Marines don't allow people to question them, so they placed him out here as an example. Either way, he was meant to be out here as an example to someone. Judging from the way the town was and what Luffy could glean off the surface of his being, she was not good at looking too deeply and not being noticed. Causing a tied-up and obviously starving man distress was not on her to-do list. She was leaning toward the second of the two scenarios. She would need to observe more to see if he would be good for recruiting. Especially, since she would no doubt have to fight the Marines to get him to join her. She did not want to go through all the annoyance of fighting these Marines only to find out her guess had been wrong and he really was just a scumbag. Though in all the ways she was planning to go over there and test his character, a little girl approaching him first was not one of them. Well, this was not what she wanted to do, but she could work with this. Beggars can't be choosers. At the very least, Luffy was certain she could get to the little girl before the man managed to hurt her. Kobe started to freak when the man yelled at the little girl, worried that this was a sign of violence, while Luffy's opinion of the man was rising. The man seemed to have a decent understanding of what would happen if the little girl was caught helping him and was trying to force her to leave. He chose to take a more drastic approach, since he could not do much else, to get her to leave rather than sweet-talk the little girl into letting him go. The man had enough honor not to use a child for his own gain. The small moment was interrupted by what might be 3 Marines. Luffy doubted that the man in the horrid purple suit and chopped bowl cut was a Marine. Even their standards aren't that low. The purple suit stole one of the little girl's rice ball, shoving it in his mouth in a rather crude display of arrogance. They could have been poisoned, they were meant for a criminal, and proceeded to spit it out nearly immediately. Horrible! He shrieked loud enough that they could make it out from their perch on the wall, even without using haki. The purple suit continued to yell, something about sugar? Luffy really did not care. She was not going to waste energy to listen to that man, and rip the rest of the rice balls from the little girl's hands before stomping them into the ground. Luffy could hear the little girl begging him to stop. Luffy would have to think of something mean to name him. She probably wouldn't though. That would be far too much effort to waste on someone she would forget existed in an hour. The purple suit bragged about how his father, Captain Morgan, had ordered that anyone who assisted criminal would be executed. Haha, no. Luffy was very many things, but she was not someone who would just watch a child be murdered in front of her. While Luffy did not want to start anything with the Marines of this island, if they were going to do something like that in her presence, Luffy would level this place. Luckily it seemed that the purple suit man was a coward. Instead of ordering the little girl shot or stabbed, he had her thrown over the wall. Luffy moved fast to catch the little girl before she hit the ground. Luffy dusted them both off. A quick scan with told her that the worst injury the little girl had was a skinned knee. Maybe that would help her learn not to break into government facilities to talk to wanted criminals, or maybe not. It wouldn't do much to dissuade Luffy. She handed the little girl over to Kobe and let him handle it. Luffy climbed over the wall and approached the man in the now solitary field. She stared at him until he noticed her. I hear you're a bad guy. Are you still here? The man's voice dripped in exhaustion. That was usable. His buttons would be easier to push and Luffy could get some honest reactions out of him even if she did not nudge the truth out of him with her haki. Displayed out here for all the world to see, are you really that strong? Mind your own business. The man snapped. Luffy walked closer, keeping her body language neutral. If I were you I would have starved to death in 3 days, Luffy lied while laughing at her own joke. Mama would not be pleased if she knew Luffy was making jokes like these. I have more spirit than you will ever have, he grinned at her. An inferno lit behind his eyes. I will survive this. This man had great resolve. Another point in his favor. Luffy smiled and let out a small laugh. She turned to leave, she needed to investigate more before she made up her mind. The man stopped her. Wait, hold on. Oh? Was he going to ask her to set him free? Was that resolve just for show? Or did the man not have a problem using people as long as they weren't children? Luffy watched the man as he turned his eyes toward the rice balls in the dirt. Could you pick that up for me? You gonna eat this? Luffy made sure there was no judgment in her tone. Shut up and give it to me. The man snapped. Luffy messed up her tone, she guessed. She was still bad at that. Mama and Ace always seemed to be able to tell what emotion she was trying to convey even without much change in tone. It was impossible to mess up with the sky and sea. She could just will her emotions at them. She would need to work on this. Luffy still did as he asked. Dad fed him the mud-covered rice balls. The man struggled to eat it. From the look on his face, it must have tasted bad. Regardless, he still ate it all. It was good. Thanks for the food. More points in his favor. She was really starting to like him. After leaving the man and climbing back over the wall, it did not take Luffy long to find Kobe. She had kept his presence pinned within her observation so she would not lose track of him. She found Kobe with the little girl, carefully treating some of her scraps. Hey, Luffy called out to the little girl. She sniffled and turned to look at Luffy. He said your rice balls were good. The little girl stared at Luffy before her face lit up with realization. Really? Yep. He ate every last grain of rice. The little girl wiped the tears from her face and smiled. That's great. Luffy sat down on a barrel near the two. Kobe staying oddly silent. It took a moment for him to speak. I wonder if Zoro is as evil as everyone thinks he is. He's not. The little girl vehemently denied. He's good, she started softer. He got himself punished for us. What do you mean by that? Luffy asked gently. It's all that dumb Helmeppo's fault. He's the son of Captain Morgan, so no can stand up to him. He brought a huge dog into the restaurant that my mama owns and it went to attack me. Zoro killed it to save me. When Zoro started to kick Helmeppo's butt, Helmeppo threatened me and my mama. So Zoro made a deal with him. If Zoro can survive a month strung up out there, he will leave my mama and me alone and then let Zoro go. The little girl took a deep breath before continuing. It has been 3 weeks since then and Helmeppo keeps punching and kicking him while he is tied up. He is not being fair. The little girl started to cry again. Luffy can now say 2 things for certain. Purple Suit deserved to get his butt kicked and Zoro was joining her crew. Luffy could ensure that Zoro would survive 10 more days. If Luffy used her haki just right, she might be able to channel her energy into Zoro and have him use her energy instead of his own. She had never tried it before, but this would be as good a place as any to learn. The only other thing she had to do was avoid the Marines in the meantime. Once Zoro was free, she would let him decide how to handle Purple Suit. The sound of glass shattering caught their attention. While the noise did not hold the same amount of danger for Luffy anymore, that did not mean she liked it at all. The noise made her crinkle her nose in disgust. It was like nails on a chalkboard. She could feel Purple Suit's aura coming from where the sound originated from. He was no doubt making a ruckus. While she would like to avoid him as much as possible for the next 10 days, she felt he had earned a fair bit of broken bones. Luffy quietly entered the restaurant and kept her distance. While she could not do anything to him that would be obviously her, there were many things she could do that would look like an accident. Luffy did not pay attention to what nonsense he was espouting until something caught her attention. Execute Zoro tomorrow, followed by an ear-grating laugh. That lying, sleaze, a-hole. He had no honor and she was going to break his jaw. If nothing but lies came out of his mouth, it would no doubt be an improvement. Luffy ran towards him and flung the table across the room. Using the surprise to distract the Marines with him, she pulled back her fist and punched the purple liar in the jaw. She felt a bit of satisfaction with the crunch that came from it. Luffy, no! Kobe screamed as he rushed forward and wrapped himself around her in an attempt to stop her from attacking again. Luffy kept an eye on the Marines. While they did not have haki, they were supposed to be highly trained soldier. Based on how their muscles moved when she threw the table, they had not kept up with her. If that is the level of the Marines on the island, she feared for the state of the base. Youhme. The purple suit screeched, clutching his mouth as he failed to make his words come out clearly. Mca Tyan Morgans on. I do not care. Luffy hissed. Youwillcarewhn he executes youforth is. Fight me yourself, coward. She growled. Kobe managed to hold her back long enough for the purple lying coward to leave. While she could have easily broken free, she did not want to harm Kobe. She took a deep breath to calm herself and waited for Kobe to let go. Now she was going to fight those Marines and save her first crewmate. Why are you back? Zoro asked, obviously annoyed. I am going to untie you and then you are going to join my crew, Luffy stated. What? I have decided that you are going to join my pirate crew, so I can't let you die here. Zoro laughed at her words. No way. I would never stoop to joining with a criminal. What's wrong with being a pirate? At least I keep my word. What is that supposed to mean? Zoro hissed. That purple lying coward is planning to execute you tomorrow, she stated bluntly. Zoro's eye widened as the color fed his face. So if you join my crew I will untie you and we can leave. Zoro was quiet for a moment. My swords, I can't leave without them. Luffy tilted her head to the side and thought. Do they have names? Luffy asked. Zoro raised an eyebrow at her. When her gaze did not falter he answered. One of them does. It's named the Wado Isahimanji. Luffy nodded in acknowledgement and then headed toward the marine base. Wado Ikamanji, she called out to the sword. I am here to take you back to Zoro. Tell me where you are. Here, Luffy heard the faint call of steel. Here, I am here. Luffy followed the voice to a pink-covered room. She easily located the swords, they really stood out, and went to grab the one she could hear the voice coming from. All of us, the swords spoke together. We are all Roronoa Zoro's limbs. Limbs? A sword is the extension of the person who wields them. When used right we become as though another limb. Luffy nodded in understanding. While not getting how Zoro used 3 swords she would not just leave things that were Zoro's behind. Luffy picked them up and made her way to the window. Looking down she could see Kobe attempting to untie Zoro. She pushed the window open and jumped down. Luffy ran over to the two and held out the swords in front of Zoro. Yours? He smiled and nodded. All of them are mine. Well, what do we have here? A criminal who dares to commit treason against me. You will die for this. Luffy turned to look at who spoke. It was a large man with an axe for a hand. Luffy vaguely recalled Kobe calling the captain of this base Axe Hand. This must be why. Well, this saved her the trouble of going to look for him. She couldn't risk him turning his ire to the townsfolk once they were gone. She would just take him out and leave. If there were any decent Marines in this base, they would use this opportunity to remove him from power. Though the real question was whether or not to let Zoro fight. She could tell he was getting ready to, but he had gone for 3 weeks without food. While this would be a good opportunity to gauge his fighting style and abilities, she knew the fatigue had to be getting to him. She turned to look at him and caught his eye. He seemed disgruntled by whatever he saw. I can fight, he insisted. Did he just read her? That was a first. She was extremely good at keeping the emotion off her face when she did not want it there. Only Mama and Ace had ever been able to read her face. He might have some latent haki. She would need to look into it later. Luffy nodded and watched as Zoro stepped forward to fight. Keep the Marines away from Kobe. I am going to kick that big guy's butt, Luffy said as she stepped in front of him. Zoro stared at her and laughed. You must be confident in your abilities to fight a Marine captain alone. Luffy gave him a baffled look. Is he supposed to be strong? Zoro laughed loudly as Luffy turned to look at Morgan. She squinted her eyes and leaned forward, doing a more focused scan with her haki. She could tell based on how he held himself that strength was his strong point. His muscles, while they had more strength than the average person, weren't even on the level the bears in the forest on her island. I don't see it. Zoro continued to laugh as Kobe started to snicker. Did she say something funny? You scum. You dare mock me. I am the great Captain Morgan. I will kill you for this. Get them. The Marines rushed toward them and raised their swords, but Zoro moved faster. Zoro blocked their blades with his own. One in each hand and one in his mouth. Don't move, Zoro hissed at the Marines. Their bodies tensed as they heard the threat lacing his words. It seems I don't have much of a choice. No matter what I do I will become a criminal today, so I might as well join you. But I want you to know one thing, while I am with you the only thing I will dedicate myself to is fulfilling my ambition. Zoro stared her down, the inferno blazing again. Luffy tilted her head in question. I will be the world's greatest swordsman. Luffy smiled at his words and nodded in approval. It was a good dream. If somewhere along the way I have to give that up, I want to accept responsibility and apologize to me from the next world. Luffy grinned, he was going to be fun. Why are you idiots just standing around? The axe yelled. Luffy turned her gaze back to him. Right, he was a thing. She was really done with this whole thing. She had gotten her first crewmate and she wanted to spend time getting to know him. She just wanted to be down with these annoyingly arrogant Marines. Luffy raised her leg and kicked the Marines off Zoro. She put just enough haki into her leg to break their swords. Who the hell are you? Zoro asked, shocked by the casual display of skill. I am Monkey D. Luffy and I'm gonna be king of the pirates. She smiled as she spoke, showing off all her teeth while her eyes looked feral. Zoro paled and swallowed. Note to self, Luffy thought. Smiling like mama is scary to people. Captain, we can't beat them. They are both too strong. Just fighting Zoro was hard enough, and this chick seems crazy. This is an order, Axe growled. Everyone who just spouted such weakness, pull out your gun and shoot yourselves. I have no use for weak soldiers, he yelled. Luffy glared at him. Who the hell did he think he was ordering his crew to do such a thing? This man was a failure of a captain in every sense. Luffy rushed forward and charged at the failure. She pulled her arm back to punch him. Noticing her movements, the failure attempted to block her fist with his axe. The axe did nothing to block her attack, shattering on impact and not slowing her momentum. The failure get on the bile that came up when her fist made contact before flying back. When Luffy was sure he would not get up again, she turned around and walked back to Zoro and Kobe. Food, she whined. Kobe and Zoro stared at her blankly before Kobe started to cheer. What the F dash, Zoro said as he stared. When the situation caught up the Marines, they began to cheer. Her suspicion was correct. No one liked having the failure for a captain. Luffy stared at Zoro for a moment before stepping forward and putting her arms around his waist. What the hell are you dash, he started but was absurdly cut off when Luffy grabbed hold of his shirt and flung him over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes. What the F are you doing? Put me down. Zoro yelled, causing his sword to drop as he flung out his arms to try and force her to drop him. No. You tired. Kobe swords. She stated blankly. I am not tired enough that I need you to carry me. Zoro bellowed. Luffy smiled, messing, she means getting to know, really, she swears, with Zoro would be fun. Kobe picked up the swords and moved to follow her, but the sound of a gun clocking stopped them. She turned her gaze and saw the purple lying coward holding a gun to Kobe's head. She could tell he was yelling something at her, while the remaining Marines were yelling at him. She was done with this. She had reached her limit for dealing with stupid for the day. She wanted to get some food, set sail, and take a nice long nap. Luffy sighed and kicked a rock into the air. Before the purple lying coward could understand what was happening, she kicked the rock toward the center of his forehead. It hit true and caused him to fall to the ground. She threw a blast of Conqueror's haki at him, careful to make sure it only hit the purple lying coward, just to make sure he would not get up for a while. Food, she whined, stomping her feet as she walked towards the town. Kobe pulled himself out of his stupor and followed after. Zoro still complained the whole way to the restaurant. Luffy was happy now that she had food in her belly. I am stuffed, Zoro cheered. I was so hungry I could have my bootstraps. Kobe laughed along with the little girl Zoro had saved. The girl's mother was kind enough to offer them free food and there was no way Luffy would pass that up. Done? Luffy questioned, looking at the plate stacked to the side that Zoro had cleaned. Lightweight. Zoro scoffed. How the hell can you have a bigger appetite than someone who hasn't eaten in 3 weeks? Luffy smiled at him, showing her teeth. She took extra care not to let herself look feral this time. Their meal was interrupted by the door to the restaurant opening. A Marine walked in, and from what Luffy could see there were many more outside. We heard that you were actually pirates, is this true? The man who seemed to be leading spoke. Yep, Luffy confirmed. She had a feeling where this was going. It would not mean much for her, but Kobe. She needed a way to deal with this. She did like him after all. We appreciate everything you did to save our town from that tyrant. However, now that we know you are pirates, as Marines, we cannot stand by and just watch you go about your business. Therefore, you and your crew will leave this town at once. But out of respect for what you have done, we will refrain from reporting you to headquarters. The townspeople began to riot behind the Marines in protest, but Luffy paid them no mind. If she played this just right, she could keep Kobe out of this. Thanks for the food, lady, Luffy said as she stood up. She inwardly cringed. Luffy thought she would be done with having to form actual sentences today. She did not want to talk anymore, but she would like to help Kobe. Luffy walked by Kobe without acknowledging him. Aren't you part of the crew? The Marine asked Kobe. Luffy inwardly sighed. Why can't they ever make things easy for her? Now she was going to have to talk more. Hold it. Is he with you? Luffy turned to look at the Marine. Not really. He was some brat I found that looked useful, so I beat up the fishers he was with and had him work for me. I don't really need him now though. The Marine glared at her. Are you telling me you kidnapped a child and forced him to work for you? Yep. Got a problem with it. She smiled. Kobe stared at her shock. You could always try to arrest me, but then you would be breaking your word. The man grit his teeth. Get out of our town, he hissed, stepping so he was between her and Kobe. Well, it looks like she was convincing. She left the restaurant with Zoro close behind her as they made their way to the docks. So how many others you got? Zoro asked. Just you. What? You're first. What the hell did I just get myself into? Luffy was right. He would be fun to mess with. Greetings, my friend. How was your voyage? I hope you had some fantastic adventures that you will be able to bewilder me with the tales of on our next meeting. I am sorry that I won't be able to welcome you back in person. The arrangements to begin the investigation into the phenomenon of the manifestation of the soul had been finalized. I hope that upon my return we will be able to share a drink. Who knows, maybe this time I will have a few stories that will stump even you. Until then, I will send frequent updates pertaining to the investigation. With my best regards, Redatced. This had not been her best plan. She could admit that. Grabbing hold of a bird so she could find which way land was, seemed like a good idea at the time. But now she had lost sight of Zoro and she had been shot out of the sky by a cannon. An actual cannon. It had turned into a mess. While the Zoro problem that it had caused seemed to be solving itself, she could still feel where Zoro was with her haki and he was rapidly moving closer, so she could just wait for him. The cannon she would have vengeance for. Stealing all the meat from whoever had shot her down should be fair. Luffy dusted herself off as she stood from the small crater the impact had caused. Boss. You came to save me, a girl yelled as she grabbed hold of Luffy's hands. Humps the F-dash? They are all yours now, boss, the girl yelled again before running off. That was strange. Luffy would think about it later. She wanted food. Do you guys know where I can get some food? Luffy asked, turning to the men standing behind her. Food is the least of your worries, one of them yelled as he moved forward to strike her. Luffy easily dodged and hit the man underneath the chin with the palm of her hand, forcing his jaw to snap closed. She felt mildly bad when she heard his teeth shatter, but her stomach rumbled. These idiots, who apparently believe anything that their enemy that they are chasing says, were now standing in the way of her and food. No mercy. She slammed her palm into the remaining two's noses as the force not only broke their nose but their front teeth as well. She watched as they crumpled to the ground. Once sure they weren't going to get up again, she continued her search for food. You're really strong, that girl's voice called from above. Luffy turned her eyes to the roof where the girl was hiding. The girl jumped down to a balcony below her. Even though they had swords, you beat them barehanded. You set me up. Who are you? Luffy asked blankly. I'm a talented thief who steals from pirates. A possible food thief? What else of value could she possibly be after? Wait. Gold. Her hunger was clouding her decision-making skills. There had been somewhere she could get something to eat. The name's Nami. Wanna team up with me? Right, she was still here. Focus. This and then food. No. Luffy stated before started to walk away. Hold on. The food thief called after her. At least think about it before you say no. Luffy's stomach rumbled loudly. Food, she whined. Come with me and I'll find you something to eat. Luffy stopped and grabbed hold of the goddess's hands. Really? Why yeah, the goddess stammered. Luffy followed close behind the goddess as she led her to a house. It wasn't a restaurant. The goddess either lived here or they were stealing. Luffy could not care less about which it was. The goddess searched a few rooms before finding the kitchen and bringing some beard from it. While it was not fresh bread, it was not bad either. Luffy shoved it in her mouth the moment it was within her reach. Who lives here? Luffy asked. He words muffled by the bread she was desperately trying to inhale. While Luffy had no qualms about stealing food, she would feel bad if she ate all of the food someone was saving. She was not a monster. She knew the importance of a food stash. No one. Everyone has left this town since Captain Buggy showed up. So you're just a thief, Luffy said as she continued, with more vigor, to shove food into her mouth. How rude. I only steal from people who deserve it. Like pirates. Tomato tomato. I am going to earn 100 million berries, no matter what. Why? The girl blinked in shock a bit at what she had just said. Sheet. This girl was sharp. There was not much she could get her to say before she caught on to something going on. That's a secret. But with this map of the Grand Line, 100 million is a real possibility. Map? Luffy thought she saw something in this goddess. Only a truly wonderful person would help someone find food, but if she was a navigator, then she would have to see if this goddess would be someone she wanted on her crew. Are you a navigator? The most skilled navigator you will ever meet. The goddess smiled at her. She was obviously confident in her skills. As she should be, the sea praised. Holy shit. That was no small praise. Perfect. You're joining my crew. Really? Yeah, you can be the newest member on my pirate crew. The navigator's body tensed. No, she said firmly. She forcibly relaxed her body before she continued. So you are a pirate? Yep, Luffy spoke nonchalantly. She had stepped on a landmine without realizing it. While Luffy knew that most people did not like pirates, that reaction was personal. Well, it would take a bit more convincing, but she would still be joining her crew. The navigator stepped away from the table, keeping an eye on Luffy as she moved to the window. Luffy did not look at her and continued eating. She needed to be patient now. If she forced the issue too much off the bat, she would only make the navigator hate her. It did not take long for the navigator to return to the table. I guess I will consider joining you if you agree to certain conditions. That was the most obvious lie Luffy had ever heard, but she needed to gain the navigator's trust somehow. She could play along for now. Sure, Luffy smiled with an overdramatic amount of excitement. I want you to come with me to visit Captain Buggy. The navigator paused, reached behind her back to grab something. The navigator pulled out a rope and moved fast, but Luffy easily followed her movements. Luffy did not react as the navigator tied her up. The rope was not something that would be able to hold her, and besides, Luffy had decided to play along. Why am I tied up? Luffy faked confusion. It is just for appearances. Another lie. Sure. Luffy followed the navigator to a pub. It was the most well-kept building she had seen in this town. She could sense a large number of people inside. This was going to be a whole thing. The navigators better not turn out to be someone with great skill and a terrible personality. Luffy had standards. Even if her skill was approved by the sea, Luffy did not want someone she did not like on her crew. Luffy followed the navigator to the roof. The crowd was silent as they walked through. The navigator pushed her forward in an attempt to make Luffy fall to the ground, but Luffy did not move. Luffy was willing to put up with a lot, but kneeling to someone in a situation like this? Luffy would tear off her own legs first. The navigator did not try again and instead continued with her act. I have brought you the thief, Captain Buggy. The navigator was laying on the sweet tone a bit thick for Luffy's taste, but maybe that was how it was supposed to go. Luffy would have to make note of how the navigator spoke. It might help Luffy with her own tone problem. Please do not, the sky cringed. Here is your chart back, the navigator continued with a sweet tone as she approached and held out a rolled-up map. I appreciate it. But tell me, why the sudden change in heart? The big-nosed glared at the navigator as he took the map from her. Luffy tilted her head. She felt something strange coming from him. It felt like the ground, like mud, and bark. As though he had a stone tied around him, and yet it seemed to radiate with power. A type she was not familiar with. I had another fight with my boss. I'm fed up with all it. So I thought I could see if I could join your crew. The big-nosed glare harshened. Luffy could hear some of the people around her yell about a devil fruit. So that is what the strange feeling was. She had never met someone who had eaten one before. If she made him angry, would he use it? She would have to test that later. The big-nosed suddenly broke out laughing. Fed up? Well, I'll admit you are amusing. I like you. I will allow you to join my crew. While the big-nosed continued to laugh, Luffy was shuffled toward a cage. A deep frown formed on Luffy's face. 10 minutes. She would allow 10 minutes of this farce before she leveled this island. She will be worth it, the sea tried to calm her. No. 10 minutes. That was all she would be willing to give. You have become so stubborn. Good, the sky cheered. Luffy bit the inside of her cheek as she sat down inside the cage. It was small. She only had enough room to sit and not move around. She did not like this. Regardless of what happened today, she was going to punch that giant red nose that laughing buffoon had. Luffy sat with a scowl on her face as she counted down in her head as she watched the pirates start to party. 8 minutes. 7 minutes. 6 minutes. The pirates cheered loudly at something she wasn't listening to. She did not care. 5 minutes. They brought out a large cannon and fired it at the town. The explosion was impressive for a cannon in the East Blue. If Luffy's timer ran out, she would make it look like a sneeze. 4 minutes. Luffy heard the future corpse say something about conquering the Grand Line. She scoffed loudly at that. The only one who is going to be heading to the Grand Line is me. Then I will become king of the pirates. You won't be doing anything. Breathe. She needed to breathe. She was letting her angry cloud her vision. She really shouldn't let her anger make her choices for her. 3 minutes. They moved the cannon to point at her. Well, this was the end of this game. She did not want someone on her crew that would partake in taking someone's life for amusement. She would allow them to fire the cannon though. Seeing her come out unharmed from a cannon that they had so much faith in, would be a good opening act before she got serious. The navigator stared at her. Her hands shaking in what Luffy knew was not only fear but doubt as well. Maybe there was something there after all. 2 minutes. Your hands are shaking. Luffy caught the navigator's attention. This is what happens when you fight with half-butted resolve. Resolve? Resolve to do what? Watch someone die like it's nothing. The navigator's voice shook as she clutched the matchbox in her hand. No, Luffy's voice was calm. A delicate shield to her rage. The resolve to risk your own. The navigator stared at her in shock. Before she could make a move, the matchbox was ripped from her hand. One of the pirates stole the box, moved to light the fuse. The navigator's eyes widened and she sprung into action. Before he could light it, she pulled out a collapsible staff from where it was hidden on her upper thigh. With well-practiced movement, the navigator snapped the pieces together and slammed them against the pirate's head. Fine. Luffy would not disregard the navigator entirely. She had tried to save her. Even though she was too slow and the cannon fuse had been lit, she tried. Luffy was still going to destroy the pirates, but she would be careful to make sure the navigator did not get caught in the crossfire. 1 minute. The pirates charged the navigator and their number proved too much for her. She used her staff to knock them off balance before running towards the cannon. The navigator rushed forward and wrapped her hands around the fuse. She screamed out in pain as the fuse burned her skin. Nonetheless, she did not let go, smothering the tiny flame in her hands. That was all Luffy needed to see. She passed. The pirates moved to attack Nami from behind. Their swords raised as they swiftly brought them down towards her back. Instead of flesh, they were met with steel. Zoro had arrived. And with that, time was up. Luffy tensed her muscles and broke the ropes binding her. She leaned forward and bent the metal bars like paper and stepped out of the cage. Luffy took a deep breath and thought of things that calmed her. Mama singing. Ace's laugh. Yummy food. The open waves and endless sky. She needed to be calm. She would only hurt her crew if she let her anger dictate her actions. You good? She heard Zoro ask, concern in his tone. Luffy let a smile spread across her face. Calm. Yep. Luffy popped the P far harder than normal. Zoro raised an eyebrow but did not push her. Zoro, this is Nami. Nami, this is Zoro. She gestured to each as she spoke. Nami is joining the crew as our navigator. A smug laugh came from the big-nosed, drawing attention back to him. So you're Zoro. If you're here for my head, you have quite the struggle before you. The big-nosed said arrogantly. The tips of her fingers touched the edge of her nose, her hands pressed flat together as though she was praying. Luffy sked in a deep breath through her nose before speaking. Zoro. Too mad. You deal. Zoro nodded in confirmation. His eyes scanning for injuries. When he found none, he turned to the big-nosed. His glare was dark with promise. Now that was settled. Luffy fell forward and laid face down on the ground. She was calm. Very calm. She tuned out to what they were saying, though not releasing her observation, and focused on her breathing. From the way the big-nosed moved, he had far more battle experience than he was letting on. It was a subtle thing that gave him away. The way Hell drew his knives spoke volume of his skill with them. Zoro, while strong, would be pushed to his limits. Most fights came down to experience when Haki was not involved. Though that was an entirely different thing. Luffy could sense Haki from the big-nosed. While not strong, it would give him an advantage. Then there was the devil fruit. Luffy would need to calm herself before she could do anything. If she used any conkers or armament right now, she would hold very little back. She could cause her crew some serious damage if she did that. The big-nosed jumped forward and Zoro struck, cutting him in half. The taste of mud and bark thickened in Luffy's mouth. The devil fruit had been used. The lack of the smell of iron was a clear tell what had happened. Luffy sensed when one of the severed hands, holding a knife, moved to stab Zoro in the back. Nope. Luffy moved with real speed and shattered the blade with one hand while clutching the severed hand with the other. What the hell, Zoro hissed. Not bad. Little girl, the big-nosed. But it is no use. I ate the chop-chop fruit and became a chop-chop man. Now I can never be defeated by the sword. Luffy mouth pinched in disgust. She did not like being called that. Luffy continued to force her breathing to a slower pace. Come. Trying to stab someone in the back is a cowardly move. You big-nosed. It was silent for a breath before the big-nosed coward starting yelling. What was that you said about my nose? He sent his other hand barreling towards her. Luffy caught the knife with her teeth and smiled at the clown. I'm gonna kick your butt. Luffy bit down on the blade and broke it. You are very arrogant for a little girl. You don't seem to realize how outclassed you are. The big-nosed coward bellowed. If he called her that one more time, she might snap. Zoro, Luffy called, getting his attention. She held his eye for a moment before he smiled. Understood. He took just one moment to gauge his surroundings before lunging towards the cannon. Luffy jumped at the same time and kicked the big-nosed coward towards his crew. "You beach," he hissed as he turned only to be staring down the barrel of the cannon Zoro had moved. Wait. Light it," Zoro called to Nami. Nami hurriedly did so and covered her ears. The cannon fired and Luffy did not wait a single moment longer before she turned on her heel and marched away from the wreckage. "Where are you going?" Zoro called after her. "Food." Zoro sighed loudly. "It is always about food with you." He turned to look at Nami. "We are going to have to follow her. When she sets her mind on eating there is not much that can stop her." Nami stared for a moment. "Food sounds great," she said before following after. Luffy was calm. She just needed to eat. She was hangry. That was all. It had nothing to do with being locked in a cage, her crewmate nearly stabbed in the back, or being called little girl. Nope. Not at all. Luffy marched through the vacant town as she did the breathing exercises that her mother taught her. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. In. Out. Dog. In. Out. In. Out. Dog. Dog. In. Out. Wait. Dog? There was a small white dog in front of her. This dog was obviously not a stray. That meant people. Where there are people there is almost always food. "Where is your human?" Luffy asked as she leaned forward towards the small. "Gone." His voice was gravelly, old and so tired. "Gone?" Luffy questioned more softly. "Where did he go?" Zoro followed Nami through the empty town. "How can your sense of direction be so bad that you got us lost while following someone?" "I did not get us lost. Luffy just moves too fast." Nami rolled her eyes. "Sure. Wait, I see her up ahead. That is pretty far for you. Try not to get lost on the way." "F you. Not even in your dreams." Zoro growled and marched forward towards Luffy. "Oi," Luffy quit running off. The sound of a sob made them both freeze. Luffy?" Nami asked gently as she moved towards the crouching girl. Zoro freezing entirely not knowing what to do. Luffy turned to look at them. Fat tears streaming down her face as she was curled around a small white dog. "What's wrong? Is that a dog?" Zoro asked. He so did not know what to do right now. He had no clue how to handle someone who was crying. Nami shot him a glare before turning back to Luffy. Seeing a fearsome pirate wrapped around a small dog sobbing their eyes out was something she never thought she'd see. It was too human for a pirate. "His Chowchu," Luffy wheezed out between sobs. "He best good boy." "What?" Zoro and Nami said in unison. "He best good boy. He tryin' hard protect this place cause he love his human so much. I must protect him. I will die for this good boy." They were really confused now. What did that even mean? "How do you know about that?" a strange-looking man called to them. "You aren't from around here. There is no way you should know about that." "This best good boy told me," Luffy sobbed as she pat the dog's head. "Old man? I am the mayor of this town." He yelled. "I am shocked Chowchu is letting you hold him like that. He normally doesn't let people get in the way of his duty." This only caused Luffy to start bawling harder. "What the hell?" Zoro hissed at that the old man as moved towards a battle stance. "Wait," Nami said smacking the back of Zoro's head. He turned and looked at her in shock. Not having expected to blow. "You can't solve all your problems with your swords." Nami sighed before turning to the mayor. "You seem to know something about what Luffy was babbling about. Would you mind explaining?" She smiled sweetly at the man for good measure. The mayor stared at the dog smashed in the sobbing girl's arms. He stared for a moment before sighing. "He is guarding the store." "Guarding it? Oh, I see it's a pet food shop," Nami said as she turned back to look at the building sign. "Yes. The shop's owner was a good friend of mine. When he passed I assumed the responsibility of taking care of Chowchu." "He died?" "Yes. 3 months ago after fighting his illness for a very long time." "Don't tell me he has been waiting for his master to come back all this time?" "That's what everyone says." The mayor sighed deeply and moved to sit on the porch of the shop. "But I don't think that's it. Chowchu is a smart dog. He has probably known for a while that his master isn't coming back. Then why does he stay guarding the shop?" "Because it's his treasure. He is guarding it because his master left him with this shop and that is why he protects it. I have tried to bring him back to my place many times so he won't be out here in the elements, but he won't take so much as a step away." "That is one loyal mutt," Zoro said as he looked at the dog approvingly. "That doesn't explain how Luffy knew about it though," Nami pointed out. She had a point, though Zoro would bite his tongue off before admitting it. Zoro turned to look at the sobbing girl. "Luffy, how did?" A loud roar echoed through the street halting their conversation. "It's him. Beast Tamer Moji." The mayor yelled in a panic as he jumped to his feet. "We gotta run. he shouted before dashing off. Just as the mayor ran, a large lion turned the corner and approached the shop. "Well, here you are." A man on it back said. "Who are you?" Zoro hissed. "I am Beast Tamer Moji, a member of the Buggy Pirates. I have come for your heads." Zoro glared at him and Nami grabbed her staff. The dog turned to the lion and growled. "I will protect," Luffy cried, nuzzling her against the dog. "Crush, big-nosed coward." The man on the lion paled at the insult to his captain, not realizing how much danger he was in as he dangerously underestimated the crying girl. "How dare you talk about Captain Buggy like that? Get her, Richie." Zoro braced for a fight as the lion charged. Luffy stood and jumped at the lion. She ducked under one of its claws as it tried to attack her. She straightened herself and roundhouse kicked the lion in the face. It crashed into a building away from the pet shop. "Ah, Richie!" the man screamed. Luffy turned her gaze at the weird lion man. He paled in terror and fled from her. Luffy turned to look at Zoro and Nami. "We gotta help Best Good Boy. Big-nosed coward is datering town. He could destroy Best Good Boy's treasure." Luffy sobbed violently. "Okay, stop. We will defeat that clown," Zoro yelled, waving his arms frantically. "Just stop fing crying." Luffy snapped her mouth shut and forced herself to be silent. The tears still continued. "You are really bad at anything that does not involve swords, aren't you?" Nami commented. It did not take them long to return to the pub. Oddly enough, the mayor had tagged along. Something about not letting others fight his battles. Luffy hadn't been listening. She just wanted to make sure that the Best Good Boy would be safe and protect his treasure. Any other day this would be simple. She would go and overpower them with a blast of hockey and be done with it. However, she was too emotional right now. It had been a rough day and her hockey was turbulent with her distress. If she tried to use conkers right now, she would do more harm than good. She had a plan. All she needed to do was make sure nothing went too far off her script. First, she needed to deal with the mayor. He was going to get himself killed if he kept trying to fight. Luffy stepped behind him and chopped the back of his neck. She watched him crumble to the ground and step around him to get closer to the pub. Next, she needed to get the big-nosed coward angry enough to fire the cannon. "Big-nosed coward!" Luffy yelled towards the pub. "Get out here and fight me." "What the F did you say about my nose? I won't stand for this. Take aim and fire the buggy ball." That was easy. Luffy could hear Zoro and Nami swear, but she tuned them out. She needed to focus. This would be delicate. Even more so with the state of her hockey. Luffy took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She took a fighting stance. Luffy channeled her hockey to her hands. The cannon fired. The buggy ball came shooting towards her. Luffy stretched her hockey and felt the movement of the ball. Every twist and spin it made. With precision, Luffy reached her right hand forward and gently cupped the cannonball in a single hand. She let the hockey from her hand spread around it, stopping the ball from being disrupted. Luffy let its momentum move her. She pivoted her body so her back was towards the pub. She pulling the cannonball along with her, keeping it in front of her. Once her back was to the pub, she directed its movement and flung the cannonball back at the pub. The blast destroyed their base and made sure she would only have to deal with a fewer of them. She wiped her hands against her pants and turned to gauge the damage. "What are you?" she heard Nami whisper in awe. She turned to look at her and smiled with all her teeth. She was too tired to try and mess with her exposition. "I am Monkey D. Luffy and I am going to be king of the pirates." That was her limit. She wanted to be over. Nami gulped before she shook her head and approached Luffy. "How did you do that?" Nami questioned. Luffy was too tired to explain. She was far past her limits for dealing with anything today. Luffy turned to Zoro and stared at him. His eyes widened slightly and he nodded. "Don't ignore me." "She's not." Zoro turned to Nami. "She's done talking for the day. She'll probably explain later." Luffy nodded and pointed at Zoro. "Done with talking?" Nami paused as she pondered what that meant. "Are you a selective mute?" Nami questioned more calmly. Luffy pointed at the other girl and nodded. Nami stared at her before nodding and turning back to the destroyed pub. "I will want an explanation later though." Luffy would give one. Eventually. Ugh. She was so bad at explaining this. Hockey was more like a feeling to her than a tangible thing. Something that was just a part of her. Explaining an abstract concept like that to someone who had no reference to understand what she meant would be hard. It would be easier to explain what water tasted like. But she would need to before they entered the new world. Wait. Rayleigh was in the Grand Line. He was a great teacher. She could probably get him to explain it. Rayleigh sneezes as a chill ran down his spine. He needed to be drunk to deal with whatever that was foreboding. "How dare you try to do me in?" The big-nosed coward arose from the wreckage, holding two of his singed crewmen in front of himself as shields. He dropped them to the ground without care and glared at the ragtag group in front of him. Luffy looked down her nose at him. Another failure of a captain. Did no one on the sea understand that a captain was meant to protect their crew? That on a ship you constantly had to put your lives in your crewmates' hands? That a crew was not disposable objects? The next captain she met treated his crew like this, no exceptions, she was going to break their knees. Maybe that would send a message to all the other fools. How do you plan to respond to this insult, Captain? Another man stood from the rubble. Kabeji. I am so angry I can't even think. I just want them dead. That can easily be done. Allow me to repay the disrespect. Fine, but make it a good show. The man jumped into the air and landed on a unicycle. Once seated he drew out a sword. You may call me Acrobat Kabeji, Chief of Staff on the Buggy Pirates. You will die for your insolence. He gloated as she charged them. Luffy did not want to deal with this. She could not even think of anything to call him beyond lame unicycle. She could not even think of how she wanted to handle him. Luffy did not like using excessive force unless someone set her off, and she just met the dude. She liked giving people the chance to fight back. It gave her a chance to see what they were really made of. But she was so tired and just done. Her brain had turned off. She needed it to think thoughts. Luckily she did not have to. Before she could move, Zoro drew his swords, his bandana tied around his head, and met swords with the unicycle man. I'll clash sword with you. This could work. She had yet to really see Zoro in action, so this was a perfect opportunity to see his skills on full display. Luffy nodded and took a step back. She dropped to the ground and sat cross-legged. She placed her elbows on her knees and rested her head on her hands. She could use a moment to breathe before she had to deal with that big-nosed coward. She did not pay attention to what either said and instead focused on their movements. The unicycle spat fire in Zoro's face in an attempt to cover an attack with his sword. Zoro managed to dodge the slash, but the fire had slightly burned Zoro's face. It wasn't serious injury. The unicycle used his sword to knock up a cloud of dust. He once again used the cover to hide his attack. It was easier for Zoro to dodge that attack. She could tell Zoro was getting annoyed by the unicycle's cheap tactics. Zoro drew his last sword and placed it in his mouth. The air around him changed. It hummed with danger. The unicycle unleashed a bunch of dreidels and moved to attack, but Luffy stopped paying attention. She sensed the moment the big-nosed coward moved and reacted just as quick. She caught his hand before he could grab Zoro. At the same time, Zoro lunged at the unicycle and sliced him apart. He was strong. Stronger than Luffy had originally thought. It seemed that his reputation was not for show. The moment he learned Haki, he would have very few who could hope to face him. Luffy smiled at Zoro and gave him a thumbs up. He scoffed at her. There was never any doubt who would win, he said as he sheathed his swords. Now all that was left was to find where Nami had wandered off to. UDMN Beach. Oh, right. He was a thing. Luffy braced herself for his attack only to be mildly surprised when the severed top half of his body flew past her. She turned and saw him heading straight for Nami. Nope. Luffy covered her leg in Haki and moved toward the bottom half of the big-nosed coward's body. She drew her leg back and kicked in between his legs. His top half froze and fell to the ground. She heard him mumble something. She drew her leg back and kicked him again. Then once more for good measure. And again because he set her off. She turned to look at Zoro, who for some reason was paler than she had ever seen him, and pointed towards the sea. He nodded in understanding. Remind me to never PSS you off, he grumbled as he started to head for the port. Luffy turned to look at Nami and pointed the sea. Nami sighed loudly. If I get to keep 60% of all treasure, you have yourself a deal. That worked. Luffy did not really like money. Besides, she was a pirate. If she really wanted something, she could steal it. Nami seemed to like it though, so she could have it. Luffy nodded in agreement. That is robbery, Zoro yelled. Too late. Your captain agreed, Nami smugly taunted. Now help me carry this haul or you won't get any. Zoro complained loudly, but he still helped. Finally. They were leaving and she could be done with this. Nami's skill at navigation was not to be scoffed at. She had managed to get them to an island in far less time than Luffy had thought possible, not to mention the way she skillfully avoided storms. While the blue seas were the tamest of the three, Luffy could tell by the way Nami reacted so quickly to the slightest change in pressure or currents in the water, that the unpredictable weather in the Grand Line would be less of a problem than Luffy originally thought. The island was not large, with only one small town covering most of it. It seemed peaceful. Luffy stepped out of the boat and dug her bare feet into the sand. She loved the way it felt. We should find a place to get you shoes, Nami spoke as she looked at Luffy's feet. I won't be good to walk around barefoot. Luffy scrunched her nose and shook her head. She liked not wearing shoes. It let her put Haki into the ground without having to waste more energy going through her shoes. While it was not much energy in the grand scheme, in a fight the tiniest bit could be the difference between winning or losing. This saved time. Nami sighed at Luffy. She had learned fast that once Luffy had set her mind on something it would be near impossible to change it. Fine, but don't complain to me when you step on something and hurt your feet. It was starting to look like this island would be uneventful. The sky was clear and it wasn't annoyingly hot. The town held a nice energy. Sure, someone was watching them, but she was not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Besides, the only reason they were being watched was probably since they had arrived in a ship that had the big-nosed coward's Jolly Roger on it. The ship, after all, had used to be his. She would ignore them. She had no interest in picking a fight with civilians. She was not here to. Careful, Zoro said lowly as he unsheathed one of his swords. We are being watched. Why did he have to be so competent? She could at least try to make sure that this did not get out of hand. Burning down a village was not on her to-do list right now, maybe one day. She would think about it. A barrage of small stones flew towards her feet. Luffy easily dodged them. Once the stones stopped flying, all along the top of the cliff, pirate flags began to pop out of the brushes. Luffy did not pay it much thought, she only sensed 4 people. A man jumped out of the bushes and stood proudly at the edge, laughing loudly as he looked down at them. I am Usopp, leader of the great pirates who reign over this village. You stand before a legend. The most revered pirate who ever lived. I am the great Captain Usopp, he declared. Surely you know my army of 80 million subordinates won't sit idly by. Lie. A strange one at that. If he was trying to scare them off, why not go for a more believable number? 80 million was a number that only the world government could even dream of boasting about. If they included the private armies of the kingdoms that worked for them as well. But that aside, Luffy could swear she knew this liar from somewhere. His face looked slightly familiar and something about his aura was similar to one she felt before. She could swear she heard his name before. You expect us to believe that? Nami yelled up to him. Luffy stared at his face with more intensity. She knew him. It would bother her until she figured it out. It was on the tip of her tongue. It took less than a few words for Nami to scare the kids hiding in the bushes, causing them to run for the hills. Her skill did not end at navigation, it seemed. Nor was the liar. Dissuaded by the fact that he now faced them alone. It was obvious he was sacred, but he held his ground. Have we met? Luffy questioned, interpreting the back and forth between Nami and the liar. He sputtered at her. No. Why would I know a buggy pirate? Not big-nosed coward's crew. Luffy squinted at him even harder. You just look familiar. Of course I do. I am the great Captain Usopp. Great Captain Usopp? Captain Usopp? 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 I do know you, Luffy yelled in revelation as she pointed at him. You're Yasopp's kid. He gaped at her and paused in his movement. You know my old man? I met the crew he was on when they stayed in my village for a bit. Really? The liar had led them to a restaurant in the village. They sat and ate while Luffy regaled him with stories of some of the more entertaining things the red hair pirates did in the bar while drunk. The conversation had taken a turn when Nami had noticed an opening. She had wondered if there was someone who could help them get a ship. The liar started acting strangely after that. When the large mansion at the top of the hill was mentioned, he suddenly turned defensive and told them to stay away from there before running off. Which led them to where they were now. Spying on the liar talking to the young lady of the big mansion. Luffy's opinion of him raised. She could tell that he was not trying to get something from the young heiress, and he weaved his stories to make her laugh. Luffy could sense a deep sadness from the other girl, so this was the storyteller's attempt to help. Hey, Luffy drew their attention to the bottom of the tree. The storyteller's eye widened in panic and the heiress looked confused. Wanna see me lick my elbow? What? They said in unison along with Zoro and Nami who stood behind her. Watch. Luffy lifted her arm in a futile attempt to lick her elbow. She tried to force her arm to bend, and when that did not work she tried to lean forward. Luffy showed a dramatic display of losing her balance and falling onto her face. She laid there a moment before shooting up to her feet. While looking directly at the storyteller and the heiress, Luffy liked her hand and slapped it on her elbow. Success. The heiress laughed loudly and the storyteller joined in. Luffy could hear Nami snicker, while Zoro bellowed with laughter. What is going on here? A man yelled as he approached. Luffy scrunched her nose as though she had smelt something bad. In a sense she had. Whoever this man was, he reeked of blood. Get out, he demanded. I will have you know this is criminal trespassing. He sneered at them as though they were something disgusting. He stepped in while he pushed up his glasses with the bottom of his palm, carefully making sure his fingers weren't pointed towards, or near his face. Actually, Klahadore, these people are dash, the heiress started before she was rudely cut off. Not now, Kaya. The weird glasses shut her down. You can tell me all about this riffraff after they have let Luffy did not like him. The heiress seemed nice and did not deserve to be talked to like that. Luffy would have brushed it off if she thought the weird glasses was trying to protect her, but she sensed no care in his words. Who are you? Luffy spoke a slight bit on conkers in her voice to make sure she pulled the attention towards herself. I am Clahador, the butler to this estate. Now leave, he sneered. You're the butler? Yes, now leave. No. Excuse you? If you are just the butler you have no say in who is on the property. The young lady here, Luffy turned and gestured to the heiress. She decides who is allowed here. You ill-mannered trash. I am only doing what is in Miss Kaya's best interest. No, you are not. He sneered at her. How dare you dash? If a person suffers a loss, which I am guessing is why she is in the condition she is in, isolating them will only increase their depression. He scoffed. You have no idea what you're talking about. Maybe. But the world government's health and research does. Read article it details the effects grief has on a person and how to deal with it. Unless, you claim to know more about medicine than the world government. His face turned red and he bared his teeth at them. If you do not leave I will be forced to call the authorities. Luffy turned to the heiress and wrapped her haki around her, filling the other girl with a sense of calmness and strength. Do you want us to leave? Luffy asked. Of course she dash. Luffy glared at him from the corner of her eye. I was not talking to you. He pursed his lips in rage and glared back at her. The threat not being missed. The heiress was silent for a moment before she spoke. I would like them to stay. Miss Kaya dash. Then we stay. You will not. I will call the authorities. Go ahead. I know the law, Luffy laughed softly. The owner of his house and land has stated that she will allow us here. You are just a butler. You work for her. Not the other way around. If she wants us here then we will stay. He said nothing and bared his teeth. Fine, he ground out before turning and marching away. I am sorry about him, the heiress said softly. He only does it because he cares. Luffy scrunched her nose and climbed the tree to get to the window-legged. She took a seat on one side while the heiress leaned out the other. I don't like him. He smells. The storyteller laughed and the heiress giggled. Smells? She chuckled out. Like iron. That got her funny looks from the heiress and the storyteller. Iron? Zoro asked, one hand on the hilt of a sword. Nami stared at Luffy, her body tensed. Bad type, Luffy nodded. The heiress laughed a bit more forced. While not understanding what they were talking about she could read the room. Luffy forced her body to relax and spread out some calming haki. Have you ever had a slumber party? Luffy questioned the heiress. The heiress blinked a few times and then shook her head. Do you want to? I am great at braiding hair. The heiress' eyes lit up. Really? I have always wanted to have one, but never had the chance, the heiress exclaimed. Luffy nodded and turned to Nami. Wanna join? Nami looked back and forth between Luffy and the heiress before smiling. Sure, she spoke cheerily. Nami caught on quick. Luffy jumped into the heiress room and leaned over the window ledge to reach for Nami. Zoro, why don't you and the storyteller have a guy's night? Luffy spoke as she pulled Nami up. The storyteller laughed and looked at her wearily. Why not? It might be fun, he laughed. As he jumped down the tree. Luffy shot Zoro a look and he nodded before walking off with the storyteller. You weren't joking when you said you were good with braids, Nami laughed as she and the heiress admired their halo braid and waterfall braid respectively. Never doubt my skills, Luffy deadpanned. And besides, I am a sailor. If I did not have basic knot tying skills I would be doomed. The heiress and Nami laughed. You should let us do yours, the heiress suggested. Luffy nodded and took off her straw hat and pulled out the messy braid that had been stuffed into it. She kept the hat in her lap as she undid the braid. Your hair is so long, the heiress cheered as she ran her fingers through the waist-long messy. It is so curly too. Luffy had to admit she was having fun. It was late into the night when Luffy woke. Something was wrong? She had been forced to turn off her observation so she could sleep, but that was not her only defense. She could smell iron in the air. It was undoubtedly blood. Fresh blood. Luffy turned to where Nami and the heiress were sleeping on the large bed and nudged them both. What are you dash? Nami started but was cut off when Luffy's hand covered her mouth. She did the same to Kaya. Something is wrong, Luffy whispered. Nami's body tensed and the heiress' eyes widened. What do you mean? The heiress questioned softly. Luffy held her finger to lips, the other two girls nodded. Luffy walked on the ball of her feet towards the door, careful not to make any noise. While she doubted that there was anyone in the blue seas that had enough haki and control to mask their presence from her, Luffy would not take any chances. Luffy had few principles that she would follow, and the man who sleeps with a machete is a fool every night, but one she would not forego. Luffy would approach with caution. The heiress and Nami stayed close behind her. Nami tightly clenching her staff. They followed her to a sitting room. Luffy slowly pushed open the door. She peered around as an extra precaution to make sure no one was in there before slipping inside. This was going to be a problem. Luffy heard the heiress gasp as she entered the room. "Mary," the heiress screamed. The heiress rushed to the man on the floor and fell to her knees next to him. "Miss Kaya," the fallen man wheezed out. "Thank goodness you're still alive. I was worried." The fallen man tried to stand but his limbs gave out underneath him. He had lost far too much blood. "Who did this to you?" the heiress demanded through tears. The fallen man whimpered as he tried to breathe, only for wet coughs to come instead. "Klahadore," he forced himself to speak. "He attacked me. He was a pirate all along." The heiress covered her mouth in shock. "How can that be? He got close to you so he could get your fortune," the fallen man spoke between wet coughs. "He can't be." The heiress insisted with rage in her voice. "No. You're lying." "I am telling you the truth," the fallen man sobbed. "We were all fooled. I trusted him too." He spat up far more blood than could be normal. "Help! Mary needs help," the heiress screamed in hope to get any of the other staff members' attention. "It's no use, miss," his voice was becoming fainter. "The entire staff has been on leave since yesterday." The heiress turned to Nami and Luffy. "Please help him," she pleaded. "I cannot. I have only basic first aid knowledge. With his wounds, he needs a doctor." Luffy spoke calmly. "I don't know anything about treating wounds like this," Nami said, her voice cracking. Despair washed over the heiress' features. "Don't let yourself get flustered, Mississippi." The fallen man spoke too clearly. "The attack has yet to begin. Be calm. Think clearly about what it is that you need to do. If Klahadore is the thief we think he is and his goal is your fortune, then, by all means, let him have it. None of this is worth protecting with your life. It wouldn't be long now. It's a cruel truth, but you are the only one who can stop Klahadore now. Be strong, Miss Kaya." The heiress screamed as she felt the last breath leave the fallen man. Luffy wished she could give the heiress more time to mourn than half a minute, but time was of the essence now. If a murderous pirate was running around, and judging from some of the things she was sensing with her observation, he was not alone, they needed to leave. They would be sitting ducks here. Luffy walked forward and placed a hand on the crying girl's shoulder. "We need to go," Luffy spoke gently as she covered the heiress with calming haki. The heiress took a deep breath and stood. There was a surprising amount of fire behind the soft-spoken girl's eyes. They moved to the window and Luffy jumped out first before helping the other two out. "What should we do?" Nami asked. "Find Zoro and the storyteller." Luffy paused as she helped the heiress and Nami over the large garden wall. "Confirm a suspicion about what is going on." It did not take them long to find two boys. They had decided to camp in the forest. The light from their campfire made them easy to spot. Surprisingly, 3 little kids were with them. The group was laughing loudly at whatever story the storyteller was weaving. "Zoro," Luffy called to him. He turned to look at her and admittedly jumped up. "What happened?" he growled. "Kaya. Are you all right?" the storyteller yelled, noticing the blood on her dress. She gripped her dress tightly. "Mary is dead." "What?" the storyteller and the children yelled in panic. "Pirates are trying to kill her," Luffy pointed to the heiress. "There is a large number to the north." "What?" the group exclaimed. "We have 2 options here. Get off the island and don't look back or stay and fight." Luffy said calmly. "We can't just leave. This is my home." The storyteller yelled. "I don't want to run away," the heiress spoke softly. "We can't abandon these people," Nami hissed. "I'm not going to run from a fight," Zoro declared. "Then let's go crush these pirates." Luffy smiled, flashing her teeth. They had prepared for the battle. The storyteller, heiress, and Zoro had gone to gather supplies and whatever weapons they would need. Luffy had used her haki to get the kids to sleep, before hiding them in the forest along with Nami's treasure. The cove had only one way up and the pirates had not yet docked. It gave them the advantage. Their preparation turned out to be fruitful. When the pirates attempted to run up the path, they slipped in the oil covering the ground and began to fall all over and into the caltrops. The storyteller used his slingshot to shoot anyone who managed to get close to the end of the oil and caltrop hell. Luffy was certain it would have been a better plan if they had ignited the oil, but apparently burning people alive was frowned upon. So she was stuck throwing small rocks at the pirates. With all of them throwing the rocks, the pirates made no headway. A strange-looking man with a metal ring on a string yelled out in frustration. The pirates gathered around him. He swung the ring back and forth and while repeating the word "stronger." "A hypnotist then." The pirates yelled out a battle cry before they charged up the path again. This time the traps did little to stop them. They should have just lit them on fire. The storyteller fought hard. Each time he was knocked down he stood back up. His declaration that the only way he would let these pirates harm the village was over his dead body was not empty. Luffy liked him. Surprisingly, the heiress was fighting too. While her movements were slow and the strength she had did little to deter the pirates and she was the target of the attacks, she did not run. Even though the heiress was terrified, she stood her ground. Luffy liked her. Luffy was careful while fighting to make sure that neither got hurt, kicking rocks and throwing unconscious pirates like ragdolls at anyone who could hurt either of them. They were making great progress. While she and Zoro were handling the brunt of the pirates, none of them were a major threat. They could be done before lunch and spend the rest of the day trying to find a ship big enough to hold at least 4 people. "Come forth, Meowban brothers!" the hypnotist yelled. 2 men jumped off the ship. "Yes, Captain? Did you call for us?" the shorter of the 2 spoke. "Well, did you?" the larger asked. "Siam," the shorter spoke, putting his hands up like a cute gesture for cat paws. And Bucci, the larger, mimicked the gesture. "Together, we are the Meowban brothers," they spoke in unison. Luffy had done many things. She could admit that she was not always the kindest, nor did she always do the right thing. But she knew she had not done anything that had earned her being forced to see 2 grown acting like cats. While she normally would not care, to each their own, she did not need to know about these people's features. And now she did, because she, being her paranoid self, had gazed into the core of 2 new fighters that appeared. She did not account for them having nearly 0 defense for mental attacks, and she did not reel her haki in fast enough. She saw way more than she ever needed to. It did not help that Luffy could hear the sea bellowing with laughter. She would not suffer alone. Luffy willed the images to the sea. The sea only laughed harder. "I have been around a long time, child. That is the tamest thing I have seen." Well, that explained why the sea was always trying to torment people. If Luffy had been forced to see all the things people did for thousands of years, she would be a bit bitter about it too. The shorter one attacked Zoro while Luffy was lost in her existential crisis. Zoro blocked the attack, but the shorter one used to the opportunity of being close to stealing 2 of Zoro's swords. The shorter one tossed them down the path. Zoro rushed forward and sliced him and ran for his swords. The shorter one jumped onto his back and grabbed Zoro's wrist. Luffy blocked the cat pun from her mind. The shorter one pulled Zoro's arms behind him, forcing Zoro to fall to the ground. "Bucci, you're up," the shorter one yelled. "Got it," the larger one replied as he jumped into the air. He raised his foot as he jumped and moved to crush Zoro's head. Zoro twisted himself and got out the grip and dodged the attack. "Stay out of this," Zoro demanded to the others, mostly directed at Luffy. Luffy just nodded. She had no complaints there. After what she had seen, if she touched one of them, her hands would never be clean again. The 2 cat brothers brought a barrage of attacks towards Zoro. Even with just a single sword, Zoro fended off their attacks. Luffy turned away from the fight and stepped closer to the heiress. This was going to be rough. The hypnotist yelled out in alarm when he saw another man appear from the part of the path that connected to the village. The cat brothers froze in their attacks when they saw him. "The night has long since passed. So why is it that you seem to have made no progress on the plan?" he demanded. "What the hell is going on?" He screamed at the pirates. "To think that these brats have held you back," he sneered. He cast only a glance at the heiress before turning back to the pirates. "The target is right here, so why is she still breathing?" The heiress's hands clenched her dress as her body shook with rage. Luffy covered her with calming haki. There was no need for this to be worse than it already was. "What have you got to say for yourself, Django?" the traitor yelled at the hypnotists. The hypnotist tried to stumble out an explanation while the traitor yelled at him. Seeing an opening, Nami carefully moved towards Zoro's swords. While keeping calming haki on the heiress, Luffy split her attention and covered Nami with her haki and willed the girl to go unnoticed. Whatever the traitor said seemed to anger the cat brothers. Luffy did not have the luxury to listen to them. Splitting her haki was challenging and took a lot of focus and control. She was going to be so tired later. The 2 cat brothers rushed towards the traitor to attack him. The traitor moved fast, slipping on a pair of gloves with swords for fingers before moving behind the cat brothers. The traitor flung his arms around the cat brothers' shoulder and held the blades to their necks. Nami moved faster once she had the swords. She nudged Zoro and he silently took them, giving her a slight nod in thanks. Once Nami had made it back to the heiress and the storyteller, Luffy let her haki fade off Nami and split her attention between the heiress and the traitor. "I will give you 5 minutes to clean this up," the traitor hissed before stepping away. The cat brother thanked him and rushed towards Zoro. To focused on their fear to notice that he had all of his swords. It was barely a fight. Zoro brought them down with ease now that he could fight with all his strength. The hypnotist moved quickly and made the larger one stand again. "Stop this right now. Clahador," the heiress yelled as she drew a pistol and pointed it at him. "You won't win. I won't let you. You're all grown up now," the traitor spoke softly. Almost proudly. So much has happened in the last 3 years. Miss Kaya, don't you remember the things we went through? We spent so much time together. Even before your dear sweet parents passed away. You were more than my master, you were my best friend. So much time, so many memories. Together we suffered and together we rejoiced. Like family, he smiled gently at her. Luffy did not like where this was going one bit. But if she stopped him now, Kaya would always wonder and it would eat her alive. Luffy would break him for this. Klahadore, Kaya said softly as tears filled her eyes. I took you on shopping trips to the city. I looked after you so diligently when you were ill. And we used to talk for hours and hours. Kaya listened to me, I was devoted to you for so long. He made a move to step forward but Luffy kept herself between the two, not letting him advance. So very long. His tone turned harsher. I endured it. I quietly suffered so that today I could end your life and take everything that I deserve. I, who was once the feared and respected Captain Kuro, had to bow and humble myself to a snot-nosed little girl. It went against every fiber of my being. Can you understand the depths of these daily insults? Can you understand the rage created by those transgressions against my pride? The traitor seethed. The storyteller moved fast and shot the traitor in the face with a metal ball from his slingshot. How dare you? Kaya has been nothing but kind to you. I won't stand here and let you talk to her like that. The traitor wiped the blood from his mouth. Do you really think you can beat me? He asked almost mockingly. No, Usopp spat. But I don't care if I die. I won't let you touch my friend. The traitor moved to attack Usopp, but the heiress attacked first. She pulled the trigger before he could. The traitor had never expected that the heiress would have the resolve to shoot him. He stared at the bullet wound in his arm in shock. Nor will I, Kaya fiercely declared. The traitor glared at Kaya with animosity. Django, handle these interlopers, I will take care of Miss Kaya. Once I have broken her you can have her write her butler into her will, then kill her. The hypnotist quickly agreed. He rushed to the fallen larger one and hypnotized him to stand again. The fight with the larger one was over just as quick as the first time. The strength increased, doing nothing for his lack of skill. He was outclassed. Stay back, Luffy ordered her crew as she glared at the soon-to-be a corpse. There was hesitation in Usopp's and Kaya's eyes, but they listened. Luffy felt a sense of pride. Without even realizing it, those two were fully part of her crew now. You foolish little girl, do you really think you can beat me? The soon-to-be a corpse taunted. Luffy was going to break his soul before she killed him now. Luffy lunged forward with real speed and kicked him in the nose with her heel. He stumbles back in shock, blood gushing from his broken nose. Luffy smiled at him and used the sweet tone that she learned from Nami. Pick a god and pray. He sneered at Luffy. Don't think that because you got a lucky shot that you have won, the soon-to-be a corpse yelled as he moved forward to attack. Luffy did not move to dodge. She used one hand to shatter the blades on one of his gloves and the other to slam her fist into his chest and sending him flying again. The pirates began to shout encouragement to their captain. Shut your mouths, all of you, the soon-to-be a corpse ordered. Soon enough I will deal with you in the only appropriate manner. Extermination. What? Stuttered the hypnotist. But the plan will no longer be any of your concern. The traitor mocked. When all of you are dead the village will know who to blame for this atrocity. I never intended to let any of you mongrels leave this village alive. No one who knows my true identity can be allowed to live to tell about it. Luffy screamed internally. Not only was he letting his anger dictate his actions to the point where he was destroying his plan, he still needed the hypnotist to hypnotize Kaya. He was going to murder his crew. Not only was the soon-to-be a corpse stupid, but he was also another failure. She was going to break his knees. The soon-to-be a corpse took a strange stance. His shoulders were loose and he swung his arms back and forth in front of him. Luffy could hear the shouts of terror coming from the pirates. This apparently made him so fast that he could not control it and lashed out at everything. This worked more in her favor. She would be able to completely shatter the soon-to-be corpse's soul by defeating his trump card. He seemingly disappeared, but Luffy was quicker. She waited for the soon-to-be a corpse to cut down one of his own before she attacked. If by some miracle he managed to survive this, his former crew would make sure he never bother anyone again. Luffy moved in front of him, kicking his knee with her heel, forcing it to invert. He went down screaming. It is sad that you have not yet realized that just how outmatched you are. There was never a chance for you to win. Luffy spoke slowly like she was trying to explain something to a child. This can't be. There is no way I would lose to some beach dash. Whine to someone who cares, she said indifferently before kicking his head and forcing his neck into an impossible angle. It was quiet while everyone processed what had happened. Two things are going to happen here. Her voice had taken a callous edge as she demanded they listen. You are going to give us all your treasure and then get off this island and pray that we never meet again. Luffy waited for a moment and when no one moved her glared at them go. The scrambled to follow her orders. Once the money was safely in Nami's rejoicing hands, Luffy turned to her crew. Food, she wailed. Of course, Zoro sighed. How can she eat that much? Usopp whispered in awe as he watched Luffy wolf down her 27th plate of food. She is probably only halfway done, Nami commented. Impressive. Kaya cheered. Luffy gave Kaya a thumbs up. Kaya stared for a moment before doing the same. MRFPH on Juffs, Luffy tried to speak with food in her mouth causing it to come out as a garbled mess. Chew your food first, Nami sighed when she noticed Luffy was not slowing down. She said we need to find a ship, Zoro sighed. You can understand her, Usopp said in astonishment. Of course not. But I do have a general idea of what she wants to do, Zoro denied. I have one I could give you. Kaya said. It was Mary's, but after all you have done I think he would want you to have it. Really? Thank you, Nami exclaimed hugging the other girl. Luffy stopped eating and chugged a glass of water. She took a deep breath then turned to Usopp and Kaya. How long will it take you both to get everything you need to set sail? What? They both questioned. Since you are both joining my crew I need to know when you will be ready to leave by. What? They repeated dumbfoundedly. You are both joining my crew. Unless you want to stay on this island forever. No, they both denied only to look at the other in shock. I want to be a brave man of the sea like my father. I want to see the world, Usopp spoke with ambition. Everything that happened with Klaha, Kuro, showed me how sheltered I am. I want to see more of the world. I also want to learn to be a doctor. I can't help but wonder what I could have done for Mary if I had any medical training. Luffy nodded and turned to Kaya. We will get a fully trained doctor on the crew at some point, would that bother you? No, Kaya vehemently denied. If anything I hope I can learn from them. Good. Because I plan to have a large crew, large enough that we could fight the whole world if we needed to. So having more than one doctor on the ship will be a must. A large crew big enough to fight the world? Are you planning on to conquer the world? Usopp joked. Luffy smiled at him showing all her teeth. I am going to be king of the pirates. Hello, my friend. It has been a few months since I have begun my investigation and so I figured it was time I sent in my first report. We have managed only to confirm the existence of 3 types of manifestation of the soul. These all align with the types that all the members of the REDACTED have. While we have met people who can manifest a great deal if power, enough to affect the world around them, we have not been able to find anyone who can manifest the soul in the same way you can. Though considering how early it is in the investigation, I will not discount the possibility. In other news, we have decided to stop referring to the manifestation of the soul as, well, that. It is quite a mouthful and with how many research papers we have been writing, the length of it is quite tedious to write repeatedly. We have taken to calling it hacky, due to a rather hilarious and embarrassing event regarding REDACTED, a hacky sack and a set of keys. I doubt you would believe the story true without seeing the scar I now have upon my forearm from it. I shall tell you the full story upon our return. With best regards, REDATCED. It was beautiful. Luffy was willing to admit that a part of her was scared for this moment. She had dreamed and yearned for this moment for so long. The sight of her flag, her symbol of freedom, flapping in the wind, the blue sky framing the flag while the smell of salt overwhelmed her senses. She would admit that a small part of her was worried that it would not be everything she had hoped it would be. But it was better than she could have imagined. And it was hers. It was her Jolly Roger, a skull and crossbones adorned by a straw hat, so delicately painted by Usopp. She loved it. She could stare at it forever. But she had things she needed to do. Besides, she had already been staring at it for several hours. Any longer and her crew might think something was wrong, either with the flag or her. She jumped to her feet and did her best not to pout as she tore herself away from the visage of freedom that now flew above her head. The first thing that needed to be handled was Kaya. Luffy easily found the other girl on the deck, even without using hockey, there were not many places she could be. Hello Luffy, the other greeted. Luffy nodded in acknowledgement but said nothing. Luffy reached out her hand and gently took hold of Kaya's hand. Kaya raised an eyebrow but seemed more amused than anything while she watched Luffy inspect her hand, turning it over and then turning it back. From what Luffy could, Kaya was not made to be a heavy hitter. Kaya's hands were soft, her wrists were slim, her frame was small and she had no muscle that would aid her in a fight. That crossed out all heavy weapons and fighting styles that relied on brute force. Something slim, easily held and carried. A rapier might be good. It would rely more upon speed and give Kaya an advantage with her small frame. That would have to be long-term though. Luffy knew the theory behind most sword forms but had never tried it herself. What Luffy lacked in experience she was sure Zoro would make up for. If she was going to teach Kaya to fight she was going to do it right. But Kaya needs to be able to defend herself now. The world would not wait for them to be prepared before throwing enemies at them. Perhaps something long-range would work for now? It would give Kaya more options in a fight. A bow wouldn't work. That would take far too much strength. Kaya had shown that she was comfortable with guns, so maybe a rifle? It could work. She could teach Kaya to fight with the rapier with one hand and the rifle with the other. It would give the future doctor more room to work with when trying to reach patients on the battlefield. She wouldn't have to worry about being too far or too close to help. Rapier and rifle, Luffy stated. Kaya pet her head in confusion. What? The weapons that will be best suited for you. You want Kaya to fight? Usopp yelled in panic. She will have to. The sea is dangerous, and as pirates, it's even more so. Kaya stared at Luffy for a moment before nodding her head. I would like to learn. Though I am curious, why a rapier and a rifle? Your frame is too small for most large weapons, and I don't think you would do well as a brute force fighter. A rapier is lightweight and does not rely on sheer brute force. It will take time for you to learn how to use it and build up muscle, time which is never given at sea, thus the rifle. It will keep you further away from harsher conflict while you learn, and it will make you a flexible fighter. Kaya stared in awe at Luffy, before breaking out in a large smile. I think I will do that. You've thought a lot about this, Kaya said cheerfully. Of course I did. I am your captain, it is my duty to make sure that each one of you is safe and cared for while under my flag. Luffy spoke firmly. Kaya smiled softly at Luffy. We should test the cannon, Luffy announced as she dropped a boxing holding cannonballs onto the deck. Why? Nami asked while setting down her book. Has anyone fired one before? Luffy paused and glanced around her crew. When no one stepped forward, she continued. Then we should figure out how it works and get comfortable using it now, so we won't be panicking and trying to do so in the middle of a fight. Nami blinked in surprise at Luffy. You keep coming up with logical answers to stuff. I almost thought for a bit when we first met that you didn't think about anything other than food. Logic cannot be applied to food, Luffy said incredulously. Zoro laughed at the horror on Luffy's face at the mere thought. Leave it to me, Usopp cheered as he bounded up to the box. I am a great marksman, so I should be able to figure it out. Luffy watched as Usopp set up the cannon with care, inspecting the interstices of the weapon. He aimed at a rock in the distance and fired. It missed and shot too far to the right. You were right, Usopp mumbled more to himself than to her. It curves more than I thought it would, and the wind has more of an effect than with something smaller. He stared at it for a moment before changing its position and firing again. It hit its mark this time. Luffy gave Usopp a thumbs up. Good job. He laughed loudly. It was to be expected of Usopp the Great. Luffy was silent as she listened to the resounding laughter and cheer of her crew. Once it started to die down, she let out a loud whine of food. Laughter filled the deck once more. Back to this then, Nami laughed. Luffy was trying to remain calm. Not only had her ship been invaded, the railing even being damaged, but it had been while she was eating. She had to set down her food to go deal with some loud moron destroying her deck. The only reason the moron was still breathing was the fact that Zoro knew him and his friend, and Luffy was not in the habit of killing friends of her crewmates. Sure, the moron's rage was not unjustified, and she could see where he was coming from. Shooting his friend with a cannon, albeit accidentally, did technically put her in the wrong, but she was a pirate. She cared very little for the technicalities of things. At the very least, she would be gracious enough to treat the injured man for the wounds they inflicted and his other ailments. Even if the ailment was brought on by sheer stupidity. Scurvy? Really? It was common knowledge amongst sailors on what it was and how to avoid it. Nearly every book on sailing she had ever read had mentioned it at least once, so how did they not know about it? At the very least, they brought some promising information with them on where she might be able to find a new crew member. The sea restaurant, Baratai, regardless of whether or not they found a cook there, would have some delicious food. Why did so many people want to stand in the way of Luffy eating today? If this marine did not leave within the next minute, Luffy was going to throw him all the way to the Grand Line. With how close they were to it, she might make it. He should count himself lucky that Luffy was not the type to care about being brushed off. Nor could she care any less about a single cannonball right now. She had easily kicked it into the sea, so there was not much she needed to worry about. She just wanted to eat. Bless the waiter that he did not seat her near him. If he had gotten in the way of her quest for food one more time, she might snap. Though she had to admit the waiter, or really the sous chef, was funny. The sheer disregard he gave to the annoying marine and the public thrashing was a great show before she ate. Luffy had to admit that the sous chef had character. If he had not kicked the marines but for wasting food, she would have. If all the cooks here were like this, then she would no doubt find someone she would want to recruit. The appetizers were a great snack while she watched the annoying marine flounder around. He seemed to be incompetent based on the fact that a prisoner he was supposed to be guarding was now causing a ruckus. Something must be out to get her today. This was the third time something had interfered with her eating a full meal. She was a hair's width away from snapping. While Luffy could sympathize with the criminal's plight, he was obviously starving and being thrown out of the only place where he could get food would be soul-crushing. She was a pirate, not a marine nor a revolutionary. It was not her job to help people. She had no reason to go out of her way for other people. "Hey, Luffy, where are to taking the food?" Zoro questioned as she stood up. "It is a nice day, I'm gonna eat outside." She responded, not making eye contact as she quickly hurried to the door. It seemed someone beat her to it. The more she heard the sous chef talk, the more certain Luffy became. This man would be the cook on her crew. Luffy sat on the railing on the balcony above the two. "You are gonna join my pirate crew," Luffy announced, staring down at the blonde chef. The cook stared at her for just a moment before a large smile plastered on his face. "While I would love to sail the seas with such a beautiful lady, I am afraid I cannot." He spoke over dramatically as he smiled sweetly at her. "Don't lie to me." There was no emotion in her tone and her face was blank as she stared down at him. "I would never lie to such a beautiful dash." "Enough." Luffy silenced him. "If I wanted to spend my time listening to empty words and false bravado, I would have joined the Marines." She sharpened her glare and let a small amount of conquers fill the air. "I am only Luffy and you are only Sanji. Speak the truth to me and I shall do the same. Do not waste my time or yours on useless fluff that we both know you don't mean." She spoke, leaving no room for argument. He gaped at her, his eye wide in shock. "How did you know my name?" he managed to force out. Luffy smiled crookedly, a mockery of a real smile. It was sharp and held danger in it. "I know lots of things." She dawdled almost lazily. Luffy let the tension hang in the air for only a breath before she changed the feel of her haki to be softer before doing the same with her smile. "You are joining my crew," she announced again. The sous chef stared at her for a moment, conflict battling behind his eyes. He ran his hand down his face and sighed. "I'm sorry. I really can't. There is a reason I am working at this place," he spoke, devoid of the hollow sweet tone. "Nope. I don't accept. I refuse to accept your refusal." "So you are part of my crew," she declared. "That is not how this works," he snapped back. "I decided that it is, therefore it will be." "What type of logic is that? I said I'm not joining." "You are. Are not. Are. Not. Are. Not." "I am sorry to interrupt," the criminal spoke. "But my name is Jin and you say that you are a pirate yourself. What is it you seek?" Luffy smiled at him, with more teeth than a smile. "I am gonna sail the Grand Line and find the One Piece." The criminal paled and broke out in a cold sweat. It was odd. Most people seem unnerved when Luffy smiled like that, but it did not seem to bother the criminal. Instead, the mention of the Grand Line seemed to invoke the reaction. "You can't have been seeking it for long if you don't even have a cook yet. Your crew can't be all that big." "Nope," Luffy replied cheerily before pointing to the cook. "He is only the 6th member. I told you I'm not going, so don't count me. You seem like a nice kid, so let me give you some friendly advice. The Grand Line is a place you want to avoid. You are still young, there is no need to rush into anything. Remember, the Grand Line is one small part of the ocean. If you want to be a real pirate, there are plenty of other places out here on the seas to explore. But that would be boring." "What? The Grand Line is a place where common logic does not apply. Both people and nature itself defy it on a daily basis. There is no telling whether you will meet someone who has supernatural abilities or if the sky would literally fall on you." She paused, a manic smile spreading over her face. "Doesn't that sound fun?" The criminal gaped at her. "You're crazy." Luffy laughed loudly. "Maybe, probably, but it doesn't matter if I am. I will find the One Piece and become the king of the pirates." The criminal's eye flashed at the resolve in her words. Maybe there was more to the man than she thought. If he wasn't already part of someone else's crew, she would recruit him. She was finally getting food. She could cry from happiness. She even had entertainment. The cook flirting with Nami was hilarious. His over-exaggerated movements and Nami's responding in kind, probably trying to scam him, was quite the sight as they tried to top one another in flirting skill. Kaya seemed to find the empty flirting amusing, while for some reason it seemed to annoy Usopp. It seemed that the cook's personality just rubbed Zoro wrong in some way and the two would start arguing over everything. Kaya, strangely enough, was the only one to find the scene as entertaining as Luffy did. She had even shuffled herself to sit by Luffy so that she could also enjoy the show. Though the old man with one leg was starting to get on her nerves. Luffy understood what he was trying to do by throwing around such harsh words, but she would not accept it. The cook would either join her of his own will or not at all. It needed to be his own decision whether he would stay or go. Luffy knew what she was about to do was a bad idea, but she was going to do it anyway. She did not like the way Don Krieg's corps looked, but she was not going to let a man die of starvation in front of her. As much as she wanted the cook to join her crew, the people in the restaurant were starting to get on her nerves. Did none of them understand the terror and pain that came with starvation? What a slow dragged-out death it was. Luffy considered herself many things, not all of them good, but even she would not inflict this on even her enemies. Which the man would soon no doubt become. Luffy knew a lie when she heard one, and his promise to leave after eating and do nothing to the restaurant was just that. Though, once again, it would seem she would not need to interfere and the cook was beating her to the punch. While no pun intended, was what the cook got for his kindness. Luffy was going to break the lying tackily dressed waste of Oxygen's arms. Not only had he laid his hand on her future crewmate, but he had also done the same to the criminal, his own crewmate. Luffy was starting to wonder whether or not she was a pirate or a janitor. With how much she was cleaning up of failures for Captain from both pirates and marines, Luffy was starting to wonder if the sea was leading them to her because she no longer wanted them sailing her and did not want to waste her effort on being careful enough that she would only get rid of one person. Luffy wouldn't put it past her. She would have to consider the implications of that later. Right now she had to deal with the waste of oxygen in front of her. While Luffy would love to wipe this man from existence, she needed this fight to escalate. She wanted to know if there was anyone worth poaching from his crew. The criminal was looking like a good candidate so far, but she needed to see more of his character before she invited him. While she wanted a large crew, she would just invite every person she saw. She needed people who understood what it meant to be on a crew and longed for the future. She would sit back and watch for now. His arrogant prattle after opening fire in the restaurant was horrible. He was the world's strongest man? Please, he was not even in the honorable mentions. The old man with one leg, surprising, brought the waste of oxygen food for his crew. Luffy wished they would get to the fighting already. She had no interest in the old man's history, nor in his logbook from when he was on the Grand Line. Luffy tried, she did, but when the waste of oxygen declared he was going to use the logbook to become king of the pirates, she could not help but laugh. "You," she wheezed out as laughter shook her whole frame. "Will never be king of the pirates." Luffy took a deep breath and forced her laughter down. "The only one here who is going to claim that title is me." "Did you say something, kid?" "I won't allow that kind of stupidity again," the waste sneered. "Stupid or not, I am just stating facts. This isn't a game." "No it's not, but I'm still going to conquer the Grand Line." "No, you won't. It is true we didn't have the information we needed but my fleet of 5,000 men was wiped out in just 7 days you brat. That sea is hell." The waste yelled in rage. "That was because you are weak," Luffy stated plainly. "Weak? How dare you? You boast of being the world strongest man, and yet you could barely last a week in the Grand Line. Gather all the information you want, you will never last there. Because no matter how much information you gather or how large you make your crew, it will not change the fact that a weak man stands at the helm. And someone like you will never become strong enough to stand on the stage of the Grand Line." Her face was blank as she spoke, calm as though she was commenting on the weather. "How dare you?" the waste shrieked. "I don't find your smartass remarks amusing. If you insist on this behavior I will crush you right here and right now. Don't think I will take pity on you because you are a woman." Luffy smiled, baring all of her teeth. "Go ahead and try." There was a tense moment of silence as the waste slid his eyes from Luffy and turned them towards the old one-legged man behind her and gauged his strength. If Luffy did not still want to see if any of his crew was worth poaching, she would have decimated him right then for daring to take his eyes off her in a fight. "Need a hand?" Zoro questioned as he started to unsheath his sword. "If you don't need help that's okay too," Usopp continued. "I am not sure what I can do to help, but I will try my best," Kaya declared holding the rifle she had brought from her village. Luffy laughed loudly and turned to smile at her crew. "Is he supposed to be a threat?" Usopp gaped at her and Kaya stared at her blankly before speaking. "I can't tell if you are being overconfident or if you are that strong." Zoro snorted. "I wouldn't be following her if she was weak." "Is that supposed to be your crew?" The waste laughed. "That is a pretty small group you got there." He looked once more at the old man before letting out a small sigh. "I'll deal with you later." Luffy let him leave and take the food to his crew. This better not be a waste. This was bad. This was going to be a hard fight. Luffy could feel the approach of someone with strong haki, and judging by the bloodlust she felt, they weren't coming as a friend. "Get everyone out of here now," Luffy commanded as she marched onto the deck of the restaurant. "This is going to be a tough fight." Zoro raised an eyebrow at Luffy. "I thought you said you could take him. This has nothing to do with the waste of oxygen." Luffy cracked her knuckles as she prepared to fight. "Someone strong is coming." "Someone strong? Who?" Zoro asked, his gaze shuffling through the now-fed pirates, trying to find who she was talking about. Luffy ignored him and kept her gaze forward. Faster than the untrained eye could see, a large slash of haki struck the gallant ship, slicing it into thirds like it was made of butter. Luffy tuned out the cries of distress and panic from those around her. She kept her haki trained on the approaching threat. Luffy briefly registered something about Nami taking the ship and leaving. While Luffy would like to handle that right now, she doubts that even if she wanted to she could. It would take everything Luffy had to win this fight. Not only did this man have a good deal of haki, Luffy could tell that he also had skill and experience. She would have to plan carefully if she was going to fight him. Luffy registered Zoro's intent as he stepped forward in an attempt to head towards the threat. She reached out before he took more than a step in front of her and grabbed the back of his shirt and yanking him. "Don't fight him." Zoro shot her a glare. "The entire reason I set out to sea was to fight that man. I told you not to get in my way. You will lose," she stated matter-of-factly. Zoro bared his teeth at her. "Are you calling me weak? Against a man with that much haki?" "Yes." Zoro growled and started to unsheath his sword. "I told you I would kill you if you got in my way." Luffy looked at Zoro out of the corner of her eye. There was more to him wanting to fight than just ambition. Something deeper was driving him and she knew that nothing she said would change his mind. She grit her teeth and ground out her words. "Fine. But you are not allowed to die. Test your skill and come back, nothing more." Zoro growled and hissed his words. "I am not so weak as to lose so easily. Without haki, you will. I don't know what that is, and I couldn't give a f-. I won't lose," Zoro declared as he marched forward. "You should trust Big Bro Zoro more. He is really strong," Johnny chastised. "This fight is different." The fight, if it could even be called that, was short-lived. The ease in which Hawkeye handled Zoro with nothing but a small dagger was a testament to his strength. Luffy did not like where this was going. From the moment Hawkeye had grabbed hold of the large cross-shaped sword on his back, a chill had run down Luffy's spine. Scars on the back are a swordsman's shame, Zoro started proudly as he stood to take the blow. "No." The blade cleaved through Zoro's chest. "No." Zoro staggered for just a moment before he fell into the sea. "No." Luffy leapt without thinking. She pushed her haki into her leg and brought it down towards Hawkeye's head. Hawkeye reacted and quickly twisted to block her kick with his cross-shaped sword. "How dare you!" Her words stole the breath from the lungs of those around her, as they struggled to take in any air as it felt like breathing in ash. Heavy and burning their lungs as they struggled in a futile residence. The sea thrashed around her in a violent display, as lightning crashed overhead, sounding more like war drums than a simple storm. Luffy wanted a storm. She wanted the heavens to shake as she wiped this man off the face of the earth. She would not stop until the very land had been changed, till it stood as a testament, so no one would ever again attempt what this man had done. She wanted a storm. She wanted a storm. She wanted. "He still lives," Hawkeye forced out, his voice strained from the effort it took to hold her attack back. A moment of hesitation was all Hawkeye needed to fling her backward. Luffy twisted and landed on her feet. Reaching out with her haki, Luffy found him. Zoro's presence had not faded. The relief washed over Luffy and her haki receded. "It is still far too early for you to die," Hawkeye shouted towards where Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku were pulling Zoro out of the water while Kaya prepared to treat his wounds. "My name is Hawkeye, my hawk. You're strong, but there is much for you to learn. No matter how many years it takes, I will hold this title as the greatest in the world and wait for you. Until that day you must hone your skills. Then, seek me out. Roronoa Zoro." "Luffy," she snapped her attention to where she heard Zoro call her name. "I am sorry for disappointing you. I know you need nothing less than the greatest swordsman in the world. I've let you down. Please forgive me." He hacked out a harsh set of coughs as he moved to raise his sword to point towards the sky. "I solemnly swear, from this moment forward, that I will never lose again. Until then the day comes that I defeat him and take his title. Is that okay, King of the Pirates?" Luffy smiled brightly. "Yep." Hawkeye moved his gaze back to Luffy. "Why are you in the East Blue?" "I am building a pirate crew," she spoke with no emotion, though her body was tense, never dropping her guard. "That is not what I meant and you know it," he narrowed his gaze. "The amount of haki you just used was not something that is seen outside of the New World." Luffy tilted her head and pet her eyebrow. "I just left my island a few months ago and my island is in the East Blue. Are you suggesting that I head straight there?" Hawkeye stared at her, looking for any sign of a lie. When he found none he laughed. "I suppose not." He sheathed his sword on his back. "You're a good team. I hope to see you again," Mihawk spoke as he turned to leave. "Hold on," Luffy called out to him. "I have something I want to ask you." He froze in his movements, his fingers twitching in anticipation to grab his sword. Oh? How would you explain hockey to someone who has no idea what hockey is? His eyebrows shot up to his hairline. He stared at her while he pondered the question. Start with the basics of observation and use that to build a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the easier the rest will be. Anything else? He asked with genuine curiosity. Nope, Luffy said as she exaggerated the P. He laughed at her blatant disrespect. May we meet again on the Grand Line? He turned once again to leave. Hey Hawkeye, the waste of oxygen demanded, stomping his foot on the ground like a child. I was under the impression that you had come here to take my life, weren't you here to kill me? The great Don Krieg, ruler of the East Blue. The thought had crossed my mind, but I have had enough fun, so I shall take my leave. Hawkeye dismissed him. The waste cracked his neck and looked down at Hawkeye. I don't care if you have had enough, I haven't even gotten started. Opposition resounded from the waste's crew. The waste laughed as the armor on his shoulder opened to relieve 2 guns on each side. While he flung, he caped to relieve the guns hidden at his side, and he pulled out 2 handguns. He must really like guns. It is time to die, he shouted arrogantly while he fired them all at Hawkeye. He just won't learn, will he? Hawkeye said, more annoyed than anything else. Luffy could sympathize. It took little effort for Hawkeye to fling the bullets around to cover his abandonment of the waste of oxygen. Luffy was almost tempted to do the same. The waste grated on her nerves, but she had a reason to stay. Resigning herself to the future headache, Luffy jumped to the railing of the restaurant. She would just have to vent her frustration out on him. Usopp, Luffy yelled towards the small group huddle on a lifeboat surrounding Zoro. I will leave Nami to you guys. I will be behind shortly. Right. Usopp yelled back as he moved to get the small boat sailing towards where Nami took off. Now she just needed to get the cook. Luffy was tired. She had not meant to use that much haki. She had let her anger consume her and she lashed out. Now she was facing the consequence of her actions. She was going to be so sore tomorrow. She needed to deal with the waste of oxygen fast. Then she could grab anyone who looked good to join her crew, and the cook she had her eye on. It would be short, but she could take a nap while they chased after Nami. The cook's idea to raise the, what had he called them, fins? She had been zoned out. Outside deck would be helpful. If everyone charged the same area, she could wait and they would all come to her. Luffy needed to plan carefully though. She needed to see how her cook could fight while not letting him get killed, and find a way to test if the criminal or anyone else was worth stealing. So far, she was not impressed. The only upside was the cook. He could handle himself in a fight, and his style of fighting was interesting. But her temper was close to snapping again. If she had to listen to a grown man brag about how she had never been injured in battle, why was he bragging about that? That just means he only chose to fight those weaker than him. When you are aiming for the top, the only thing worth anything is how much stronger your opponent was, and yet you still managed to win. Luffy might just scream if she had to listen to much more of this. Luffy bent down and pulled a shoe off of one of the unconscious cook's feet. She pulled her arm back and threw it at the whining man's face. You have something on your face, Luffy spoke as the man's nose began to bleed from the impact of her shoe. Hopefully, now he would stop all the theatrics. These people aren't just mean, they're dangerous, the whining man whined. Yes, she was very dangerous. Now leave. The whining man began to scream and bang the 2 shields he held in his hands together. Oh? Today could get worse? She had to listen to this now? Why was he on fire? Did this a-hole just light the deck on fire? Did he really just light her shorts on fire? Luffy took a deep breath as she calmly put out the fire on her shorts. She was done. She did not care enough to deal with this. The cook seemed to be able to handle the whining man, so she could focus all of her rage on the waste, who seemed to really want to PSS her off more as he swung a large chain mace at the deck with the intent to destroy it, aiming it to not only hit her cook but his own crewmate as well. Luffy, as calmly as she could manage, walked over to be directly under the trajectory of the chain mace and kicked it back like it was a rubber ball. The chain mace flew back and landed on the remnants of a mast, breaking the last of what was holding it together and sending it falling, right onto the whining man's head. Finally, Luffy would not have to hear his tantrums. There was a reason Luffy liked to watch people fight before she recruited them. You could learn a lot about a person with how they acted when their life was on the line. Sometimes, the panic of facing death could change a person. Make someone who was once kind to be extremely cruel. Luffy needed to make sure that she would never have to worry about her crewmates pointing their weapons at each other or her back. Because Luffy was not omnipotent, she could be wrong. This may have been one of those moments. Turning her head to look behind her and seeing the criminal standing over the old man, holding him hostage, did not do anything to raise her opinion of the man. Or maybe she was right. The sheer fact that he had not immediately pulled the trigger, even while the waste was yelling at him to do so, and was trying to convince her cook to leave, told Luffy that the criminal did not want to be doing any of this. Luffy had to wonder how a man like the Waist had managed to convince someone with such strong convictions and loyalty to join him. Luffy cannot think of the Waist of ever having done some great feat or managed to find victory in a difficult battle that he won the respect of such a man. The only thing Luffy could think of, that would make any sense, would be a life debt. A man as loyal as this would not forget someone saving their life so easily. Oh God. The whining man was back up. Luffy was going to snap. The whining man pulled back and slammed his fist against her cook's face. This was not going to be good. As long as the old man's life was on the line, her cook would not fight back. Luffy needed to get the criminal away from the old man while at the same time getting her cook away from the whining man. If her cook had just a moment to right himself, he would be able to fight back. Luffy could understand where her cook was coming from. His desire to protect the ship and the loyalty he had towards the old man, she really did. But she could not allow that mindset. F it, Luffy cursed as she raised her leg. Don't. Jin will shoot the old man. Her cook yelled in panic. Luffy brought her leg down to the deck and let her hockey ripple through it, splintering the wood and tearing it apart. With this, the deck was broken and her cook and the whining man were separated. If Luffy was right about the criminal then, even now, he would not pull the trigger. The criminal was improving in her book. Even as the Waist yelled at him to shoot the old man, he couldn't do it. He honored debts. Why are you all getting so upset? I haven't sunken the ship, yet. Luffy sighed. Yet? If the ship isn't here they have no reason to attack. Her cook was mad he was glaring at her, but he managed to hold himself back from so much as laying a finger on her. Luffy would have to keep that in mind. It seemed that even if she could get him to stop flirting with her, he held on to the conviction to never hit a woman. She would have to plan future fights around that. I owe this ship my life. I won't let you sink it. Her cook yelled in anger. Allowing yourself to be killed is not how you repay a debt. She laced her words with conkers to make sure her words were heard, even though his anger. The old man did not save you so you could die like a fool. He did it so you could do something with your life. So your big idea is to help them attack us? Her cook yelled back. Luffy knew her words were sinking in. His rage had calmed and he seemed to be thinking about what she had said. There is no reason for friends to fight, the whining man interrupted. Especially when there is nothing either of you can do. Not as long as there is a shot gunpoint at the old man's chief hat, he gloated and he readied to attack. The whining man was lucky. The criminal had dropped the gun and rushed forward to attack him, shattering the shield he wore and finally knocking the whining man unconscious. If the criminal had hockey, Luffy may have thought he was doing it to save the whining man's life. She may have let the tiniest bit of bloodlust out when he started to charge her, but the criminal had moved before that. Her mind was made up. She was stealing the criminal. Jin. You have betrayed your captain and crew, the Waist yelled in anger at the criminal. I know and I am sorry, the criminal said calmly. But he saved our lives. I can't kill him, not like this. He deserves better. He deserves to face death standing. His word dropped low with the threat of violence as he continues to speak. I promise you, he will still die by my hands. Luffy smiled. That was the resolve she was looking for. I am going to steal you, she declared. The criminal raised an eyebrow at her and kept his calm. What? You are going to join my crew, she stated. I am the chief commander of the Don Krieg pirates. I will not join you. That's cute. Cute? Luffy flashed all of her teeth and smiled. While she knew it wouldn't do much to bother the criminal, the Waist paled drastically from where he was standing behind him. It's cute that you think I am giving you a choice. The criminal let out a low chuckle. I was right, you are crazy. Never denied it. The criminal had resolved himself to kill them. She could tell. She would need to hurry to take out the Waist then. I am going to go deal with that waste of oxygen, Luffy pointed toward the aforementioned Sanji, just buy time till then. Serious fights between crewmates are not allowed. I told you I am not joining you, both the criminal and her cook snapped. Don't say that about our captain, the pirates yelled. We are the Krieg pirates. Rulers of the East Blue. Only because you outnumber the other pirates in the East Blue, Luffy stated plainly. The pirates seethed with anger as they glared at Luffy. Great, her cook complained as he took a drag from his cigarette. Now you really set them off. Guess I was right. You're dead, they shouted in anger as they rushed towards her. Hold your place, the Waist yelled. You only prove her point when you lose control. Do you see me trembling with anger? Only the weak react to mere words. He sneered. Don Krieg pirates run from no one. Yes sir, the pirates cheered. Jin, the Waist continued. Luffy really wished he would stop talking already. She was already too close to snapping as it was. It is your job to kill that cook. I'll handle the little girl. Excuse you? Nope. She is going to rip him apart. It would be wise to remain calm. Overusing your hockey could be danger. Cram it. She did not care. Luffy was going to break every bone in his body. He was talking to her. Luffy did not care. He had signed his own death warrant. Luffy smiled and she could feel the tension in the air rise as a chill washed over the area. I am going to break you, she seethed. Impudence, the waist sneered. That girl is dangerous, the criminal voiced, more to himself than anyone else. What does the great Don Krieg have to fear from a little girl, the waist laughed. Luffy knew that she did not need to worry about the fight between her two future crewmates. She could tell that he would not be able to kill her cook. She was proven right. Their fight had not lasted long before her cook's wounds had gotten the best of him. The criminal had him pinned. Yet he was not able to land the finishing blow. His convictions were too strong. He could not end the life of someone who had saved his. The tears the criminal shed, as he was overcome with grief for not being able to follow his captain's order, an order that went against everything he stood for, only fueled Luffy's wrath. The waste had caused his own crewmate this much pain. Eradication. Decimation. Obliterate. Shatter. Break. Annihilate. Destroy. She would leave nothing of the waste left. She would make him regret the day he was born. Child, you really must calm down. Calm down? Calm down? She is perfectly calm. I have always been loyal to you. Up till now, I have believed in what we have done. I respect you and appreciate all you have given me. Trusting me as your chief commander was the honor of my life. Until this moment I have obeyed every single order you have given without question. The criminal spoke through his tears. I can't live with myself if I kill this man and I cannot break my oath. Please, I beg you, his voice wavered through the tears. Just let me disobey this one order. Please. Can't we just leave? They can keep the restaurant for themselves. The waste yelled out in rage. You little son of a beach. You think you can defy my orders and tell me what to do? It's pathetic. Morality, sympathy, weakness I never expected to see from you. The waste pulled off one of his shoulder guards and moved it to his fist. You are not my chief commander anymore. The shoulder guard opened to be what looked like a gun and he pointed it at the criminal. Pirates, step aside. No. Not the gas. Was yelled across the battlefield. Mask on. Gas, that is a coward's weapon. A cook yelled out. The waste scoffed, the only thing that matters in a battle is who ends up winning. The waste smiled cruelly. Even if more have got to die. Poison gas is just a means to an end. Victory is all that decides what is right and wrong. If you're dead no one will hear dash. Kneel. The force of the command brought the waste to his knees. He gasped for breath like a fish out of the water as he struggled under the weight. The air felt cold now. It did not feel like the air of a tropical ocean, but as though they had all suddenly been moved to the top of a mountain tundra. It might have been possible. With each breath they took they could see it come out as if it was smoke. The waste struggled to form words as he tried to speak. Is this a devil dash? Silence. The waste's mouth snapped shut as tremors shook his body. I am done with you. Her words were ice. Her movements only increased tension. She walked slowly and calmly over to the waste as though she was taking a walk through a park on a sunny day. This was not the movement of someone who could bring the most feared man in the East Blue to his knees, halt his crew, and make every one before her stop in fear with a single word. Luffy stopped in front of the waste. Her face to blank, but her eyes, they could barely even be called that, were as though peering into black holes. There were only bloodlust and the promise of destruction in them. I have listened to you long enough. You care not for those who you are supposed to protect with your life. You cast them aside like they are trash. You boast of falsehoods. Ignorant of how small you are. You shall sully my sight no longer. Her movements looked slow and seemed to lag. It was almost as if, in that fraction of a second, she had multiple hands. Luffy brought her hand to his face, a poor parody of a slap, for with it, the waste's head went flying. It was silent while those who had been watching tried to grasp what had just transpired. Luffy turned her gaze to the water where the remaining pirates were. Leave. This shall be your only warning. A flood had been unleashing as what remained of the pirates scrambled to flee. Luffy watched, her face still far to blank as the pirates scrambled onto a lifeboat. She did not allow her eyes to leave them until they had set sail. The cooks, the criminal, and her cook had not moved throughout. Luffy took a deep breath and forced her haki down. I'm gonna pass out, she announced right before she fell forward. She really needed to not let her haki run rampant. Luffy may have, just the smallest amount, regretted her actions. She did not regret killing the waste, she would do so again if given the chance, but she would have used less haki to do so. Her whole body ached. That was foolish. She wasn't going to deny that, but she did not need a lecture from someone who only popped up once in a blue moon. I am more than willing to do it then, the sky rustled in displeasure. She had already admitted to it being dumb, did she really need to hear a whole speech on it? You must learn to control your wrath, the sea reprimanded. Hello pot, I'm Kettle. My wrath does not cause adverse effects on my being. You tempt your fate when you give in to yours, the sea grumbled. Tempt her fate? Was fate even a thing? No. But all of them were real. Is now really the time, the sky interjected. Humans are responsible for their own actions. We are not so controlling that we demand they follow only our commands. We value freedom. That being said, there are lines that we will not allow to be crossed. She had seen many lines crossed. They had not interfered then. We are large. Far larger than a single mind can fathom. We are the universe. We cannot do small. If we were to interfere, many would suffer for the actions of one. That would not be freedom, that would be a dictator. Luffy supposed that made sense. She would not like it if her whole island had been wiped off the face of the planet solely because the nobles in Hightown got too full of themselves. You are forgetting something, the sea said. Right. She had gotten sidetracked. The overuse of her haki was making it hard to focus. Which we will be talking about later, the sky promised. Ugh. Fine. She would be willing to listen to the reprimand in, how about, 50 years. That worked. Now listen here. Sorry, she couldn't now. She had to grab some food and her new crewmates then go after Nami. Speaking of that, how long had she been out? 10 minutes. Don't encourage this behavior. The sky and sea bellowed. Luffy forced herself to wake. Her body protested, her eyelids felt heavy but she needed to move. She noticed as she sat up, that she was laying in what was probably a guest room in the restaurant. She wondered who had been brave enough to move her. Her stomach rumbled, yelled at her to get something to eat. You sound pretty hungry, I can make you something to eat. Her cook spoke from where he was standing by the window. Join my crew. No. Is that really the first thing you want to say when you wake up? Join my crew, make me food. Were you raised in a barn? A bar. That explains so much and yet only raises more questions, he sighed loudly. I have unfinished business here. I'm going to stay until Zeph acknowledges my skill. I can't just leave. These idiots don't know the first thing about how to run a restaurant. But still, I promised myself that one day I will go to the Grand Line. Do now. It just isn't the right time. Her cook turned to look at her with a large smile covering his face. Say, have you ever heard of the All Blue? Nope. You have got to be kidding me. That sea is a miracle. As she listened to him speak with pride of his dream, any chance that she would have let him stay fell away. Luffy followed her cook downstairs to the dining area. Humming as she chanted food under her breath repeatedly. It should only take me a minute, her cook smiled as he led her to a table. Luffy plopped down on the chair and leaned her whole upper body across the table while she swung her legs back and forth. The criminal approached her, the internal struggle he was battling almost looked visible. Why did you kill him? His voice was just above a whisper. He failed in his duty, Luffy said as stood and looked far different from the silliness she displayed not moments ago. Had he respected the lives of those who had followed him, I would have just kicked his butt. But he was willing to throw them away, to use them, to force them to bend to his ideals. Luffy took a deep breath and laced her next words with conkers. A captain should protect their crew, never harm it. Tears fell from the criminal's eyes. She did not mean to do that. Luffy's arms flailed in front of her as she panicked on what to do. Some part of me always knew that Don Krieg would not last on the Grand Line. I ignored the part of me that said that. I thought it was just baseless worry over dangerous seas. He took a shuddering breath as he wiped his eyes. After seeing you fight, hearing your reasons, I know I was just fooling myself. He looked up to face her. Is your offer still open? Of course it is, Luffy yelled as she tackled Jin into a bear hug. I wouldn't have given it if I didn't mean it. This is touching and all, the cook with large hands interpreted. But I think we would all like to know what the F happened out there. The old man laughed. It is obvious, she ate a devil fruit. Nope, Luffy quickly correct. There is no point in lying now, brat, the old man glared. Not, can swim. I will throw you in the sea to prove it, brat. Do it. It was silent for a moment while the old man stared her down. His eye widened after a moment. You're serious? Yep. That is not possible. How the hell did you do that? I am going to be king of the pirates. Why should I care about what is possible and what is not? If I decided something shall be, then even if it goes against all logic, I will make it a reality. Luffy bared her teeth at them in a smile. It was silent as she felt the room freeze. Whoops. She did not realize she scared them that much. Jin laughed. I am never going to have a chance to be bored, am I? Luffy gasped in over-exaggeration shock and horror. I should very well hope not. Such an awful thing, boredom. Luffy took a step back and feigned outrage. It was enough to lighten the mood. Jin was good at reading people, it would come in handy later. I brought your appetizer, her cook said he entered the room. The tears Luffy burst into at his words crushed what remained of the heavy atmosphere. Luffy was close to snapping again, but for entirely different reasons now. She understood what the cooks and the old man were being so rude out of nowhere, but she would not allow it. Enough, she hissed right before her cook started a fight for the insult to his cooking skills. I only let people join my crew who choose to. She glared at the old man. Giving someone no other options is not a choice. You don't know what you are talking about, brat, the old man hissed back. Do not try to anger me, I am not forgiving. Luffy spat. Do not try and speak falsehoods to me. You have seen what I do to those who do. The old man did not lessen his glare. Burning bridges is not the answer. Now talk about your feelings, you emotionally constipated walnut. The old man glared at her and Luffy glared back. The old man caved first as he sighed loudly in defeat. Fine, you brat. He turned to look at her cook. The old man seemed to falter for only a moment. I have already acknowledged your skill. It was awkward and with a tense pat to shoulder. How had these idiots survived this long? Even she was not this bad at expressing herself. Shitty geezer, what are you saying? Her cook questioned, genuinely confused. The old man grimaced and kicked her cook across the room. Why? I am telling you to go to sea, you blockhead. I am already proud of your skills. Her cook stared at the old man with awe as they seemed to have a silent conversation. There is no need to get sappy on me, you shitty geezer, her cook said with a wet voice. Neither one said anything. They continued not saying anything. This was so awkward. The tension was broken when a shark, holding idiot number 2 in its mouth, crashed through the wall. Luffy wasn't even going to question it. She was just thankful for the out. Big sis Luffy, idiot 2 spoke with exhausted heavy in his voice. Why, was all she could muster up to say. The cooks helped him out of the literal shark's mouth and lead him to a chair. Nami, Luffy asked. We weren't able to follow her, but judging from the direction we think we figured out where she was heading, he said grimly. Where? If our suspicion turned out to be correct, it could mean certain death for all of us if we follow her. Where? The point is that we really need your help, big sis Luffy. Where? So you will help us? Idiot 2 looked close to tears. Captain, Luffy said as she pointed to herself. Duh. Big sis Luffy. He cheered. Luffy turned to leave through the hole in the wall. Wait. Her cook called. Your dream is foolish, but so is mine. I will be joining your little crew on your journey to be king of the pirates. Luffy smiles brightly as she rushed over to him. In a quick movement, she had him flung over her shoulder. Mine now, she declared as she stared at the old man. Jin, she yelled as she started to run to a boat. I already said I was joining. You don't need to kidnap me. Sanji yelled. More fun. Luffy kept her eyes closed as she focused on the movement of the boat. The gentle lull of the sea kept her mind off the soreness of her body and the prattle of idiot 2. Luffy could care less about the reputation of whoever they were going to fight. If it did not have directly do with Nami, then she did not want to hear it. Luffy just wanted to nap until they got to the island, grab Nami and then nap some more. Sanji, the amazing person he was, noticed her fatigue. When he made lunch, he made sure all of her food was finger food that could easily be eaten without having to sit up. Of course, since nothing could ever happen how Luffy wanted, her rest was interrupted by a giant fish that looked like a cow. She was too tired to deal with it. So she wouldn't. Luffy had seen enough of her crew's abilities to know that Sanji and Jin would be fine. Idiot 2 would be. He would be fine. Probably. Luffy would have like a better wake-up call. Jin nudging her awake, idiot 2 yellings, or even Sanji trying to pick her up so she could sleep more as he shameless flirted with her. She would have taken any of those than to being slammed face-first into the side of a cliff. 3 grown men and none of them knew how to properly dock a boat. And now she had a broken nose to show for it. Luffy could only sigh loudly as the only defense the 3 of them could come up with was a simple whoops. The only reason she was not upset as they had somehow managed to crash the boat into Zoro as well. She would admit that it was kinda funny. F off, she heard Zoro groan as he moved from underneath the rubble. Nami. Usopp. Kaya. Johnny. Where? Whatever she said set off a panic in Zoro. Usopp. We need to hurry. He was captured by Arlong and we need to get him before he gets killed. Luffy was up in an instant, spreading out her haki across the island. It would take them a few minutes, but they could get to him pretty fast. We're too late, idiot 1 sobbed as he stumbled towards them. Big bro Usopp is dead. Nami murdered him. Huh? There were several things wrong there. First, she could sense Usopp. Second, if she focused her haki on him, she could tell that he did not have any fatal wounds or injuries that would attest to such an incident. Not true. Idiot 1 looked at her sadly. It is. I saw it with my own eyes. Usopp alive. He is dead. I'm sorry big sis, but that is the truth. Alive. Nami killed him. She had us all fooled. She was nothing but a cold-hearted dash. Silence. Tension filled the air as no one moved. I said he is alive. Therefore he is. Nami would not do that to her crewmates. I know what I saw. Idiot 2 yelled. A scoff sounded behind Luffy. Crewmates? Nami, Luffy cheered. What are you doing here? Something was wrong. Nami's body was stiff and she was putting all her weight on her back foot. Luffy did not understand body long well, but her haki was still stretched out over the island. Luffy could feel the fear, discomfort, and resignation radiating off Nami. Came to get. Luffy pointed her index finger at Nami. What a pest. You are just pathetic enough to deserve each other. Luffy did not like this. She was missing something. Nami's words did not match the emotions she felt through her haki. It was like Nami was trying to make them hate her. She was deliberately pushing buttons that she knew would rile them up. And judging from Zoro's hands tightening on the hilt of his swords, it was working. You want to leave my crew? Luffy asked, interrupting to pointless bickering. Did you not hear what I said? I was never a part of Dash. Yes or no? Nami sighed exasperately. Yes. Resedged. Excuse you. But did you not hear a word I said? Dash. Nope. Wasn't listening. Are you really such a fool? I was just using you. I was never Dash. I have one single rule: if someone wants to leave my crew. Nami sighed once again. Fine. I'll humor you. What is the rule? If you want to leave my crew, you must tell me you want to leave. I have already told you that. Nami has not said she wants to leave. All I have heard is someone else's words from her mouth. I will not accept that. Nami stared at her in shock. Take your ship and leave. Her voice was softer now. Nope, Luffy said as she laid down on the ground. I am gonna take a nap and then kick the butt of whoever's words those were. Nami laughed bitterly at her words. You are suicidal. There are fights that even you can't win. Luffy said nothing and closed her eyes to sleep. Luffy sat up abruptly with a shout of, Usopp? As she sat up, she turned to look behind herself. Oi! Luffy, said man yelled as he came running. Kaya? Usopp blinked and quickly answered. She is with Nojiko. Luffy nodded and went back to sleep. Luffy bolted up once more. Kaya! She shouted as said woman approached, followed by another woman. Leave poor Nami alone, the strange spoke. Who? Luffy raised an eyebrow as she pointed to the stranger. I am Nojiko, Nami's sister. I will explain the situation, but you must promise me you will leave. Pass. Luffy said as she stood up. Wait, Usopp called after her. I don't care about Nami's past. Luffy was starting to get said. She could feel Nami's distress. How dare anyone think they could make a member of her crew feel hopeless? It took her several minutes to follow where she sensed Nami. Her pointless wandering had led Luffy to the other side of the island. Luffy did not like what she found. Her Nami was sitting in the dirt stabbing herself as she wept in grief. Luffy stepped forward and grabbed Nami's wrist before she could stab her shoulder once more. Luffy, Nami croaked out. What do you want? You don't know anything that has been happening on this island for 8 years. Nope. Got no clue. This has nothing to do with you. I told you to leave this place. Yep, you did. So leave. Nami shouted as she dug her hands into the dirt and flung it at Luffy. Get out of here. Get out of here now. Go away. Go. Her words broke off into strangled sobs as her body shook with the force of them. Her arms stilled as her hand Fruitless clawed at the ground in a vain attempt to grasp onto something, anything. Nami forced herself to turn to look at Luffy. Luffy, help me. Luffy said nothing as she stepped forward. She reached up and removed her straw hat from her head, her braid falling listlessly from it, and shoved the hat onto Nami's head. I will bring you his head. Luffy had not felt this angry in a long time. The last time she ever felt this wrath flooding her veins was when Sabo had died. When she found out why he had died, Luffy was livid. Nami was her crewmate. Her navigator. Nami was Luffy's. How dare anyone think they could hurt her and get away with it? Luffy would not cease her retribution until the land had been scorched. She would send a message to the world and she would use this BSTRD to do it. Do not touch her crew. The walk to Arlong Park was uneventful. Her crew had joined her. Fury burning in their veins as well. Luffy was not sure why a large mob was outside the gate, but she did not care. With a swift kick, Luffy knocked down the gates to the park. Which one of you is Arlong? Her eyes scanned the fishmen and she paused at the sight of the large fishman sitting in what he no doubt thought was a throne. Luffy focused her sense and stared into the core of his being. This was Arlong? This walking corpse was the one who dared to lay his hands on her Nami? Luffy marched forward towards him. 2 large fishmen blocked her path. Hold it right dash. Luffy did not give them a chance to finish their sentence before suffocating them in conquers. Her eyes did not leave Arlong, paying any mind to the two bodies that fell at her feet foaming at the mouth. I was expecting many things, Luffy sneered. But not a corpse lingering in this world. Arlong glared at her. The only corpse here is Dash. Silence. The wave rushed over the park. Distantly Luffy heard some of her crew swear. That was right. Not all of them had seen what she had done to the waist. She would think about that later. I called you a corpse because that is what you are. Luffy grabbed his face and forced him to look at her. The lingering remnants of a broken man who lost the only fight that mattered. You beach Dash. Mind your manners. Arlong ceased his struggling as his whole body broke out in a sweat. You are nothing but a corpse that exists solely so you can spread your disease. So that you don't have to be alone in the hell that you have made. You hurt and take. Also that someone will understand what you have suffered, so that others can suffer with you. Luffy laughed cruelly. Congratulations, you have become everything that you claim to despise. Luffy bared her teeth at him. But that ends here. Because you tried to take from me. Who are you? Arlong struggled out. I will not have you sully my name with your rotting tongue. I am only here to avenge the tears of my navigator. Navigator? You mean Na Dash. You will not sully her name either. Luffy could feel her blood boil with fury. How dare this lowlife think he could speak Nami's name? How dare he? Luffy wanted a storm. She wanted the very heavens to tremble at her wrath. She wanted a storm. She wants the skies to blacken as lightning fell and cleanse the land of any remnants of this corpse. She wanted a storm. She wanted a storm. Lightning struck. No one made a move as it fell again and again atop of the building standing in Arlong Park. No one moved when the building was set ablaze. Had you had kept your virtual to yourself, I might have been able to find some semblance of mercy. Her voice was cold. A chilling contrast to the fire it held but not moments ago. Luffy reached out and grabbed his long nose. In one swift motion, she snapped it. But since you never showed any, I see no reason to waste any effort trying to find any. Arlong's screams sounded muffled. As though he was screaming underwater. Though I will not allow myself to become a corpse. Luffy cupped his face with both hands and stepped on his thigh with one foot. So I will not drag this out any longer. She pushed down with her foot and pulled up with her hands. But I did promise Nami your head. As the flames danced around her, engulfing the park, Luffy pulled. And pulled. Until Arlong's head was no longer attached to his body. Luffy picked it up by the hair and turned on her heel. She walked over to the gate where could see Nami. Luffy grabbed Nami's hand and handed over the severed head. As promised. Nami said nothing as she stared at the mess. But Luffy was not worried. She could sense the relief Nami felt. Luffy did a quick once-over to find that none of the Arlong pirates had withstood the brunt of her haki. Those that had not perished in the fire and drifted out to sea. There was no point in hunting them down. Unless Nami asked. Luffy turned to Zoro. I am going to sleep for a week. And as those words left her mouth, she knew no more as her world faded to black. Luffy's whole body ached down to her bones. Every little movement she made sent her world spinning. She could swear that she could taste colors. Luffy had no idea what had happened. Not in the literal sense, she remembered what she did, remembered speaking and moving, but it was strange. Luffy could swear that for a brief moment she wasn't herself. It wasn't like she had suddenly become someone else, but that she had been more. It was like she was the sky and she breathed a storm into existence. All the while she was herself and she moved and spoke with her own mouth and body. It was weird. Whatever it was she did not know. But the after effects hurt like a beach. The first thing Luffy took notice of when she finally managed to quell her nausea enough for her to open her eyes was that it was dark. The second was that her whole crew was asleep around her in whatever room they had placed her. She knew she wasn't at sea. As much as Luffy loved the open waves, she was grateful they had not thought to let her rest on the boat. Luffy was not sure how she would handle the room actually moving while she was this dizzy. It was too quiet. She could still hear and feel with her haki. She could still sense the sea and the sky. Yet they were silent. She had been expecting a lecture when she woke. They must be silent for now. The voice sounded weird. Muffled and near a whisper. You overextended yourself. Your body cannot handle the pressure you placed upon it. You would not be able to handle much more. More pressure? What did that mean? The sky and the sea are forces of nature, they are large and loud. You do not realize just how much. If the unprepared were to force themselves to suddenly hear their voices, the sheer weight of it would crush them. As such, they are far too large and filled with chaos to ever quell the sheer force of their nature. Their voice would only harm you now. If that was the case, why was the voice able to speak to her? We are all things. Both large and small. We have chosen to speak with the voice of simpler things to lessen the brunt of the strain we place upon you. While all of this was enlightening, Luffy just wanted to know what the hell had happened. Did we not just say? When the unprepared force themselves to experience more than they are, the pressure crushes them. You delved too deep too fast. Luffy had figured that out herself. What she meant was why she felt like she was more. For a moment you were. Your haki merged with the sky, and for breath, your wills were intertwined. What? In your rage you spoke with a voice you have heard your whole life and yet never understood the difference. You did not just slightly will your thoughts to be heard, you spoke with your entire being. And with it, you spoke with our voice. There was a difference? She could do that? We would not recommend it. Why? You are unprepared. Couldn't she learn? They could teach her. No. Why? We have seen how that plays out. We have seen what happens when we merge too closely with one we claim as ours. We will not lead another down that path. Then what about only teaching her to speak small? What? I spoke with the voice of the sky and it was far too large for me to handle. Yet, even in this state, I can hear you and it is not hurting me. Then can't you teach me to talk small? Small? Yep. It was silent for a moment before laughter broke out. This is why we are so fond of you. You are filled while such chaos. We had not considered that. It would strain your body far less. Fine, we shall teach you to, as you say, speak small. Victory. Yes, yes. But rest for now, child. There will be time for you to learn once you can stand unaided. Luffy could tell, even before she opened her eyes, that Kaya was hovering. The other girl was moving around the room doing random tasks in an unsuccessful attempt to hide her pacing. Luffy felt bad that she made her crew worry. She would need to take care in the future. With a groan, Luffy forced herself to sit up. Kaya rushed to her side. You really shouldn't move yet. The doctor had no idea why you fainted, but you are covered in wounds. Luffy could tell. While nothing felt deep and wouldn't leave any lasting marks, she was covered in lacerations. It seemed that the voice was being very literal about being crushed by the pressure. Luffy tried to reassure Kaya with what she thought was a gentle smile. Kaya gave her a funny look in response. Luffy guessed she failed at the gentle smile thing. Luffy would figure out facial expressions one day. She does wish that people were like Mama and Ace. They could always tell what she was thinking with just a look. Though at least Zoro could, so she wouldn't have to try too hard. Luffy was cut off by a harsh cough. Kaya rushed to grab her a glass of water, nearly spilling it as she all but shoved it into Luffy's face. With a large gulp, Luffy downed the glass. Where everyone? Kaya smiled softly. Figures the first thing you ask about is us rather than yourself. Kaya sat down on the bed. Sanji is cooking basically for the whole village right now. Usopp is keeping an eye on the shore to look out for any incoming ships. Zoro and Jin have taken to sweep the island for any leftovers of the Arlong pirates. Johnny and Yasaku are doing any chores that anyone asks of them. And Nami, Kaya paused and looked toward the corner of the room. Hasn't left. True to her words, in the corner was Nami. Asleep in what was no doubt uncomfortable position in a wooden armchair. That could not be good for her back. Nami, Luffy called lightly. Normally Luffy would use her haki to wake her, but with recent events, Luffy was going to take a few days easy. It would have been a wasted effort anyway. Nami's eyes snapped open and she nearly fell from her chair in her haste. She took one look at Luffy before rushing over and wrapping her arms around the other girl. You're awake. Luffy could not tell if the slight crack in her voice was from relief or that fact that Nami had slept with her mouth open. Luffy softly returned the hug. How long asleep? Just over 2 days, Kaya said. 2 days? It could have been worse. There was a tension in both Nami and Kaya. She must have been more injured than she had originally thought if her thoughts were this sluggish. Why Usopp watching shore? Kaya got a strange smile on her face. It reminded Luffy of the one Mama would get when someone was being rude to her in the bar. It immediately put Luffy on edge. Every time Mama smiled like that, she would always reach under the counter and grab her gun. What happened? Luffy asked as her grip on Nami tightened. A Marine, Kaya spat. Showed up shortly after the fight ended while we were getting you to the doctor's house. He was less than pleasant. Nami laughed and pulled back but still stayed close to Luffy. He was a piece of shit. Yes, he was, Kaya said airily. He made the unwise choice to provoke everyone while their tensions were already high. Kaya let out a small giggle. Let's just say that if he ever manages to walk again, we figured he would want some vengeance. And since someone had managed to injure themselves so badly, we didn't want to move you. Nami insincerely scolded. Luffy nodded approvingly. Should set sail soon. Bad if fight in town. Kaya smiled more genuine this time. I will go tell everyone you're awake. It was silent when Kaya left. Nami leaned forward again and tightly held Luffy. Thank you. Always. When the rest of her crew flooded into the infirmary, everything quickly spiraled into a rowdy mess. Luffy could not have been happier. Unsurposely though, it was Usopp who broached the subject first. What happened out there? He bluntly asked. Haki. Haki, Usopp repeated, his eyes shining with curiosity. Luffy nodded. Wait, Zoro spoke. You mentioned that before I fought Hawkeye. You said that I would lose without it. Luffy nodded. What is Haki? Is it like those devil fruits from stories? Usopp questioned. Luffy shook her head in disagreement. She pursed her lips as she thought of a way to explain it. Mystery. She settled on. What? The room deadpanned. Hard explain. Like, explain what water tastes. Can teach though. That seemed to satisfy Zoro as he leaned back. If you can't explain it, how can you teach it? Sanji asked. Haki more physical. More you experience Haki, more you understand. Is it commonly used in the Grand Line? Jin questioned. Luffy smiled at him. He really was sharp. The strong ones do. Then we will have to learn regardless of how well we understand what it is. Luffy smiled brighter. She was going to make training fun. The send-off from Nami's island had been unique. While the island itself was cheering now that its people weren't being harmed, as aforementioned people were giving Luffy a wide berth. Luffy could tell they were grateful. Many of the braver one had come up to her and thanked her. They were wary though. Luffy understood. The walking corpse had been an unbeatable foe in their minds. And Luffy had quite literally torn him apart. It would be shocking to anyone. Though Luffy likes the man with the windmill on his head, Nami's father. Luffy doesn't know of many people who could see what she did and still threaten her. Not to mention mean it. The villagers had still gathered to see them off though. Idiot 1 and Idiot 2 had decided to stay. While their goals did not align with hers and they had other things they wanted to do, Luffy could admit that they had started to grow on her. Sorta. Luffy had nearly opened her wounds from laughing as Nami robbed them all the villagers instead of saying goodbye. Luffy was just happy to have her crew back together. Luffy had crashed the moment they were out to sea. She had woken up a few times over the next few days to grab food before crawling back into bed. She was exhausted. The past few days had taken a toll on her. Her body ached and Luffy did not want to deal with it. She hoped she could sleep through the worst of the pain while giving her Haki time to recharge. She should have known she wouldn't get the chance. Screams on deck roused her from her slumber. Luffy was up in a flash and rushed toward the deck. She paused when she saw nothing wrong but instead saw Nami, Kaya, Usopp, and Jin staring at a piece of paper. Luffy raised her eyebrow at them. The Marines put a bounty on you, Nami and Usopp yelled in panic. Pirate. Luffy deadpanned. Jin sighed. While it is to be expected that they would place you eventually, he ran his hand down his face and glared at the paper. For a starting bounty, this was too high. It is? Kaya asked as she looked closer at the poster. Don Krieg's bounty was 17 million. Kaya's eyes widened as did Nami and Usopp's. What does that have to do with anything? Zoro scoffed. Don Krieg was one of the most feared pirates in the East Blue. Nami yelled, it took him years to get a bounty that high and they started Luffy off with monstrosity. We're doomed, Usopp said solemnly. It can't be that bad, Sanji spoke as he exited the kitchen carrying a plate of food. He passed it to Luffy who gratefully accepted. Her bounty is 50 million. What? We have to make a stop before we enter the Grand Line, Luffy declared from where she was sprawled out on the deck. Nami raised an eyebrow but didn't question her. Where? Logue Town. Logue Town? Usopp asked. That place is swarming with Marines now, Jin said. I might not be a good idea. We are going. Luffy said firmly. Is there something special about the island? Kaya asked. You seem set on going. It will be good to stock up before we enter the Grand Line. Food, ammunition, and anything. Luffy paused, her face turning more serious. I want to see the place where he died. Where who died? GOLD, Roger. The port was not what Luffy thought it would be. It was simple. It looked like a port that you would see in any fishing town. Luffy knew that it would, but a part of her felt that it shouldn't. This place was the beginning and the end of an era that changed the world. If Luffy did not have her Haki stretched out, she would have thought it anticlimactic. But this island still had a weight to it. It felt like a dent. An after-image of an impact. Like something had slammed hard into the very core of this island and now all Luffy could see was the crater. Luffy had no doubt that this was where everything truly started. This was where GOLD Roger threw down his gauntlet and Thousand moved to carry it. The fact that it had been just over 20 years and she could still feel the impact was breathtaking. But she had to take care of her crew before she could get lost in this. Sanji, Luffy ordered. Fill up the food stores. Once we enter the Grand Line there is no telling how far the next island will be and I don't want to take any chances. Aye, Captain, Sanji bowed elegantly before hopping down onto the port. Zoro, take Kaya with you the sword shop and find her a rapier that would be good to learn with. Got it, and they were off. Usopp, Jin, find anything you can think of that we might need. Cannonballs, bullets, tools to repair the ship, and any first aid supplies. Yes, sir. Jin followed Usopp into the city. Nami, check out all the map stores you can and listen to every rumor you can. We may be going into the Grand Line blind, but this town is covered in Marines, and right at its start, there is a chance that a drunk Marine spilled something and it is floating around the rumor mill. Don't discount anything. You can count on me, Nami cheered as she rushed into the town. Now that was handled, she could see what Ground Zero looked like. Luffy was lost. It was a new feeling for her. She had to restrain her haki, the sheer amount of energy was starting to give her a headache. Luffy was starting to realize that she had no idea how to direct herself without haki. She had always used it whether she was on an island or at sea. She should learn how to get places without it. Obviously there would be times when she need to. Hindsight was a beach. But that would have to be for later. There would be no point walking around in circles. She would have to ask someone. She really did not want to. Her body ached and she needed time to recharge her haki. She did not want someone to judge her appearance and think she was an easy mark. Luffy was not completely oblivious to how people viewed her. She was a short girl, wearing baggy clothes, her hair messily shoved into her straw hat, and she walking around barefoot. Luffy knew that even at her best she looked as threatening as a butterfly, and with the bags underneath her eyes and the slowness of her gait, she looked like easy pickings. Luffy did not want to fight right now, and she certainly did not want to deal with the Marines. She lightly gazed at the cores of people that she passed. There had to be at least someone decent that would just point her in the right direction with causing any problems. She paused as her eyes landed on a large white-haired man. An honorable man that cared about the happiness and well-being of people? That would be perfect. Hey, can you help me? She yelled out to the tall man as she slowly walked towards him. I'm lost. The man stared at her, his brow furrowing slightly. I've never seen you here before, his voice was gruff. Luffy was a bit surprised he was able to talk so clearly with 2 cigars in his mouth. Yep, Luffy nodded as she loudly popped the P. It's my first day here and I have no idea where anything is. The man gave her another assessing look before asking, where are you trying to go? Wherever they execute people. That made him pause. The platform? He asked more to himself. Why would you want to go there? Luffy smiled at the man. I want to see where the king of the pirates died. The man's eyes widened and he stared at her. F-. She messed up the smile again, and this man was sharp. Even though she was not trying to threaten him, he caught on to the fact that she was dangerous. Luffy hadn't done anything yet, so maybe he wouldn't do anything. Do you not know? Luffy asked as she tried to make herself look non-threatening. It only seemed to make the man tense more. After a moment longer he finally spoke. Just follow the smoke, kid. Luffy's eyes widened and she gazed at the man closer. Ah, he had a devil fruit. This island was affecting her more than she thought if she had not immediately noticed. Or maybe it was her injuries. Either way, she was due for a nap after this island. An actual rest where she could fully recharge and not start fighting when she was still tired. That sounded nice. Thanks, Luffy said as she walked off following the trail on smoke in the air. The closer Luffy got to the platform, the more disoriented she felt. There was so much here. What type of man had Gold Roger been to leave such an impact? Her body felt heavy. She mind was murky. Forming thoughts of her own was hard. But she pressed on. She would see the center of the crater. It took longer than she would have liked, but she made it. She could see the platform. Luffy looked up to the top of the platform and her breath caught in her lungs at the sight. For a brief moment, Luffy could have sworn there was a man up there. She could have sworn that he had smiled at her. Luffy needed to get up there. The place where he died. The place where everything started once more. The wood at the top was normal. It was stained slightly from no doubt countless execution. She wondered if some of it was his. If maybe that was why so much of his will lingered here. Luffy did not know. She laid down and stared up at the sky. It was strange. Luffy did not feel like she had laid down on a hard plank of wood, she felt like she was in the ocean. It felt like she was floating along the surface. Luffy could swear she could feel the waves. Distantly Luffy could imagine the sight she must make right now. A strange girl laying where countless criminals have met their ends. She did not care though. She would let them think what they wanted. Luffy took a deep breath and let herself be pulled underneath the surface of the water. And with it everything became clear. She saw his end and she felt it. She took a breath and the water filled her lungs and she breathed again. She breathed with the world that she now laid on the axis of. Luffy understood. He had planned it. He was trying to start something. To ignite a fire. And he had succeeded. The moment was interrupted when someone placed their foot on her chest. Yet Luffy could not feel it. She knew it was there, but she could not feel any weight from it. A small part of her knew she should be worried by how disconnected she felt from her body, but she could not find it in herself to care. She was submerged in an endless water that went so much deeper than this. A part of her wanted to see just how far down it went. The other part knew she should get up, she needed to fight. And yet she couldn't. She could remember how. How did she fight in her body? It felt so far. She could try to swim to it, but even if she reached it she wasn't sure she would fit. She was so much larger than it now, or maybe she had always been this big and never known. She was lightning and thunder. She was rain and wind. She was Luffy. That's right. She was Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy. She was going to be the next king of the pirates. She was a captain. Luffy opened her eyes and let the air fill her lungs. A clown stood above her. She could hear her crew calling to her as he raised his sword. Luffy smiled at the clown, the smile she had learned from the man's whose blood she now laid in, and she spoke. Her words held no haki and yet it thundered. She spoke with her own voice and yet it called down lightning. And then all was quiet. I shall be the next king of the pirates, who are you to try and contain me? Luffy sure as hell was awake now. She was lucky that her haki had been running haywire and blanketed itself around her. It had acted as a shield when the lightning struck her. On that note, who decided to wake her up by slamming a literal lightning bolt into her. You were lost in another's will. Would you rather have us leave you there? The sky defended. Lost in another's will? She wanted a full explanation later. She was going to need to make a list of things she wanted them to explain now. Regardless, she knew that they were only trying to help, and even though the thought was appreciated, it still hurt. Luffy stood and brushed herself off. It took her a moment to realize people were staring at her. What? She raised her eyebrow at Zoro. Are you all right? He asked, staring at her wide-eyed. Yes, confusion filled her voice. Should I not be? You were just struck by lightning. Jin stared at her in shock. And? That tends to do that. Jin pointed towards the still smoking body a few feet from her. Yikes. The clown was going to hate when he woke up. Luffy waved her hand dismissively. All good. She turned, he gazed toward Sanji, who was staring at her with his jaw nearly on the ground. Food. Zoro sighed loudly at that. This is just my life now. Luffy flashed him a smile with all her teeth. The appearance of the Marines was not what she had planned, but when had anything ever gone according to her plans? As the Marines fought to arrest the clown's crew, they made a break for it. There wasn't any point in fighting here. They had to leave anyway. A storm was forming, its winds already shook the trees. They had to get off the island now or they would be stuck. Luffy was a bit sad that they couldn't stay. She wanted to watch this play out. It seemed that while Luffy was lost in whatever that was, some sort of misunderstanding had happened between Zoro and one of the Marines. It seemed like it would be entertaining to watch. Zoro shot her a glare when she thought that. He really was too good at reading her. Go ahead. I got this. Joy kill. Luffy liked surprises. She liked when her plans fell apart and she could not predict what would happen next. Luffy liked when things were fun. But she was tired right now. Very tired. So while Luffy loved to be surprised, she wanted to rest more. Whatever had happened had drained nearly all of her haki. She had enough left for 2 punches, 3 if she was fine with passing out afterward, and even those would not be anywhere near their normal strength. Her muscles were sore and her body stiff. For some reason that Luffy could not understand, she felt waterlogged. With all of this, Luffy just wanted to get to her ship and sleep. Not fight a Marine with a devil fruit that she was certain was still at the platform. Luffy liked surprises, but only when they were fun. This was not going to be fun. What did you expect with how you have been throwing it around? You are a human being, not a pit of bottomless energy. The sky admonished. Well, it was not like she was trying to throw it around. But she did not have time to argue right now. She needed to plan. This was the East Blue, so there was a chance that this man had no idea what haki was. She could not sense any from him, so if she played her cards right she might be able to take him down with a well-timed punch. Or at least give her enough time to get away. With her plan in mind she began the fight. Her punches slipped through him as his body turned into smoke. Luffy held herself back and only threw punches that left her wide open. It did not take him long to pin her. She twisted herself around and moved to punch him. His face was blank and uncaring. He showed no intention to dodge. Good. Luffy could get a clean hit to his solar plexus and make run for it. The smoke man reached up to grab his weapon off his back just as Luffy went to punch him. Before he could draw it, a hand stopped him. The smoke man started before Luffy's fist hit its mark. Luffy felt bad now. It didn't seem fair to hit the smoke man when he wasn't looking at her, but it had been too late to stop or even soften the blow. Luffy slipped out from under the smoke man and jumped to her feet. She put some distance between them before she turned to the interloper. That was rude, she scolded the cloaked figure before running off. Something strange was happening. Luffy knew what storm sounded like. What wind felt like. And this was not it. Luffy knew the sky and sea liked her. She knew that the voice had grown fond of her. But this wasn't them. Even with how much they liked her, they would not do this. She wasn't even sure if they could. It was too small to direct. It wasn't filled with the wildness that came from the things they made. Luffy had no idea what could cause the gust of wind that had flung her and her crew onto her ship, while destroying the cannons that had been firing at them. And frankly, she did not care. She wanted to sleep. Actually sleep. Not a short nap that would be interpreted by something and then be forced to fight. She needed to rest and recover. So she was willing to ignore the strangeness of their departure. The sea and sky danced as Luffy's crew gathered around her. One by one they placed a foot atop a barrel and made an oath. An oath of freedom and adventure. Now the Straw Hats were truly formed. While Luffy wishes she was asleep, she was not. The storm had pushed them all the way to the Red Line. She refused to miss their entrance to Grand Line. She was glad she forced herself to stay awake. This was the type of surprise she wanted. Luffy could not stop laughing. The entrance through the mountain was a canal. A canal that flowed up the mountain. Then the rudder broke. But Luffy was having too much fun to care. As the ship drew close the mountain edge, she slammed her foot against it and pushed her ship away. She did not stop laughing. The sting of the water against her face as they went up the mountain was exhilarating. As they went down, excitement filled her chest. She was finally here. Luffy stopped laughing abruptly. She could have sworn she heard a noise. A foghorn? No, the second time she heard it she understood. It was a voice and of something large. She stretched out her haki and winced with the action. She carried on regardless. She was glad she did. A large black whale stood in their path. She reeled in her haki and realized her crew had been talking. It probably can't see us, Luffy had heard Nami yell. It was strange. Luffy never had trouble using both her observation and listening like normal before. She was just tired. Once she rested she would be fine. You are in the way, she called out to the whale. Move. The whale opened its mouth and started to SCK them in. Like hell she was going to be eaten. Luffy stood and roused her haki. Why was she looking at the sky? Her body felt so heavy. And her world went dark. Zoro. Zoro had thought he understood how the world worked. People who worked hard became strong. There was always someone out there stronger than you. To beat those people you had to work harder. Sometimes no matter how strong that person was, things outside their control could take them away. Not even the strongest were immune to death. So you had to work harder. The world was simple. Up was up and down was down. As he traveled the sea got lost, nothing he saw made him doubt this. Until he met Luffy. At first, he thought she was one of the townsfolk coming to gawk at him. He had felt the moment her eyes were on him. He could feel her gaze boring into him. At the time he had not thought much of it. He was tired and starving. His senses must be running haywire. Looking back he thinks it was foolish to discount it. When she approached him, he thought she was strange. She just saw what happened to the last person who trespassed and she was walking around as though nothing had happened. She had guts, he would give her that. He could not tell what she had wanted from their short conversation, but he hoped that she had at least told the little brat that her rice ball was good. He owed the brat that much for making it. When the strange girl had returned a few hours later, he did not want to deal with her. He wanted to mediate so he could ignore the gnawing hole in his stomach. She had the nerve to ask him to be a pirate. He had no time for that. He needed to become the strongest swordsman, not trailing after some girl on whatever her crew did. But she spoke of broken oaths and he realized that she wasn't giving him a choice. Zoro had seen a lot while he was bounty hunting lost. He had seen a lot of the effed up things some of the pirates he hunted down had done and a lot of the kindness of strangers. He had learned that the Marines were not the absolute justice they claimed to be. Yet, being tossed over the shoulder of a girl who barely reached his shoulder in height while she only one arm to do so, was strange, to say the least. Zoro knew he was heavy. He was mostly muscle and that weighed a lot. Zoro knows he could not have lost enough weight in the past 3 weeks to make that an easy feat. But as he struggled he realized why. She had muscle. It wasn't obvious. The baggy clothes she wore hid any figure she had. She wore a simple red t-shirt several sizes too large for her and had it loosely tucked into a pair of what looked like a pair of men's shorts. He could not even see her hips with the large black fabric sash that she was using as a belt. Zoro is not above admitting he thought her a boy before she started talking. Zoro realizes that it should not surprise him that she could carry him with such ease. He had just seen her break swords with her bare feet and punch through a giant axe with her bare hands, but he wanted to complain. He had not been manhandled like this since he was a child, not since Kuina. She was strange. Even stranger was that she could eat more than a starving man. Zoro learned quickly that Luffy's emotions did not show on her face. It stayed blank, and when she did outwardly show emotion, it didn't always hit right. But her eyes, they held it all. The more he looked, the easier he was able to tell what she wanted without her having to say anything. It was a good thing too. There were times when she did not want to talk. Zoro might not understand the reason she would stop talking, but he did get it in a sense. Sometimes people don't want to do something. It wasn't his place to pry and he didn't care. She would still be strange whether she was silent or the loudest person on the seas. After all, only someone really strange would start their pirate crew by breaking out someone from marine custody. Zoro had mentally avoided using the word crazy for Luffy. Sure, nothing she did was, well, sane. She walked around barefoot and only ate with her hand FOFS sake, but everyone had their quirks. The sea was full of strange people. Zoro was certain nothing she did would ever shock him. It had not been a good couple of days. He had found Hawkeye's, challenged him and lost. Zoro needed to be stronger. He needed to be the best. He had 2 promises he had to keep with that. The wounded on his chest burned, but he would continue on. They had to get Nami back and kick the butt of this Arlong guy. Nami was a part of the crew, they would not leave her behind. When Luffy marched past them, her straw hat gone and her braid down her back, Zoro has never been sure how she managed to braid it. He saw it once when she had taken it apart and her hair was just as wild as she was. He guesses that is why the braid is always so messy. The look in her eyes was fury. He was not sure what had caused it, as she had refused to hear whatever it was that Nojiko had explained. Zoro had slept through it and did not care about Nami's past. Nami was a part of the crew. He needed no other reason to fight for her. But Luffy's rage was different. The look in her eyes promised destruction. It was the type of rage that was caused by something. That gave him even more reason to thrash that Arlong guy. Zoro thought nothing Luffy could do would surprise him. Sure, she was strong and knew something about fighting that he didn't. Whatever it was that made Hawkeye so strong. But he could learn a new way to fight. But this was not something he could explain. Luffy had kicked down the doors to Arlong Park and did not pause before marching in. When 2 large fishmen stood in her path, they fell and she stepped over them like they were not there. Zoro had no idea what had just happened. He did not even see her move to attack. And then she spoke and the world became heavy. It took everything he had to stay on his feet. The BSTRD Arlong did not have the same strength, or maybe it was because he was at the center of whatever Luffy was doing. It seemed to be causing him pain though. Good. If someone was going to hurt a crewmate, then they deserved whatever Luffy de-iced to do. But things kept getting stranger. A storm had appeared out of nowhere and lightning struck the building repeatedly. Zoro was certain it never hit the same place twice. And the building was set ablaze. The fire spread and it reached Luffy. It licked at her legs but never went further. It did not burn her. And then with her bare hands, she removed Arlong's head from his body. Zoro could not help but think of the time when she tossed him over her shoulder. When she ran he hands through Kaya's and Nami's hair. When she played tag with Usopp. How gentle it all was. How from the very start of him agreeing to follow her, she was protecting him, all of them. That from the very start she had made them all a silent promise that her hands might be covered in blood but it would never be theirs. That she would only use this strength on those who would threaten their freedom. And Zoro knows he made the right choice to follow this woman. Zoro needed 2 new swords. 2 of the Marines that had shown up when Luffy was sleeping managed to break them. Zoro knows the Marines got lucky. He could feel the strain on them since his fight with Hawkeyes. They would have been at their end regardless. Luffy had sent him with Kaya to the sword shop. They had found it pretty easily thanks to Kaya. The shop was not empty. And Zoro nearly fainted at the sight of the woman in the shop. She was the spitting image of Kuina. Her and Kaya had hit it off. Zoro had time to look for his own swords while the Kuina lookalike helped Kaya find something that would be good to start with. Zoro figured the Kuina lookalike might be more helpful since she was closer in height and frame to Kaya than Zoro was. At least this way they would not have to spend hours here while Kaya tried every type of rapier that they had. When the shopkeeper noticed his sword, the Kuina lookalike tripped over her own feet when it was set on the counter. It was a strange experience when the Kuina lookalike talked badly about him, not knowing she was talking about him. Zoro is glad that only Kaya was here. She was acting like a noble lady and just smiling while saying empty kind words. Kaya looked angry on his behalf, especially since this woman had said he had no honor. But it wasn't the time for fighting and he can't begrudge someone for saying something rude about him. He has been at sea enough to know that people would say what they wanted. It would take far too much effort to fight everyone who said something he did not like, and frankly, he did not care. He would do what he wanted and so would other people. The shop wasn't all bad though. He managed to get 2 new swords and Kaya's rapier for free. All because he managed to overcome a curse on a blade. Zoro was wrong. Luffy was crazy. He could think of no better way to describe someone who would sleep on an execution platform while a pirate stood over them and ranted about chopping her head off. Zoro had not been this afraid before. He had found someone worth following, someone strong who could help him reach his goal. He was having fun being on the crew. He did not want it to end here. It couldn't end here. He fought with all his strength and yet he could not reach her. He was still too weak to protect anything. And then she woke up and smiled and something felt wrong. Luffy had 3 smiles. One was sharp, dangerous, and wild. The second was awkward as she tried and failed to fake a real smile. The last was genuine, a small quirk of her lips that she did when she wasn't trying. This was none of them. For a moment Zoro doubted himself. Had he mistaken someone else for his captain? He did not have much time to ponder the thought as lightning fell on the platform. Zoro understood many things about the world. He was not strong enough. He needed to work harder to become stronger. No matter how strong a person was, things outside their control can take them away. Nature was beyond the control of any man. He had failed. He was not given time to grieve before Luffy shot out of the pile of rubble. Zoro could do nothing but stare. She was alive. He did not care about the how or why. All that mattered was that she survived. Getting struck by lightning did not change the fact that Luffy was crazy. When the Kusina lookalike appeared and turned out to be a marine wanting to reclaim the swords that he had deceived the poor shopkeeper for, Luffy, like a shark smelling blood in the water, realized there was something more going on. Something that made Zoro not want to fight this girl. And she thought it was funny. Zoro is certain that if he had not insisted he could handle this fight alone, she would have sat down with snacks to watch. Luffy was crazy and a menace. He swore an oath to her again and to the world as a storm raged around them. He would be the strongest swordsman in the world. He would not fail her again. Luffy had been fine. She was laughing when they crossed the red line. There hadn't been anything wrong with her. She had been fine. But she stood and in the span of a breath, she crumpled. Zoro could hardly care as they were swallowed by the whale. He had moved to her side and breathed a sigh of relief to find her still breathing. But she was pale, her breath ragged, and her temperature was far too high. They needed to get her to a doctor. There wasn't a trained one on the ship yet. But where were they meant to find a doctor while stuck in a whale? Kaya. Kaya has lived a simple life. She woke up, she did her studies, she chatted with Usopp, and she went to bed. Rinse and repeat. She wishes there had been something that shook her world when her parents died. That the whole world would have felt the loss that she did. But nothing had changed. She still woke up each day. She still did her studies. Usopp without fail would come and tell her stories. Then she would sleep. Rinse and repeat. It left Kaya feeling cold. She stayed in her room. Klahadore had said it would be the best way for her to regain her strength. A part of Kaya knew he wasn't telling the truth. That staying her was making her feel worse. But he was one of the last pieces of family she had. She was too scared to lose him too. Usopp was brave for her though. No matter what horrible things Klahadore said to him or how the people of the village taunted him. Usopp was always brave enough to carry the world to her while she hid from it. Unsurprisingly, it was Usopp that led change to her life. Even though Kaya knows that he did not mean to. It had followed him. Luffy had followed Usopp to her. The next 2 days had been the roughest of her life. She had lost what little remained of her family. Mary was gone and Klahadore, no, Kuro was never hers to begin with. But Kaya had gained so much more too. Usopp was still brave for her. He put himself between her and a dangerous pirate. He stood tall even though they both knew he would not win. But he never moved. Usopp was always so brave. Kaya wanted to be brave too. She would not lose the last person she had to someone who was never hers. She mustered up what resolve she could and pointed her rifle at Kuro. Kaya would not let him take anything else from her. Kaya had never met anyone as strong as Luffy. In a single day, a storm had rolled in and torn apart Kaya's world. Luffy stood and faced it. And she won. Kuro had never stood a chance against her. Calling Kuro a storm seemed unfitting after watching him fight Luffy. He felt so much smaller when standing next to her. It felt like watching a man try and fight a hurricane. Kaya knows the only one deserving of the title of a storm would be Luffy. Luffy had swept through her life, changing her world and giving Kaya the chance to stand on her own again. She gave Usopp the chance he had been waiting for. Kaya would be brave. The longer Kaya watched Luffy the more she did seem like a storm. She swept through people and places and nothing was the same when she left. Luffy had defeated Nami's Kuro. A vile man named Arlong. And she left nothing in her wake. Luffy had raged and it seemed like the sky itself felt her wrath and chose to respond in kind. Kaya wonders if she should feel frightened. If the sight of a girl slightly shorter than herself, wrapped in flames, like a mantle should scare her. It makes Kaya feel safe. For how can Kaya feel afraid when this storm of a person helped Kaya find the fire within herself? Kaya swears an oath to be brave. She would not hide away again. Kaya had never thought Luffy looked small before. But watching her still body be cradled by Zoro, Kaya thought for the first time that she looked small. Had Zoro always been this much larger than her? Kaya needed to do something. Anything. She did not want to lose anyone else again. But what could she do? Kaya was in a whale and it was as cold as her old room. Usopp. Usopp knows he is a coward, but he tries to be brave. He tries to be brave for his mother as she waits for a man that Usopp knows is never coming back. A part of him will always resent his father for that. He tries to be brave like the man in her stories, who would never back down from fights. He tries to be brave for Kaya when she loses her parents. Because Usopp understands what it is like to suddenly be alone in the world. He understands how terrifying it is. How it makes your legs lock up and makes it hard to move. Usopp tries to be brave, but he is a coward. He can do nothing more for Kaya than lie to her and pretend the world is a better place than it is. When Usopp sees the flag of the buggy pirates on a ship that is headed to their shore, he tries to be brave. He tries to do anything that will make them leave. There is not much on this island, but what little there is, Usopp does not want to lose. If someone had told Usopp of everything that would happen since meeting Luffy, he would have laughed and asked if they were trying to take his title of the best liar. Klahadore secretly being a pirate? No way. Usopp standing between a notorious pirate and his closet friend? That didn't sound like him. He would just grab Kaya and run. A short girl easily beating a notorious pirate? That was obviously a lie. But sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction. And Usopp is part of the story now. Usopp sees something he can't explain when they go to get Nami back. It seems like something out of a story. But that is just what Usopp has learned Luffy is. Wild and crazy to the point that if you try to tell someone about what you have seen her do, it sounds like a lie. But as Luffy stands tall with the man who hurt Nami so much at her feet, Usopp thinks that this is what it means to be brave. Not to never back down from a fight, but to stand and fight for someone else. Usopp swears an oath to her to fight for her. He will stand with his head held high as part of her crew and as a sniper, make sure that nothing ever reaches them. Usopp is not sure how to be brave right now. What can he do when suddenly Luffy is down? What can he do when she is not standing tall? How can he be brave when they are trapped in a whale with no way to help her? Nami. Nami knows better than to count on people. People leave. People get taken. The only thing that guaranteed that neither of these would happen was money. Everything had a price, even people. All it came down to was getting enough. Nami had never met anyone as weird as Luffy. She did not value money at all. Nami knew that not everyone held money in the same respect that she did. But Nami had never met someone who did not care about it at all. Nami thinks something broken in her when she watches Luffy blow her nose into a paper belly, crumple it up and throw it overboard. It did not make any sense. Over time Nami realizes that her mistake was trying to think that anything Luffy did made sense. Sure, the other girl had her moments when it seemed like she knew what she was talking about. Where it looked like Luffy was logical in her actions. But then Luffy would do something so crazy that the only way it made sense was if Luffy just did not think about anything logically. Nami had asked once why Luffy could never do the logical thing and Luffy had just smiled at her. That smile with all teeth that held some unhinged in it and said that she was doing the logical way. It was just her logic. A crazy logic, Nami had thought. Nami did not want to leave the crew, but she had to. She had a town to buy. People leave and people are taken. The only way to change that was with money. And someone like Luffy, who held no value on money, would not wait. Nami is starting to wonder if Luffy is trying to prove Nami wrong. Luffy came for her and refused to leave. Luffy had placed a dirty straw hat on her head, a hat that Nami knew Luffy did value, even though it was worthless, as she begged for help. Luffy had broken everything that bound Nami. Had left nothing to ever hold her back again. Had given her the head, literally, of the man who had taken everything from Nami. And Nami thinks she understands for a moment why Luffy does not value money. Because Nami would not trade this for all the belly in the world. Nami swears an oath to give the world to Luffy. Nami would map the world and lay it at Luffy's feet. Nami isn't sure how to fix this. She is the navigator but there is nowhere she can lead them. There is no one here she can bribe to fix this. Luffy was paled and struggling to breathe and Nami did not know what to do. Sanji. Sanji's life has never been easy. From the moment he was born his life had been one hardship after another. Meeting Zeph had changed it. It had given him hope. And he would repay that with his life. Luffy was, well, he did not want to say anything bad about a lady, but she was odd. She had been the first woman to not enjoy his flirting. To easily spot that he didn't really mean it. Yes, he thought all women were beautiful, but going beyond compliments was not something he wanted. She had picked up on it in only a few words and told him to knock it off. She had looked at him and he swore that she could see everything that he was. It had been a struggle but he toned it down. He knew a silent threat when he saw one. His discomfort was forgotten quickly as he tried to explain to this girl that no, he would not join her crew. Quit asking. Sanji thinks that if he had not relented and decided to join on his own, that Luffy would have dragged him kicking and screaming. There would not have been much he could have done to stop her. While he wouldn't flirt with her, he would never lay hands on her. He would die before he hit a woman. Besides, Sanji was certain she could and would kick his butt if he ever even tried. Sanji is a bit upset that he did not get a piece of Arlong. Not only had they hurt a lady, but they had also murdered a mother in front of her children. They had hurt Nami. Sanji wanted to make them bleed, to grind them into dust. But he knows that nothing he would have done would have come close to what Luffy did. That nothing he did would have sent a clearer message to those who would dare and try to hurt the crew. And it was breathtaking. Sanji would follow this woman to the grave. When Sanji said he would follow Luffy to the grave, he did not think it would be this soon. He did not think that this journey would end on the next island they stopped at. He did not think that he would be forced to watch while he could do nothing to save the woman he swore to follow. That he was so weak that not only could he not defend his own principles to never let a woman be harmed in front of him. That he was so weak that he could not protect his own captain. Nothing he did worked. He could not reach her. Nothing had changed since he was a child. He was still so weak. And then something impossible happened. Lightning destroyed the platform and Luffy rose from its ashes unscathed. Sanji had joking said that she was heavenly once, but look her now. Sanji thinks that she might really be something sent from above. Not a sweet angel he had joked about, but an angry deity. Sanji swears an oath to make sure that she and all who sail under her will never be hungry. As long as Sanji can move, none of these people will starve. Sanji was the ship's cook. It was his job to make sure that the crew ate, that their diet was balanced to avoid health issues. Sanji's job was to care for the ship's crew and its captain. He had no idea how to do that right now. This was not something that would be solved by giving Luffy food and letting her rest. This was not something he knew how to fix. And there was nowhere to find someone who did. Jin. Jin has done many things in his life he was not proud of. He had lived on the street, robbing and killing to survive. Until he met Don Krieg. The man had saved him. Given him food and a home. Jin was determined to repay that kindness. But he realizes now that it wasn't kindness. That he had just been blind. Don Krieg had not been the man he thought he was. He broke his oath easily and held no value in the life of his crew. It is a bitter thing looking back on all the memories that were once happy for him. Noticing all the signs that he had ignored because he wanted to believe that Don Krieg was a man worth following. It was so obvious when he met someone who truly was worth dying for that he realized how blind he had been. That a short girl that had come out of nowhere, that he had not even heard a whisper of, could speak of a sea as dangerous as the Grand Line with glee. That it sounded fun to her. Jin thinks she may be crazy, she never denied it when he asked, but at least following her would be fun. Jin knows that if this situation had happened while he was under the Krieg Pirates flag that they would not have come. Starting a war with another major player in the East Blue over one crewmate would not have been worth it in Don Krieg's eyes. Jin would have swallowed his pride and obeyed his captain. Even if every fiber of his being called for him to fight. Yet Luffy went to war. She did not even hesitate. And she had destroyed them. Jin knows he made the right choice. Jin needed to get stronger. He had failed one captain, he did not want to fail another. He almost did. His captain had almost died, while he could do nothing but watch. Jin would not allow that to happen again. He would get stronger. Jin swore an oath to give her his life. That so long as he sailed under her flag, nothing would reach her without going through him first. This could not be happening. This sea had to be cursed. They had not even fully entered the Grand Line's waters and Luffy was down. She was injured in a way that Jin could not tell. He only knew basic field first aid. His captain was hurt and there was nothing he could do. She needed a doctor. But there was no way to get her to one. Crocus has seen a lot in his life, whether it be an illness or injuries. Crocus is certain there is almost nothing left that can surprise him. A group of rookie pirates getting swallowed by Laboon? That happens far more than he would like. Someone on the ship being inured and not having a doctor? Rookies always seem to think themselves invincible and never plan for when they will be hurt. What does strike him as odd is the injuries the ship's captain has. It is not the fact that they seem strange or that they are something he has never seen before. No, it is the fact that he recognizes them that is odd. Because he has only seen wounds like these once before. In the Ed War. It is not a time that Crocus likes to think about. Neither during the war and especially not the aftermath, but the images fill his mind regardless. He remembers Roger bleeding, struggling to breathe, the dazed and far-off look in his eyes that made Crocus think he might not be able to save his captain. He gave it his all anyway. Crocus had pulled out every medical trick that he knew and Roger survived. Not for long, but he can't think of that right now. Crocus does not know how Roger got some of those injuries. The slashes could be traced back to Shiki and so could most of the bruises. But Roger's muscles had been torn. His lungs rattling like they were filled with water, and yet Roger had never fallen in the sea during the fight. Roger himself had not been much help after Crocus had patched him up enough that the man could speak in identifying where he had gotten the wounds. The man had laughed and said that he dived too deep, became too large, that coming back and forcing himself to be small again put a strain on his body. Crocus would have believed, not the part about being too large and small. Crocus still thinks that had to be from the pain meds, him any other day. Roger's wounds were similar enough to decompression sickness. A part of him always wondered about the rest, the torn muscles, and rips in Roger's flesh, like something had tried to force his body to expand, but that is crazy. Even after everything he learned at the end of the Grand Line, Crocus was a man of science and he could not believe something like that. So the only thing it could be was some form of extreme decompression sickness that had not been recorded in medical text yet, and Roger's weird hockey. But Roger had not even touched the water. And from what this girl's crew was saying, neither had she. But that is not possible. Because Roger's wounds had been from some weird hockey thing that only Roger understood. A girl coming from the blues should not have any idea what hockey is. Luffy was getting real tired of waking up to being in pain. She did not want this to become her new normal. Luffy had no idea where she was or who might be in the room with her. Her eyelids felt too heavy to open, and even if she did it would be a futile effort. She could feel something soft and damp covering her eyes. Even when she tried to reach out with her hockey, nothing came. She could still feel her hockey within herself, but it felt like something was blocking it. It was like she was seeing it through a large sheet of glass. It was there, she could feel it, she just couldn't touch it. We are hindering it. Why would they do that? You nearly drowned in the will of another. Your body was not in a state to handle such a feat. You are still on the brink. Any stress to your body and you will be lost to us. We will not allow that. Luffy wished that they would explain things better. What were they talking about? Drowning in the will of another? What? She would like a clear answer for once. And we shall give you one. But for now, you must rest. We will not lose one we have claimed. Luffy could feel herself being plunged into sleep. Why did the voice always force her to sleep? When Luffy woke again, she was pleased to find that she was not in pain. Maybe a bit sore, but nothing bad. Luffy sat up and stretched her arms above her head. She needed to figure out where her crew was. Don't even think about getting out of that bed. An old man ordered. Luffy looked at him, titled her head and gazed at his core. Without breaking eye contact, she pushed her legs out from under the blankets and rose to her feet. The man's face hardened. I did not just save your life to watch you throw it away for some half-butted idea of pride. Is that what he thought she was doing? I'm fine, she said as she made a show of patting herself down. What did I just say? The old man spoke as he stood from his chair. From his movements, it looked like he was going to try and force her back into bed. I'm fine, Crocus. That made the man pause. His gaze sharpened and he took a defensive stance. How do you know who I am? Luffy smiled. In a way, Ray Ray told me about you. Ray Ray, the man rolled the name over. Do you mean Rayleigh? Luffy smiled with all her teeth. And the sea? The sea? I am the storm. Please take your crazy and get out of my life. Crocus pleads with the Straw Hat crew and he tosses their captain at them. Luffy did not like being told what to do. If someone told her to sit, she would stand. If someone told her to leave, she would stay. If someone told her to never come back, she would befriend a giant whale, make an oath with it and paint her symbol on its head as proof that she would return. This was not how Luffy was expecting this to go when she had agreed to give two weirdos a lift back to their town. The trap waiting for them did not surprise her. No town would welcome a group of pirates as openly as this one did. It was unexpected when her crew would not allow her to fight. A sharp glare from her crew and an offering of meat had made her reluctantly agree to watch for the time being. Zoro had handled the bounty hunters, and while Kaya and Jin had taken to stop her from being too reckless, which she found to be an unfair judgment. She wasn't reckless. She knew what she was doing. Most of the time. Usopp, Sanji, and Nami had taken off in search of treasure at some point, but none of this surprised her. What did was the sudden infighting and the revelation that one of the bounty hunters was a princess. From the way the girl had been acting, Luffy would have never guessed that she had any connection to nobility. She would need to start looking at people more closely at people. It would be bad if someone caught her off guard. It was unexpected, but she did not care too much. In the end, it had nothing to do with her. That SCKS, Luffy drawled at the princess. But what does that have to do with us? Were you even listening? Nami yelled. She is willing to pay us 1 billion berry to save her kingdom. I heard, but I still don't see how that has anything to do with us. What? We are pirates, not mercenaries. If you want to hire someone to fight your battles for you, then find someone else. But Luffy, 1 billion berries. If we want treasure we take it. Why should we follow the orders of the princess when we could storm the palace of an already crippled nation and just take it? The princess rose to her feet and bore her teeth. I won't let you. Oh? How would you stop us? The princess bit her lips and stared at Luffy with fire in her eyes. Luffy was growing bored. You can't. It seems that this country of yours is ripe for the taking. Alabasta is mine, the princess hissed in a rage that Luffy understands. I will not let anyone take it from me. Luffy flashes her teeth at the princess. Now that was interesting. Luffy knew that tone. Knew the way that those words were formed to mean so much more than what was said. She recognized it as someone who had heard many times before. As some who has had them fall off her own tongue more times than she can count. Those were the words of a pirate speaking of what their soul ached for. Speaking of the very thing that drove them to the sea. The longing for a dream and the willingness to die for it. Luffy has no room in her heart to care for the pilot of a country she has nothing to do with. But if the princess of that country asks her to save it in words that speak of a pirate's longing, while having the strength to bear the brunt of her gaze and bore her teeth in a threat to Luffy, then she will play along and save the country. Just long enough so that she can steal the princess. Luffy has never been one to let go of things that catch her eye. As the island burned as they departed, Luffy made up her mind. Her crew needed to be stronger. She needed to teach them hockey. Hockey was a hard thing for Luffy to put into words. Ray had explained the theory to her enough times that she could recite it from memory. From watching Makino learn how to use it and awaken it, Luffy thought she knew how she would teach someone how to use it. She thought she had. But the wide-eyed stares of her crew say different. What the F, do you mean you can hear the voice of the sea? Okay. Maybe she should not have started with that. Vivi had an easy childhood. She was raised by a loving father, and even after the passing of her mother she never felt lonely. When her family and her people had been threatened she had easily taken up arms. To defend them. For they were a part of her and she would not abandon them. The things she had seen, been forced to do while working for Baroque Works had been rough, but she could bear it. There was no hell that she would not walk through to protect what was hers. Finding out she had boarded the ship of someone who heard voices in their head and was not seeking treatment had been worrying. The way her crew just seemed to accept it even more so. This explained so much, the crew had uttered with varying colorful long. Vivi was not sure what was happening, but she was starting to think that she may be in over her head. Words have never come easy to Luffy. In the years she had lived with the lady, words had never been an option to her. Her only company had been beings who would understand just by her simply throwing emotions at them. Words had always been foreign to those made of the world. Sure, they understood the technical meanings of words and could mimic holding a conversation, but that is all their words were. Fake, a show put on solely for her benefit. They would speak and a rush of emotions not her own would flood into her. When they told stories, fragmented imagines of days long past would crawl into her mind. Memories that were not hers, never were, but feel so real she sometimes forgets. Forgets that she is not made of open waters and wild fury as she listens to sailors sing. Forgets that she is not made of air and vast emptiness as she peers down at the world below her. Some days she forgets where they begin and she starts. Luffy wonders sometimes if that goes both ways. If that is why these forces of nature go out of their way to make themselves seem almost human to her. To speak with words foreign to them as they are to her. Luffy understands later that their actions were over-exaggerated. When she was young and alone she found it comforting. The wild fury that the sea held. The calm temperament of the sky. The stark contrast in their interaction had always brought laughter to the days she was hidden away from the world. She does not understand it then though. That these are things pretending to be people. For the only example she has of a human in the lady, and that appears far too warped to her to be called anything other than a monster. The first time she finds it odd is when she is living with Mama. She spends more time listening to actual people and she finds the way they speak strangely. They use words with fluid motion, they fall from their mouths with ease. Their tones change with each word. Luffy struggles with it. She does not understand the constant changing. The sky and the sea always had the same pitch and tone when speaking, regardless of what they said. Even smaller voices, of things much younger, with broken and misplaced words, would never change their tones. She does not fully understand until after Sabo. When she hungrily drank the words from every book she could get her hands on in hopes that just by her taking the words they would reach him where he is now. She understands when she reads a book, a children's book with lots of pictures that she finds discarded in the endless piles of trash. The Sky Father and Mother Sea. Luffy reads and wonders if the author of the book was like her. They had captured the personalities of the sky and sea so perfectly that they must have. It is the only time she asks them a direct question and they do not answer. She feels the emotion rush through her, calming, loving, safe, warm. She sits there as they shower her in their own version of a hug. She forgets to ask them again later. She does not forget the story. She figures it out on her own. Mama, Ace, and Sabo had been the same, yet so very different. She never really had to use words with them. Mama had learned how to understand what the gentle tug of certain emotions meant. What Luffy was trying to say when she could not speak. She had doubled her efforts to understand after Shanks had appeared. When Mama had fully understood the weight of Luffy's words. When Mama had been faced with the terror of losing her again, to something that no matter how she had resolved to keep and protect Luffy this time, she would not be able to fight this. Mama learned fast the words were more dangerous than human hands. At first, Ace had Sabo had tried to get her to use her words. Ace would become annoyed when he could not immediately understand and Sabo found it like a game. Neither took it very seriously. Sure, Luffy could use this hockey thing that the nice lady, Miss Makino, who now let them live with her, had talked about to knock people out, but that was all it did. They learned that lesson the hard way. They had bit off more than they could chew when they challenged the Lord of the Forest to a fight, but they had not been worried. They had a card up their sleeve. They had lured it into a clearing where Luffy had been waiting. Stop, she had spoken but it did not. It staggered forward, its gaze solely on the small figure in the clearing. Stop, she commanded again and the tiger fell to the ground. It did not stop though. He was the Lord of the Forest and he refused to be bested by some child. He rose again on shaky limbs and continued forward. Stop. She tried again and again. He stumbled and crawled but he did not. With slow movements, he crawled across the mud and grass of the land he was king of. His cheek burned as rocks dug into him as he forced himself forward. He may not have the strength to lift his head anymore but he would still be victorious. He opened his mouth and pushed himself forward until the impudent child was between his jaws. With one movement the battle would be his. Sleep, a voice commanded from the child. The great Lord of the Forest did not move again. Ace and Sabo had been unable to move as they watched the tiger advance on their sister. She yelled and screamed at the tiger for it to stop, but it did not. Neither could understand, for even though those words had not been directed at them they had not been able to move. They watched in horror as it pushed its head forward. The massive jaws encircling Luffy, and at that moment they realized they had made a mistake. Their little sister was going to die. She does not. Neither really knows what happens for sure. A word fell from Luffy's lips and it finally reached the Lord of the Forest before it could close its jaws around Luffy. The word had come from Luffy's mouth, but it had not been Luffy. They never get the chance to ask her about it. She sways on her feet and leans forward. It is not words that fall from her lips now, but blood. She falls forward into the pool of blood and they find themselves able to move again. They never try to force her to speak again. Zoro understands her without words after only a few moments. It is a strange thing to her, to not have to go around in circles to try and help him understand, to have to try and teach him. Zoro takes one look at her and he just does. Luffy has never been more grateful that he is the first one that she found. But this is different. This is not something that Zoro understands. Nor does her crew. And she does not have the words to make them. There are only 3 types, Luffy spoke using the words she had heard Ray saying before. She threw up he hand in air quotes when she said only, for there was so much more to hockey than the 3 terms she had heard Ray use. Stiffly she recited the rest of what she remembered Ray saying. Observation, armament, and conquerors. Observation lets you see stuff. Armament makes you stronger. While conquerors makes your voice really loud. I can only teach you 2. The third is something that you either will unlock on your own or you won't. The first and simplest place to start is observation hockey. She lifted a cloth to her eyes and wrapped it tightly around her head. Zoro, try and attack me. She could feel his hesitance. I will be fine. Zoro rose and drew his swords. Luffy dodged his first slash and then the next and next. She could feel the frustration start to build and the amazement at the same time. Observation hockey is to see the world around you with more than your eyes. Because it is the most physical use of hockey, it is the easiest to demonstrate and practice. She held up her hand and signaled Zoro to stop. Pick a partner and start practicing. She removed her BLNDFLD and tossed it to Zoro. 3 hours later only one of them had figured out how observation worked. Luffy was not surprised that it was her sharpshooter. Luffy sat with Usopp as they watched the rest of the crew practice. Luffy, Usopp asked hesitantly. She would need to work on that. Usopp was skilled enough that he deserved to be more confident in himself. She raised her eyebrow at him to show that she was listening. Earlier when you said that hockey only has 3 parts it seemed like you might have, I could be wrong and, well, it just seemed like you were trying to say that hockey had more than 3 types. Maybe? She smiled wide with all her teeth and nodded. She scrunched her face as she tried to think of the words that would make sense. She reached out and grabbed Usopp's hand. She pulled him towards the railing of the ship and pointed at the sea. Usopp furrowed his brow in confusion as he looked back and forth between her and the open water. Have only 3 types? She clutched his hand tighter, hoping that he would understand. Usopp's brow continued to furrow until his face suddenly fell blank. He looked at her with wide eyes. "Oh," he said as he turned his face from her to the open waters. "Oh." Luffy smiled in a way that she was not sure how it would make her look. A smile purely hers that she could not help but to create. She knew that out of everyone on her crew Usopp would be the one to understand. Luffy wonders if her crew should be learning Haki this fast. She vaguely remembers Ray saying that training to unlock observation was a daunting task to Mama, then being surprised when Mama had learned it so quickly. Luffy does not think that Ray would have lied just to give Mama empty praise. She supposes that it must be true to some degree. For at the day's end, all of her crew have awakened their observation to varying degrees and Luffy can feel the faint hum of Haki from them all. All except for Vivi. Luffy cannot figure out why. She explained it the same way she did for everyone else and underwent the same training, but Luffy could not feel the hum of Haki from her. Not even a little bit. Luffy could feel her frustration and embarrassment but she was not sure what to do. There were no comforting words that Luffy could give that would not sound empty, especially when they would sound forced coming from her. No reason she could give to explain why it was only Vivi. She did not understand. Haki is based on one's understanding of the world. The voice echoed in the strange way that only it did. For one who has not stood at the eye of the storm and watched in awe as it swirled around them in violence and beauty, could never understand the true magnitude of it. Nor could they very hope to mimic it. Huh? Commanding Haki is like creating a storm. Shaking and stirring still waters until they rage. Shaping it into a form that you want. How can a child who has never left their windowless room understand the enormity of a storm without ever having witnessed one? Much less hope to create it. Luffy thinks she understands. Vivi cannot awaken her Haki because she has never been exposed to it before. She is in a sense trying to stumble down a hallway blind that the rest of her crew have already found the light switches for. So in theory, if Vivi were to see a large amount of Haki on display she would be able to have a better understanding of what Haki was. "I don't like where this is going," the sky sighed. "I do," the sea cheered. She is still recovering from the overuse of her Haki. We should not be encouraging her to throw large amounts of it around again. But it is so much more fun when the water is not calm. Not if she dies from it. We will not let her die. See. All will grant her their protection. She will be fine. Enough. Luffy shouted with her will. I am not going to create a storm. I have no reason to go out of my way to teach the princess Haki. While she may have given me enough of a reason to allow her aboard I see so reason to claim her as mine yet. Luffy sighed loudly. If the voice was implying that she would start to like the princess enough to fully claim her as her own and summon a storm for her then she would need to prepare. At least she was getting a warning this time. Who knows, maybe her injuries would not be so bad if she took precautions. Greeting my friend, I hope this letter finds you in good winds. It has been a year since I have seen you last and yet it feels longer. Even though it has been a year since this voyage began it feels as though we are only scratching the surface. Yet we have found something remarkable in our voyage to the upper sea. An entire island that all had the soul sight. While it holds another name here, which is to be expected, I have never seen so many civilians. With it. The locals called it mantra, but it was without a doubt the soul sight. While discussing it with some of their most skilled wielders of the sight we found something curious. Even though these people had strong soul sight, strong enough that they could sense us leagues before we had arrived, not one had soul armor. Nor could they sense when it was in use. We had Redatced coat her body in armor and walk around. None of the locals could sense or see the soul armor. Even if they had not been able to sense it, we were expecting them to see it. As you know, Redatced soul armor is extremely potent, and as such her skin changes to resemble iron. None of the locals could see that. They thought we were messing with them. Upon letting one of them feel Redatced hand and having one of their swords break when they tried to cut off her arm, some began to sense her armor and gradually began to see it. While others did not. It took us a bit to notice why. Those who began to sense the change were the more open-minded of the locals. Something had happened that they could not explain, therefore we must have been telling the truth. While those who could not insisted that it had to be faked somehow. That since they had never seen nor heard of soul armor before it could not be real. It seems that soul sight is directly linked to a person's mental state in a far deeper way than we first thought. With our studies here we were able to conclude that soul sight and perhaps all types of Haki are directly influenced by what a person believes. If you believe the world works a certain way and only that way, it is all you see. As you know, excluding yourself, we have yet to find someone that uses a form of Haki outside the 3 base types of sight, armor, and command. And I think I may be starting to understand why. My friend, we have been friends for many years now, so I know you won't take it the wrong way when I say you have a childish outlook. You are single-minded in your pursuits, and once you set your mind to something you refuse to yield with a stubbornness that I have found infuriating at times. I mean this in the best of ways, I assure you, my friend. You look at the world with childlike wonderment and awe when you find something new that intrigues you. I must confess, I have on occasion found myself feeling envious of the ways your eyes light up when you gaze at something that intrigues you and the joy on your face for things that most would find terrifying or far too simple to ignite such elation. Other times I find myself feeling as though I am intruding in these moments. For you look at the world with such wonder and what I can only describe as love, that it feels like I am interrupting a couple in their private moments. For when you gaze at the world with such awe, it seems to answer back as though it is in awe of you. But I am getting off topic. Please do not misunderstand and think that I am likening you to the mentality of a child or so some sheltered babe that has never truly seen the hardships of this world. I know that few know of the cruelties of this world as intimately as you do. And maybe that is the reason that your haki is different. Because while you fully understand the darkest parts of the world and have seen far too much, it does not stop you from loving the wonders it brings you, regardless of how small they are. That is just my theory though. Hopefully, soon we will be able to discuss this in person over something fine to drink. Sincerely, Redatced. The island they had landed at had started out well enough. It had been fun in Luffy's opinion. This was what an adventure should be. Wild creatures and giants. Sure, the weird wax dude was a setback, but her crew had managed to take him down on their own. Once they had managed to get Zoro to stop trying to cut off his own feet because he could not get enough armament to break the wax and decided to say, "F it, guess I don't need these." Overall it had been a blast. But Luffy is not omniscient. There are things that even with her observation that she tunes out just to filter all the information that is being thrown at her. The gentle breeze of the wind is one of them, bugs are another. Luffy knows lots of things. She knows the basics of shipbuilding, how to hunt, build fires, and first aid. She does not know how to be a doctor. She does not know how to treat illness. She does not know how to help Nami. "You are by far the most reckless idiot I have ever had the displeasure of meeting," an old woman scolds her. Luffy tries to laugh, but it comes from her chest as a wet rattle. The old woman scolds down at her. "This is not funny. You could have died." That would have been fine, Luffy thinks as her vision fade out again. If it meant her crew was safe. Luffy watches as the reindeer fights. As he defends the black flag. She watches as he fights for a promise and a dream. She has found her doctor. Chopper was having a strange week. First, he had found 2 people frozen in the snow. While this alone would not have been strange. This was a winter island and the forest was dense enough that it was easy to get lost. What is strange is that one of them is in summer clothes with the other strapped to their back. That and the fact that they are on top of a mountain. He dragged them all back to Doctorine. She had sworn while she was treating the weird one in summer clothes. She had left the treatment, it had been a simple viral infection that was easy to treat with the proper medicine. That thankfully they had on hand, of the one with orange hair to him. Chopper is not sure what was wrong with the one in the summer clothes. Doctorine had said the hyperthermia was not that bad, but was treating her as if she was in critical condition. "She has been overusing her haki," Doctorine had cursed while not explain what that meant. "It looks like someone started the basic treatment but didn't finish it. She is lucky she did not liquefy her internal organs." Chopper was confused, how could someone manage to do that to themselves? Was that haki thing some sort of drag that had terrible side effects? "Right," Doctorine said idly. "I always forget how little you youngsters actually know of the world." Chopper does not understand what she means, but he does not look away from her as she works. Chopper is both glad and terrified that this strange girl had appeared when she did. He is certain that without her and her crew's help that Walpole would have taken the castle and the flag would have been burned. But she had saved it as her crew had won the battle. He is terrified when next she looks at him. For it is not the bored look she held earlier but the eye of a predator. Those dangerous eyes are focused solely on him and he feels as though he is going to be devoured. In a way, Chopper had been devoured. He is swept up in her pace and out to sea. He leaves covered in cherry blossoms and with a bag full of books, all in Doctorine scribbled handwriting, that detail the treatment of haki overuse. Her feet touch the ground and with a sudden rush, she knows. He is here. No matter what, no matter the cost, she was going to kick his butt. She follows the pull of his presence to him. Luffy does not hesitate in kicking the door open. She finds her path blocked by a marine. The only attention Luffy spares him is a swift kick to the back, sending him flying through several walls. "I heard," she spits out in anger. "That you were talkin' sheet. Lou dash." She marches forward. Whatever he sees on her face makes him freeze. She reaches out and places a hand on his shoulder. She shoves him to make sure he is steady, and when she finds him unyielding against the pressure, she lifts her foot and places it on his hip. She hoists herself up to his shoulders and wraps herself around him as best she can. Affection. She shouts. Lu, what the F? I love you. The man she has wrapped herself around squeaks in a way she knows he will deny later. You are appreciated. She can feel his skin start to burn under her, and she does not know if that is from embarrassment or the cinder she smells on him. Get off, he starts to struggle. Luffy only tightens her grip. No. I told you what would happen if you started talk shit again. I haven't seen you in 2 years. How would you know if I have been talking any shit? She presses her cheek to his and speaks softly. Did you really think the sea would not tell me if you were? The man freezes in place and his face pales. Ace, you are my brother and I love you, she continues to shout. Smoker had been having a weird couple of weeks. It had all started when he had met the strangest pirate in the world. At first, he had thought her a lost child. Her dazed look as she wandered around the port had sparked fear in him that he was about to find human traffickers on his island. That fear vanished from him the moment she placed her eyes on him. He was no longer worried about what dangers could be lurking around the port. He was concerned about the one in front of him. Only a fool would see those eyes go from dazed to sharp and not know something dangerous was approaching. Only a fool would not understand that when she showed her teeth there was a threat of violence. You never see wild animals' teeth unless they plan to bite. It did not matter how meek she acted, Smoker knew better. But she did not seem like a pirate, so he had let her be on her way. He understands his mistake now. Smoker is still not certain of what had happened next. Why Dragon had appeared. Why her last strike had managed to hit him. He does not understand, but there is one thing he knows. Something as dangerous as her cannot be left to roam free. Smoker does not hesitate in leaving the East Blue in an attempt to fix his failure. He finds someone just as dangerous when he reaches the Kingdom of Sand. There is not a single Marine who is unaware of the Whitebeard pirates. Their mark stands out like a sore thumb. He is almost tempted to leave the 2nd Division commander alone. Smoker does not know how to put it into words, but underneath his skin, deep in his bones, he knows that this man is not as big of a threat as her. He knows that does not make sense. A rookie pirate could not hold a candle to a big name from the New World. Yet he can't shake the feeling. He barely has time to draw his weapon before he finds himself shooting through serval walls. It takes him a moment to regain his composure. When he does not waste a second in marching back toward the restaurant. He is not really sure what he finds there. Straw Hat is wrapped around Fire Fist and yelling about how much she loves him and how great he is. First Fist looks red enough that Smoker could easily be convinced that the red flush to his skin is how he gained his moniker. Fire Fist seems to struggle half-heartedly to remove her but never makes any serious moves that Smoker knows a pirate from the New World would know. For the first time Smoker wonders if he should let a pirate go, just so he would not have to get involved. He crushes that thought and steps forward. I finally found you, Straw Hat. A voice shouts through the restaurant. Luffy does not stop pinching Ace's cheeks as she turns to look at the source of the noise. Luffy is filled with glee at the sight. The Smoke Man from Logtown. If he was here that could only mean one thing. You're my Marine, she yelled in excitement. The man stared at her blankly. What? Her brother asked through stretched cheeks. My Marine, she said cheerily. Every great pirate has had one. A foe who would pursue them without rest, until through several unfortunate events and a mutual enemy they band together to take them down. Only to build common respect for each other and a strange friendship. Luffy smiled at Smoker as she climbed down from Ace's shoulder. Her head flooding with all the stories the sea had told her. What? Smoker managed to croak out. Don't you see, Smoker? She smiled and reached out and took hold of both his hands. We're star-crossed. Ace laughs at the stunned look on the Marine's face. Only Luffy would think to say something so crazy to a man who had hunted her across the red line. Ace would be impressed by the man's dedication if it was directed at anyone other than his little sister. It fills him with fury. He turns and shows his teeth to the Marine. Luffy may not be his sister by blood, but in all the ways that matter they are the same. He sees the Marine's face pale at having the attention of the two of them. He almost looks cornered. You've been following my little sister? Ace speaks as he rests his arm atop her head. The Marine tightens his grip on his weapon and Ace feels the fire under his skin start to move. He stops when he feels Luffy's fingers jab into his ribs. He turns his eyes to hers and sighs loudly at what he finds there. Don't be mean, he reads. He came all this way for a chase. Let's give him one. Ace really wishes he could say no to her. Smoker is not sure what happened. One moment Fire Fist, Straw Hat's brother, and did that not raise a bunch of questions? Did he mean it literally or was she part of Whitebeard's crew? The features or the two would suggest the latter, but their movements, the way Fire Fist smiled, screamed the former. was getting ready to fight. The next thing he knows they are both running out the door. He does not understand what is happening anymore, but he will not let two dangerous pirates run loose. "Thank you for taking care of my little sister," Ace bows to her crew. The moment he leans forward, Luffy jumps onto his back. He staggers slightly but does not move much. Ace reaches up and grabs hold of her legs to steady her. She can be a handful at times. Luffy squishes his cheeks. "But please continue to look out for her. How does he have such good manners and she turned out like that?" Ace laughs. He likes this crew. Nami noticed the moment the two of them set foot on the deck. The way Luffy would move and Ace would react immediately. "You're the reason," Nami shouts as she points at Ace. Ace raises an eyebrow. "The reason?" She just stares at people and expects them to understand. "You're the reason. Because you do." "Ah," Ace half sighs. "I guess to some degree you're right. She has never been talkative and we did never try to get her to talk either. We learned her language instead." "Why? Wouldn't it be better for her to be able to speak more?" "Maybe." Ace takes a sip of his non-alcoholic drink that his brat of a sister had been so smug to hand him. "But then she wouldn't be Luffy." Luffy was thrilled. She was stuck in a cage surrounded by giant crocodiles as the room filled with water. While this was fun by itself, it was not what she found enjoyable at the moment. She was not alone in the trap. Luffy was stuck with Smoker. They would have to work together if they wanted to survive. "It's happening." "No, it is not." Luffy gasps for air as she finally reaches the surface of the water. She struggles to the shore of the lake with the extra weight of a man twice her size in her arms. She drags him to the beach and collapses beside him as Smoker hacks what water managed to get into his lungs out. "Friendship," she whispers ominously as she takes hold of his hand. "No way in hell," Smoker spits back between hacks. Luffy leans her head back slightly and laughs. Smoker does not remove his hand from hers. There is something strange in the desert. She can feel it in her feet, humming beneath the sand with every step she takes. It stirs inside her in a way that feels familiar and foreign. It feels strange. Luffy was certain she had not felt it on the coast. That she had not felt it in rain dinners. It had changed the moment she had set foot on the sands with the intent of heading to Alyabarna. There had been no warning or gradual increase. It starts with a violence, rattling her bones and causing her teeth to ache with the force. She stumbles her way around, forcing her body forward as the humming gets louder and louder, till she feels like her blood is boiling beneath her skin. It takes all of her concentration, all of her willpower to stop it from consuming her. It leaves no room for anything else. Not her surroundings. Not the approaching danger. Not the metal hook as it sinks into her chest from behind. Not the horrified screams of her crew as they call out for her. All she can feel, can hear, can be, is the loud noise as it slowly overwhelms her entire being. For a moment as she sinks deeper into it, she thinks it sounds like laughter. Zoro notices first. He sees her trip over air and her own feet. He watches as it happens again. Zoro turns fully to Luffy, extending his hand to her in case she faints again. He doesn't notice the enemy until blood is spilling from her mouth. Until her blood soaks his shirt and the sand beneath them. Zoro can do nothing as she falls. As her life fades from her, he can hear the screams of the others around him. The taunts of the man they were supposed to defeat. That she was supposed to defeat. He knows he should move. Do something. He can't breathe though. His lungs are tight and his arms, hands, and the front of his shirt are wet. He is drowning and does not know what to do. The wind picks up and sweeps them up into its storm. Zoro can do nothing as her body is ripped from his hands. He can do nothing. Luffy wakes to light and swirling colors. A sky so vast and large that it swirls to the end of the world and back again, overlapping and twisting in knots to form a picture of everything and nothing. She lays in the water beneath them. Only her face managed to safely be above the water. Shifting shapes and sharp colors surround her in them. She tries to move but her body won't respond. The water is too heavy, too thick to move in. She struggles to free herself. Luffy starts with her toes and bit by bit starts to break her legs free. Hands on her shoulders stop her. They make her body so much heavier. A woman moves into her vision, hovering above her. The swirling lights seem to dance around her, bouncing off her dark hair and darker skin in a way that makes it seem as if she is glowing. She stares down at Luffy. Her golden eyes pierce through her as if she can see all and more of Luffy. Luffy wonders if this is what it was like when she gazed into the core of a person. "You are a stubborn little thing," the woman smiles as she speaks. Her cheeks stretched farther than they should. It is at this moment that Luffy realizes something is wrong. The woman's, who from what she could tell was no taller than herself, hands reached from her shoulders down to her waist. The fingers were sharp. They felt like bone digging into her skin. For the first time, Luffy is not sure how to fight an opponent. She has never felt this small and helpless. Not since the lady. The smile on the woman's face twists into a frown. I would rather not be compared to that thing. She spits out the last word with venom. No matter though. Her smile returns. I can understand that you are confused and not thinking properly. While I am sure you have loads of questions, I have no answers for you. What? Luffy wants to speak. The words do not form. They lodge themselves in the back of her throat like a rock. The woman laughs as Luffy struggles. I was not expecting you this soon. You have not drunk enough waters. Taken enough air into your lungs. You have not devoured enough of the world to be here yet. The woman leans down till the tip of her nose is almost touching Luffy's own. It is not time yet. You have not sunk into either side enough. When that happens, then and only then, will you have to make your choice. The woman smiles with all of her teeth. There are too many. Until then, you must return. Her grip on Luffy tightens. Try not to destroy my tomb too much. With a single motion, she shoves Luffy under the water. She laughs as Luffy's lungs fill with the shapes and colors. Laughs as Luffy's sight fades to white. Luffy wakes in the sand. She wakes covered in hands. She bares her teeth and slams her will down on the source. A gasp rings out in the air and Luffy twists herself to the source. She finds that woman who worked with the Sandman. Luffy stares down at her and takes in her surroundings. The sandpit, and the hands that still linger. She owes this woman a debt, but she has more important things to worry about. Luffy needs to find her crew. My dearest friend, I have heard tales of your latest exploit and I must confess that I can think of no other that would even attempt such a thing. I mean no insult when I say that you are the craziest individual I have ever met. Not only did you manage to befriend the fishmen, but you also found a way for humans to breathe underwater. A coral that creates a bubble of breathable air. How fascinating. I must request a sample of the coral for my own research. Had the tale that I heard ended there I would not be writing to you with quite as much enthusiasm as I am now. You, in a fit of that mad genius that only you could have, uprooted the whole of the Fishman's Island and placed it in one of the aforementioned bubbles. I heard that you promised the king that you would raise his island to sit above water once things have settled down. Speaking of such things, my friend, how are you truly? I have heard of the great triumphs you and the others have had, but I am not so naive as to think that those are without cost. I have heard rumors that the Apophis have been more active lately. From what I can find, it sounds as though they are gathering more forces. I know you will tell me not to worry and you can handle any enemy you may face. Yet, I cannot help myself. I have known you so very long. I was with you when you started your journey so many years ago. You have become so very dear to me and I cannot bear the thought of harm befalling you. I shall always worry for your safety as I know you worry about mine. I shall endeavor in the next few months to give you my next report in person. With best regards, Perdix chapter text. Luffy has faith in her crew. While they have not sailed together long they have stuck into his heart as she knows she has theirs. It is why she is not surprised when she reaches out with her observations and coats a good portion of the island she finds them all fighting in the capital. She never doubted them. She hopes they did not doubt her. Crocodile's face when he sees her is priceless. She wonders briefly what it is he sees. What she must look like in the eyes of a man that was certain he killed her. How her matted hair frames her face. The blood drying on her clothes and staining her face. The hole that should be in her chest, while still there, looks old now. As though it had not been mere hours ago that she had been stabbed but months. What sort of horror does she look like? She smiles wide at him, blood still stuck between her teeth from when she had expelled it from her own body. She speaks and her voice is raspy and cracking. It sounds like she has not drunk anything in weeks nor spoken in that time as well. She gives a brief moment to ponder how long she had been in that ocean of swirling color for before she pushes it aside. Regardless of the burn, she continues to speak. Gonna kick your butt? She wonders if the warlord is aware of the fear on his face. Luffy is tired. Her body is sore and aches with each movement. Her throat burns. The hole that was supposed to be in her chest was barely healed. Fresh skin and scar tissue patched the wound together. It bothered her. Luffy knows that she is not normal. She had never had any delusion about that fact. This was different. This was something that she could not explain. She could not explain why when she threw her questions to the world she got no response other than the low hum of laughter that made her teeth ache with phantom pain. She could not dwell on it for long. Her opponent would hardly wait for her to get her to ponder existential questions in the middle of a fight. Besides that she was livid. When she had finally managed to make her way to the capital city she had found each one of her crew in varying states of bloody messes. While she knows they had not lost, it filled her veins with fire to think of anyone laying their hands on them. She had found Vivi laying in a pool of her own hand. Left just alive enough that she could watch the fall of her kingdom. Luffy would be the first to admit that she was not the best at expressing her emotions. When she was with the lady she had lived her life on eggshells. Her only form of contact had been made of so much raw emotion she could drown in them if she was not careful. It had been a strange thing when she began to live with Mama to realize that people expressed their emotions on their faces. That they did not feel and know everything else emotions. Luffy has always felt deeply, and anger had always been an easy emotion for her. It was easier to let herself feel than the sting of other heavier emotions. She tries most of the time not to give in to the wrath that hums in her bones, the ever-present faint hum of rage that twists in the sea and sky. Luffy tries to keep her responses controlled. She knows she is not good at doing so, but she tries not to let herself drown in it. She had only ever fully given into that wrath once before. She had lost Sabo because of it. Holding Vivi as she shudders to breathe, the bitter taste of failure filling her mouth, Luffy can feel that control slipping. Luffy lets the Hawkman take Vivi from her hands and treat her wounds. Vivi would live. She had to live. The air shifts as she rises to her feet. She does not manage to fully contain her haki. It slips through her grasp in burning drops like she is trying to hold back water with nothing but her hands. She grits her teeth and forces herself to move. She struggles with each step to not let her rage consume her. It is silent as she walks. Luffy does not believe in justice. She knows far too well of the cruelty of those who enforce it. Had seen how it was used to harm. She does not believe in lawlessness either. Luffy believes in equal measures. If someone feeds you, feed them. Kindness for kindness. Cruelty for cruelty. If Crossedly wanted Vivi to live and watch as all she had worked for burned around her, Luffy would do the same. She would make sure Crossedle would live to regret ever laying a hand on Luffy's crew. There is a low hum in the tomb, but Luffy can hardly hear it. She lets Crocodile talk. Lets him think he has won. She lets him relish in his victory. The only person who will become king of the pirates is me. It only takes one kick to send him flying into the air. She spreads out the impact of her haki all over his body. It may spread the damage out and lessen the impact, but that does not mean it will not hurt. The woman with many hands lays on the floor of the crumbling tomb. Luffy tosses her over her shoulder and prepares to run. Laughter rings in her head again, and for a moment Luffy is afraid she is going to be pulled back to that endless sea. That she will be buried alive and no way out. For a moment she swears she can taste shapes. Luffy forces herself forward and rushes towards the exit. In the end, she is not pulled into that endless sea. A single sentence enters her as she crosses the threshold to the outside. The tomb crumbled behind her. I asked you not to destroy my tomb, Perdix will be upset now. Luffy does not know what that means, but she has other things to do for now. My friend, please say it is not true. Please tell me you are not gone. That you are still with us. That you are still there. Please. If you can perform but one more miracle for me and tell me you are all right. I beg of you. Forever loyal. Perdix chapter text. Jaya was an alright place, she guessed. While it was nothing fancy, it reminded her of the Grey Terminal in a sense. The people, the trash collectors, the thieves. All the same. It fills her with nostalgia. It is the only reason she tolerates the taunts for believing in Sky Island. She handles it the same as she did back then. While she does find it annoying, she does not pay much attention to it. She eats the food the bar owner brings and watches Nami from the corner of her eye. Luffy knows these people want to fight. She can't be bothered to care though. Luffy does not have the energy to waste on what people thought of her. Either like her or don't, what did it matter to her? The only people Luffy cared about the opinions of are those she claimed as hers. As long as no one tried to hurt her crew, she really didn't care. Her mood shifts when the stool next to her is pulled out. When a larger man sits down next to her. Luffy has never hated someone so fast in her life. This vile creature that dares to sit next to her. It fills her with a rage that she has not felt before. False one. Something deep inside her screams. Her head pounds and she rises from her seat. Liar. Betrayer. Luffy's whole being sings out for blood. Calm down, the sea yells. Be still, the sky pleads. Not yet, the voice commands. The pounding stops, but the rage does not leave. Baring her teeth, she leans forward. I don't like you, she seethes. That creature pales and its body shakes. It backs up quickly, sensing that it is in danger. Luffy does nothing while watching it flee. It leaves a sour taste in her mouth that she did not snuff out its existence here. It angers her that they stopped her. Your body is not ready to dance to the drums yet. One day she would get an actual answer out of them. The shrill sound of laughter fills her head. The bar was silent as they left. They leave with nothing more than they had walked in with. Luffy is only slightly disappointed by the silence they had left with. With the way those idiots had been jeering, she had thought they were looking for a fight. Only a little bit of bloodlust had cowed them. It was disappointing. The rush for violence was still fresh enough that she had hoped for some sort of outlet. It was pathetic how quickly they backed down. Luffy can ignore it. Mary soars through the air, riding the waves to the sky. For a moment while she hovers between the two she can hear a small voice ring out. Luffy ignores it. The clouds feel weird against her bare feet. Soft and squishy, almost like walking on jelly. It is disorienting to try and navigate the flow of her haki through it. The foreign texture takes a bit to adapt to. It does not take her long to figure it out. She had always been fast at adapting her haki. She had expected an adventure here. Exploring a new island and eating new food. While she is not disappointed in that regard, she finds another enemy waiting for her. It is starting to become a common thing along her adventure. She is beginning to wonder if it is something about her that is making all of these weirdos want to fight her. Luffy is not opposed to a fight, some she even enjoys, but is it so much to ask that it not be every time? Luffy is set out for an adventure. The small voice rings out again. That does not mean she wants to be fighting non-stop. How was she supposed to enjoy the islands they stopped at if she was always too injured or drained to explore? She was gonna kick this lightning guy's butt, and with as few injuries as possible. The island shot into the sky is strange. The voice rings out. Luffy does not listen. She does not listen. She has to ignore it. Luffy will ignore it. She must not listen. It hurts. There are days where a small voice whispers inside her that all of this is wrong. Luffy blocks it out. Stuffs it down into the deep caverns of her heart where its whispered words can't reach her. Sometimes it still does. It is hard not to listen in moments of silence. When the thunderous flow of the voices does not fill her. It is hard not to listen when she floats above the world. Neither in the sea nor the sky. On a piece of earth wedged between the two. This land is old and familiar in a way that she does not understand. She should know the place, the land shouts. No, she should not, the small voice whispers. The longer she stays in this place in between, the harder it becomes to ignore. She can't listen, she mustn't. Luffy is scared of few things, but the things it whispers terrify her. For if they are the truth, what did that mean for her? For all that she is? Why did she want to be the king of the pirates? For freedom, she hisses back with violence. Trying to will the voice to silence once more. Whose? You are already free. I made a promise to Shanks. I will not break it. Shanks? The man the sea brought to you. A man made of the same stories she had whispered into you for years and years. What does that have to do with anything? Can't you see? No. Don't you understand? Stop. The sea brought you a man filled with dreams. Stop. Filled you with one of them and hunger for freedom while you were locked away. Don't. Why were you locked away again? That is right, because the lady could no longer hear the voices. Please. Have you ever wondered why she was so confident that you must have been able to hear them? How could she have known before you could speak? When she hadn't seen you for years? Who told her? Why did she choose to lock you away and hollow you out? Why your very soul is filled to the brim with pieces not your own? Or, tell me again. Why do you wish to be king of the pirates? What made you choose to do so? There are moments when Luffy wonders why this is the only voice that sounds like hers. Zoro wakes and finds his captain gone. Normally he would not worry. She is strong enough that there is little in this world that he thinks could actually harm her. Normally, that is. However, she spends so much of her time injured from fight after fight that he can't help but worry. Especially since she has once again taken down a foe who should have killed her. He knows logically that her injuries from the fight are not severe, a few burns on her hands and her seemingly ever-present exhaustion. But Zoro swore that he would protect his captain. Zoro rises from the patch of grass he had claimed for his bed and looks around the edges of the firelight. He cannot see her in any of the nearby trees surrounding their makeshift camp, so he decides to trust his gut. He is sure it will lead him to her. Regardless of what that shitty cook and witch said, he had a great sense of direction. He always ended up where he need to be. It will not fail him now. As Zoro approaches his captain, he immediately knows something is wrong. She is sitting in the roots of one of the trees. Crouched down and her head buried in her knees. She looks small. That thought immediately fills his blood with ice. His captain stood tall and forced the world to move with her presence. She was not small. His first thought was an enemy. Maybe they had missed one of Enel's followers and they had done something to hurt her. Zoro would not leave enough of them to bury if they did. Zoro rushes over to Luffy's crouched form and quickly looks her over for new injuries. He does not see any new blood or clothes out of place. Her hair is loose and messy, but Zoro knows she let it down while at camp. The thing that strikes him as odd is that she is not wearing her hat. It sits several feet away from her. Carelessly tossed aside. That itself is a sign of worry. Zoro knows what that hat means to her. The weight of a promise that it holds. Zoro could not picture himself parting with Wado Ikmanji of his own free will. Luffy, he speaks softly in a way that he is not used to. He has never had to be delicate before. But here in this unknown situation with a faceless danger, he fears hurting her. Am I me? She asks, and it does nothing to ease his worry. Her voice sounds like broken shards of glass rubbing together, struggling to form something else. What happened? She looks up at him and Zoro feels the breath leave his lungs. It is different than when she uses haki on him. It is not the weight of a will that crushes him but the breathtaking sight of seeing the wonders of the world for the first time. Zoro had been aware of it for a while now. The way the color of her eyes and the sharpness of her smile would twist and shape between a visage of the sea or the sky. The way her black eyes would fleck with teal or cyan when she reflected them. Zoro had always assumed that his captain was part of them. He knows he missed something now. Her eyes swirl with gold and black with the flecks of both teal and cyan barely visible. He sees not a reflection of nature in her now, but a calamity. Something wholly its own. A force that Zoro cannot find the words to describe its vastness. His captain moves and it does not look like the clash of tides or the slow movement of clouds. If Zoro had not been frozen in place, he would have thought that the movement was his. That the very world had shifted around her, undoing itself and reshaping to fit around her. She reaches out and cups his face. Her touch is warm like liquid fire that Zoro feels himself wanting to sink into. This is what divinity looks like. You have always seen me. Always known what I am trying to say. I need a promise from you. Zoro stares into the swirling vortex that fills her eyes and nose. He takes hold of her hands against his face and falls to his knees. Do not ask that of me. She says nothing but he had never needed words from her. Please, he prays to the god before him. The sides of her eyes crinkle in sadness and Zoro feels his own heart start to break. This person held his life in her hands. His oaths and dreams as well. How could he not grant her request when it meant so much to her? Zoro can feel the burn of tears start. He closes his eyes and bows his head in penance. I'll do it. He feels the warmth of her forehead against his. Thank you. It is meant to be a comfort but it sounds like a final sentencing. Zoro can do nothing but weep in her hands. If there is ever a day when you can no longer see me in my eyes, I want you to kill me. This is an oath Zoro prays he never has to keep.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.